Ben Rain comes in round the wicket to the left-handed Latigan, who is taken on the pad. There's a big shout for LBW, but it's appeared to be going down the leg side from where we're sitting. 2 balls left in the over, bowls, and Libby has got runs here, 4 of them, down to third man, off the edge.
I think that was Somerset actually, rather than Sussex. And we've got a wicket. That one was rising.
He's in again and bowls, and Libby is this time out. Caught at slip. Academy, of course. Gets a run here as he clips this one away. Gets 4 in fact as Ben Rain errs into the pads. Get passed on by Hassan Adnan. Bowls. That's the worst ball he's bowled today. Short of a length outside off stump, and Kashif Ali in his 3rd game. And this is down the leg side again, and there's 4 more runs for Kashif. Just flicked away. Just pushing forward. Bat and pad. It's lobbed up in the air. Ooh, Robinson bowls. Kashif throws the hands of that. Good pace from the young man. And bowls, and this is beautifully played off the back foot by Kashif Ali.
Robinson to Ali. He's given that a bit of width, and he's out as he's clattered that straight to Graham Clark in the covers.
And bowls short to Adam Hose. That's a real loosener, and Hose says thank you very much. Short and wide sort of path, yeah. That's a lovely shot from Adam Hose. Beats a diving fielder with extra cover. First bad ball. Make that 64 for 4 as a short one from Aldridge is smashed away. Went past the back quite a few times. Aldridge bowls. That's loose, short and wide. And Dolliver doesn't miss out. He cuts it. Always helps. Aldridge in bowls, and Dolliver gets runs down to third man. Probably going to be 4 of them. It is. Aldridge bowls. Hose clips this away on the leg side. That will go all the way for 4. Half volley on the leg stump.
Stokes bowls. Hose turns that to fine leg. Parkinson's around there, but he's not going to be able to cut it off. He's fielding in front of the hotel. It's gone for 4. Stokes comes in. Hose jabs his bat down on a Yorker length ball, and that is lunch. 93 for 4 after 28 overs.
And it happened again and again and again.
Hose waits for Robinson. Lovely clip through mid-wicket. That will be 4. Timed really sweetly. Poor delivery really from Robinson. Nothing more than a...
He's in. Bowls, and D'Oliveira is fortunate here. He's got 4 off the edge, all along the ground.
Aldridge again. Hose pulls hard out through deep mid-wicket. That's 4. It's gone all the way to the riverbank.
And it's short and wide. It's the one Hose has been waiting for, and he absolutely lashes it.
Bowls. Hose gets on top of a short one, guides it behind the stumps, and for 4. Just played it nicely. Durham haven't played at Stockton since 2006 as next over is bowled by Aldridge and stopped off the bat of Hose by Lees at mid-wicket. It bounces off him, and that gets Hose to his 50. As Aldridge bowls, that's carved nicely past Gully by D'Oliveira for 4. In past the stumps and bowls, and the ball is driven by Hose, over pitched. Just moved back into his crease around about leg stump, gave himself a little bit. Aldridge into Hose, who lets go with that one. Big opening of the arms and the chest there to give himself a bit of space.
As it's fielded by Luke Robinson. Cool, this next one from Parkinson bounces. And here is Parkinson. He bowls, and D'Oliveira is forward. Pushes defensively into the covers, fielded by Graham Clark, who, despite the gloom, is, along with Ben McKinney, wearing a sun hat out there.
Wicket.
Stokes has got him. Well, but he'll wish they hadn't come back out. Rain in again, bowls, and D'Oliveira edges down to third man. Will it go all the way? Yes, it will go all the way. So 4 more. Rain again, bowls. D'Oliveira's out. LBW. Ben Rain picks up his 3rd.
Stokes comes in. That's flicked down the leg side. Keeper couldn't get across to it. 4 runs for Waite. So he's off the mark. 5th ball. 162 for 6 here. Stokes bowls. It's a short one, pulled out to mid wicket, and that's 4 runs.
the minor counties cricket title. 4 runs to Brooks here. Full length delivery from Stokes, outside edge, and you may well be. I hope you're well and your boy's doing okay, although this one is a little bit short and wide, and Matthew Waite capitalises. Robinson again short. That's the loose one that Waite was looking for. That's what I mean, these two do offer the odd opportunity to.
Aldridge bowls. Oh, that's a wicket. And Waite's chased one goal flying past as well as Aldridge comes in. Bowls, that's a drive and it's a thick edge and it races off down towards third man. Clark chases it from.
Robinson in, bowls to him, and he drives very sweetly, nicely, easily the best shot that he's played, and that's a half volley which has gone all the way. 1 for 44, make that 1 for 45 because Taylor's just taken a single off the last ball of the day. He'll keep the strike. It's the end of the day. Worcestershire have recovered somewhat. These two have added 20 for the 8th wicket. Okay, I'm here with Brett Dolliver after day 1 of this game. Brett, a tough day against Durham, but at the end of it you must be quite encouraged by some aspects.
Yeah, I feel like it's quite a tough one to sum up really. It felt like a challenging day all day really. I think conditions favoured bowling. I thought they bowled really well. However, I thought we scrapped really well, and I think 200 at the end of the day, yes, you always want more and you always want guys to go on and get big runs. We didn't quite do that, but I think a fair reflection of the day really.
A little bit more in the pitch than in the last game against Kent?
Yeah, we were just talking about that upstairs actually. It feels a lot different to Kent. Feels a bit stoppy from back of a length, but there are definitely balls in there that have zipped around and moved around, so hopefully when we get our opportunity with the ball we can put the ball in the right area and hopefully get the rewards.
Really good partnership between yourself and Adam for the 5th wicket, coming together at a difficult time. A little bit annoying to be interrupted by the weather?
I mean, yeah, that's always a challenge, isn't it, for any bowler really. I suppose on and off with the weather's always frustrating. It's always nice to keep that momentum going. It felt like we had a little bit of momentum at that time when we came off, but that's the game of cricket. We didn't quite adapt to that quick enough. If we probably got those deliveries whilst we were out there in the middle before we'd gone off, we might have played them slightly differently. So there's a bit of self-reflection to do there, but yeah, nice partnership. It'd been nice to make it a bit bigger and go on and get a few more runs. You
mentioned that they bowl well. Ben Rain is a master in these conditions. He's done it so many times, but Ben Stokes bowled pretty well. Didn't seem to take him long to find his rhythm.
No, nothing more than you'd expect really, is he? He's a world-class performer, and as you said, Ben Rain, been around the circuit for a while now. We know what he brings to the table. Always a challenge facing either of those guys, any of those guys actually today. So yeah, I thought we scrapped hard, and we've got to a total for now.
That said, it'll probably still do a bit, you would imagine, when you bowl tomorrow, when Tom Taylor and Matthew Waite bowl. So you'll be hopeful you can make early inroads, and an opportunity for 2 young seamers. Yeah,
I mean, how exciting is that? I think these opportunities come around now and again, and they've both got that tomorrow to look forward to. So yeah, that's really exciting. It'd be great to see them out there doing their thing. So yeah, with Matt and Tommy, hopefully they can hit their straps early on, and with that new ball, you never know, do you? If you can get them 2 or 3 down early on, it's a different game.
And the outfield was a bit slow, so that total might actually be worth 20 or 30 more, I think.
Yeah, it feels like it. Whether that's rain, whether it's just the length of the grass, or whatever it might be. But yeah, hopefully it doesn't quicken up for them tomorrow. But yeah, as I said, we'll just try and get the ball in the right areas when we get that opportunity, but still some runs to get in the morning.
This is Mike the Plasterer. He needs a trusted supplier for his material.
To visit Worcestershire New Road. Play is about to get underway on day 2 of this Rothesay County Championship Division 2 game between Worcestershire and Durham. The overnight situation is that Worcestershire are 209 for 7. Ethan Brooks is 21 not out. Tom Taylor is 10 not out. This after they were put in yesterday on a day that was restricted to 96 overs, which means that today we'll have an extra 8, so we'll have 104 overs in today's play, and lunch will be at 10 minutes past 1 and tea at 4 o'clock. The weather is set fair this morning, I'm pleased to say, and it is bright and sunny as I look out across the ground here at New Road, as we are about to see the first ball of day 2 bowled from the New Road end 10 minutes past 1 by Ben Rain, who bowled beautifully yesterday to pick up 3 for 47 in 20 overs with 8 maidens, and he's going to be bowling to Tom Taylor, who is 10 not out, as I said, faced 17 deliveries yesterday in a partnership with Ethan Brooks, which has so far added 20 for this 8th wicket. Here is Rain, first ball of the day, he's in, and Taylor is getting a run on a ball that nipped back off the seam, took the inside edge and ran away behind square on the leg side. So first run of the day on the board for Worcestershire. The board has not yet woken up, it's still displaying advertisements. Taylor moves to 11, it's 210 for 7. An interesting day yesterday, albeit one that was a bit stop-start. Worcestershire's best partnership in this innings, 97 for the 5th wicket between Hose and Oliveira, the 2 top scorers so far. Here's Brooks on strike as Rain is in to him, and he lets that one go outside the off stump. Taken by the wicketkeeper Ollie Robinson. Pitch yesterday offered considerable assistance to the seam bowlers. That's not to say it wasn't a decent pitch on which it was possible to bat and play shots. We saw a couple of batsmen get in and play quite freely, but it did offer sideways movement and just occasionally a little bit of variable bounce. I think the players felt, having talked to one or two of them last night about it, they felt that it offered a little bit more help to the bowlers than did the pitch here 2 weeks ago against Kent. Rain in again, bowls wider outside the off stump, left alone by Brooks, taken low down to his right by Ollie Robinson. Good to have you with us on the BBC. I'm Frank Watson from BBC Hereford and Worcester, and alongside me when he's finished his first update will be Martin Emerson from BBC Radio Newcastle, and we'll be bringing you live commentary throughout the day as Rain bowls again wide outside the off stump, this one climbing away, having been left alone by Brooks and taken by Robinson high to his right. So one's kept a little bit low, but those two climbing quite steeply on pitching. Just the 1 run added then so far today. Here comes Ben Rain again, bowls, and Brooks is very, very watchfully forward and pushing this one defensively into the covers, fielded by Emilio Gay running in. There'll be quite a lot of attention on Emilio Gay when Durham eventually bat. There's been quite a bit of discussion around the top of the order as far as England are concerned. Zach Crawley under pressure, and if there is to be a change, a lot of people are thinking that Emilio Gay might well be the man who is chosen as Rain bowls again outside the off stump. Brooks leaves again. It's the end of the first over of the day, just one run coming from it, and at the end of it Worcestershire are 210 for 7. Glorious morning here at New Road. We had heavy rain last night for a couple of hours, certainly around about 9 o'clock last night. It was absolutely chucking it down here in Worcester, but it's stopped. Everything this morning had that sort of fresh feeling, garden
quite misty as well,
the outfield quite green, and a little bit of haze, a little bit steamy this morning.
Quite steamy in the Severn Valley at Stourport, but it was bouncing off the windows last night.
Absolutely chucking it down, wasn't it? Yeah.
That weather, you'll be surprised to hear, given that normally you guarantee good weather in the northeast, has reached the northeast and it's bouncing down there, I've just been told. And it's only 9 degrees there today. There's a big weather split, so the north of the country is quite cool today, and then we're in the southern bit, which is warm.
It's lovely.
Here's Ben Stokes coming into bowl, and he's left alone, and that's taken by the keeper in front of second slip. That's moved a lot. It feels very hot outside actually, and as I say, 20's plenty. Anything other than that's a waste of heat. But you're going to need your factor 40 on today. Highs of 20 in Worcester, and it is 20 degrees now, it says. I've just had a message from Derek Allen in Northumberland who says we're all rained off up here. So he's watching the cricket with his daughter Ellie, day 2 here in Worcester, as Stokes comes in from the Diglas end. Bowls, and the ball pushed away out into the offside by Tom Taylor. If you want to get in touch, Marty Cricket on Blue Sky, or you can email wearecricket@bbc.co.uk. Myself and Frank Watson, Stefan Schemmelt is here, the BBC's cricket correspondent, so you may join us at some point again today, like you did yesterday. Stoke coming in to bowl to Taylor. Taylor turns this out through mid-wicket for 1 run. Scoreboard's got some nice adverts on it, but not the score.
No.
Which is 211.
Not woken up yet, has it?
No.
Both scoreboards.
It's
new, actually. The one on this side is new.
I can't see it. The blind's down.
It's very good and very informative, but it's no good if it's not working. We had days without it at Northampton last weekend.
Well, there was a period at Northampton a few years ago. As Stokes comes in the bowl to Brooks. Brooks defends. Should have been run out on 2 yesterday. Fell over miles from his crease, and Alex Lees, who'd stopped the ball in the covers, jumped up, picked the ball up. It was just after a rain break, threw it, and it went in completely the wrong direction. Must have had a very wet hand. So Brooks resuming this morning on 21. Yeah, the scoreboard kept going on for Northampton a few years back, and then it dawned on somebody, it was every time somebody put the kettle on in the press room. And the ground staff then told us not to use the kettle anymore. Stokes in, that's through to the keeper. Of the websites to follow in terms of the score, the live score and whatnot, NV Play's the quickest I've found. Seems to be quite a bit of lag on Crick Info. And NV Play is more or less up to date. It's what the scorers use as well, I think. Very pleasant day here in Worcester. Bit of high haze, sunshine, still. In comes Stokes again and bowls. That's played up to mid-on by Brooks, no run there. I was going to say it's probably a good day to cut the grass, but you'll need to give it a bit of time to dry out after the rain last night.
Yeah, I did mine on Thursday because I knew it was going to rain yesterday.
Stokes running in past the umpire and bowls, and a late leave there from Brooks. End of the over. 213 for 7.
Yeah, good over from Stokes. He's been pretty accurate and in good rhythm right from the start of this game. It was a late leave. Not sure it was late enough, actually. He might just have been quite lucky there, Brooks, not to have got a touch to that one. But yeah, Stokes, I mean, considering he hadn't played for so long and picked up a wicket in his second over yesterday, and he just bowled with a nice easy rhythm, I thought, throughout the day. 15 overs, 5 maidens, 2 for 43 so far. Very tidy, under 3 and over. Rain only going for under 2.5 and over. Between them, they took control really yesterday. Rain is in, bowls outside the off stump, Taylor leaves. The rest of the bowlers, Casey Aldridge in particular, was quite expensive. Robinson the quickest. The Worcester batters were definitely impressed by his pace yesterday. 15 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 45 from the youngster. But as Marty suggested yesterday, Durham were helped somewhat by the rain breaks, in the sense that, I'll just break off as Rain bowls and Taylor leaves this again outside the stump, in the sense that when D'Oliveira and Hose were going along quite nicely and scoring reasonably freely off the likes of Robinson and Aldridge, the rain break came, and it meant that a couple of hours later Rain and Stokes were able to come back out, and they were refreshed and rested and immediately reintroduced into the attack. And it was shortly after return to the field that both Hose and D'Oliveira were out. And as Rain bowls again, that's outside the off stump, driven by Taylor into the ground, hit it well, may well have expected runs, but a very good diving stop by Emilio Gay, who's quite close in at extra cover, diving to his right, goalkeeper style, and getting a round of applause from his coach Graham Onions down in front of us. You might have heard his applause on our effect mic. It was a very good piece of work by Gay. Taylor unlucky. Rain in, bowls again, and may have been unlucky the ball before, probably quite lucky this time, because that's the best ball Rain's bowled this morning. Just the sort of delivery that picked him up a couple of wickets yesterday. Angled in from his right arm over the wicket delivery, and just absolutely beautifully nipping away. Proper leg cutter. Taylor had to play it. Just fortunate that it went past the shoulder of the bat without taking a nick. Great bowling from Rain. He's in again now, bowls, and this time a bit fuller, and Taylor is able to get a bat on it, pushes it into the covers, and once again the tall Emilio Gay comes in from cover to do the fielding. Still no scoreboard. 4 runs added this morning, 213 for 7, the Worcestershire total. And Tom Taylor on 12 on strike as Rain bowls, and he pushes back up the pitch. It's the end of the over. Score remains 212 for 7. Sorry, 213 for 7. There was a no ball in Stokes' over. I wondered where those extra 2 runs had come from.
Yeah, I was wondering that, because I knew it was 211, and then I looked at the scorecard and it was suddenly 230.
Third ball in Stokes' over was a no ball. He's bowled a few actually now.
Yeah.
He's bowled 4, but it's a bit pernickety to complain about that when he's bowled so well first game back. But he has bowled 4 no balls, 1 this morning.
Here is Ben Stokes coming into bowl. Ball drilled up to mid-off, no run there. Big football match on today, which pits our patch against your patch, Frank.
Yeah, absolutely.
National League North playoff final, South Shields against Kidderminster Harriers. South Shields finished 8 points ahead of Kidderminster in the league, but did lose to them in their final league game a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah, Kidderminster finished quite strongly, I think, as often happens with playoffs.
The last time South Shields were in the league set up in the old 3rd or 4th division was something like the 1950s, I think. Stokes bowls again, and that one zips through. Brooks goes to play at it and plays and misses there.
A real beauty, that one. Climbed on Brooks. Just having a watch of it again. Oof. Yeah, do a great deal in terms of movement. I think he might, to be fair to him, have just dropped his hands underneath it. But impressive stuff from Stokes.
Wonder if the scoreboards have been affected by the rain. So Stokes comes in again here. Brooks gets on top of this one, plays it out through mid-wicket for a single. Takes him on to 22, 214 for 7 the score. The old scoreboard at Durham, which has now been replaced by a new TV screen. Whenever it rained, it used to really affect it. The rain got inside, and there was a hatch underneath. Somebody used to have to climb up a pair of ladders through the hatch and put a heater in there to try and dry everything out.
It's odd because it's still working in terms of adverts, so it must be to do with the connection with the scorers, mustn't it?
Stokes bowls to Taylor. That's played to Gay in the covers, no run. We haven't got all that technology in here somewhere. Haven't kicked a wire or something by accident, have we?
No. We usually get blamed, but I don't think we can be blamed for this. Lovely day here at New Road. Really, really perfect weather for cricket, for watching, playing. Ground bathed in sunshine. Glorious scene.
Next ball goes down to Clark in the gully, no run there. William, the Durham scorer, says they can't get the adverts off the scoreboard. So unlucky. Stokes comes in from the Diglas end and bowls. Taylor turns this down to fine leg. Ben Rain fields 1 run, and Taylor will keep strike. And of the over, 215 for 7. Taylor on 13, Brooks on 22.
Yep, so Brooks just added 1 this morning, Taylor's added 3, and there's that no ball. So reasonable progress. It'll be tough work, you would think, in this first hour this morning, while there's a bit of moisture in the pitch, bound to be after all the rain last night, and it's quite steamy, as Marty said. Expect it to nip around a little bit, maybe do a bit in the air. The outfield is beautifully lush. It was slow yesterday and is likely to remain like that today, I think, as well. There's rain bowls, and that's wide outside the off stump and driven nicely by Taylor, but straight to Stokes at mid-off. No run. But yeah, the outfield, I mean, last year, and apart from the problems with the square, there were also serious problems with parts of the outfield, particularly this bit down in front of us here, which is outside the rope for this game. And it's quite low lying on this side in front of the ladies' pavilion, but it really does look beautiful this year. As rain bowls down the leg side, Taylor has a flick at that, makes no contact. Ollie Robinson skips to his left to take, and there's no addition. Ben Rain 3 for 48, 24 wickets before this game, having a really good season. He's in and bowls outside the off stump, left alone. Robinson moves to his right this time to make the take. So Rain is getting the ball to nip both ways this morning. but most of the time the batters have been able to leave it alone because he's just been 6 inches or so across to the offside from where he would ideally want to be. He's bowled a couple of absolute beauties. That time he drifts into Taylor's pads perhaps a little bit too much, a slight overcorrection, and flicked away on the leg side by Taylor for a single. Out to Luke Robinson fielding deep backward square leg. Taylor goes on to 14 and the total to 216 for 7. Just the 2 slips now. Brooks on strike. Deep gully, backward point you could say. Sweeper on the offside, 2 men saving 1. Down the leg side though from Rain, and Brooks repeats the shot of the previous delivery but gets it a little bit finer this time. Luke Robinson has to run round about 20 yards to his right, and Brooks comes back for a comfortable second run which takes him on to 24. Still no scoreboard. We've got 2 big screens which are showing us the time and various adverts at the moment, so it's good for the sponsors, not so good for the scorers. Rain just aborts his run up here as Brooks pulls away because of some movement behind the bowler's arm. Still waiting for whoever it is behind the arm to sit down. Ben Rain just indicating who it is.
Good spectators at the new end of the ground, either sit down or stand still or go and sit somewhere else. Thank you.
We're all sorted. Ben Rain in to bowl to Brooks, and this one has Brooks on the back foot pushing out on the offside. And that's the end of the over from Ben Rain, which produced 3 runs. And at the end of it, Worcestershire are 216 for 7. In fact, they're 218 for 7. Brooks has 24 and Taylor has 14. Ben Rain's figures now 3 for 51 from 23 overs. Pick of the Durham bowlers, I think, but they've all bowled pretty well. Maybe Aldridge be a bit disappointed. He's got 1 wicket for 68. So not a great shot from Matthew Waite, who was caught at slip by Beddingham off Aldridge yesterday. But other than that, they've all bowled fairly well, I think. Stokes and Rain probably the pick of the bunch.
Stokes is nearly off the field. He's that far away. He's at the start of his run-up. Comes in now. And bowls. Taylor looks to play across the line there. I think a bit of bat and pad in the end. The whoever wins today goes up then, don't they? Kidderminster and South Shields. It's a final, isn't it? I was amazed. I thought Kidderminster had been in the league far more recently than 20 years ago. Can't believe it's that long.
Yeah, they weren't in it for that long actually, were they?
No. They had the big FA Cup tie last year, didn't they? Who they played? It was on the telly.
The year before they played West Ham, I think,
yeah.
wasn't it? I think. I should know, shouldn't I?
Well, not necessarily if they're not your team. Next ball's a dot ball defended by Taylor off Stokes.
Chris would know. Chris Oldnall next door in the press box is absolutely Kidderminster aficionado.
Who did Kidderminster play in the FA Cup? Last year. Yeah. It was on the telly. You've just oversold him there.
Yeah. He'll know. He'll have a think about it. He'll come back in a minute.
You can't remember.
I think it was West Ham.
Stokes comes in bowls. It's got Taylor on his toes. Fends that away to Gully to Clark. Well, Jeff Thompson, who owns South Shields, when he took them over, I think a week or two before, they were renting a field and a sports complex in Peterlee in County Durham. They didn't even play in South Shields anymore. And just before he took them over, I think there was 19 people watching their game, and they were in the Wearside League or something like that. So it's been quite a rise. Feel for my one of my mates, Ronnie, who's a season ticket holder at South Shields. As Stokes comes in here and bowls. That's driven by Taylor and cut off by Lees in the covers, diving to stop the ball.
They played West Ham in 2022, it was, in the FA Cup, and lost 2-1. Last gasp goals from West Ham.
No, they were on the telly more recently than that. I think it was last season, wasn't it?
I don't know.
They were on the BBC. There was a big crowd there, and the steam train was in the background. Of course, Worcestershire play on occasion at Kidderminster Harriers, as these two sides met there 2 years ago. Not at Kidderminster Harriers, at Kidderminster Cricket Club, just up the road from the Harriers. That's a dot ball from Taylor, playing Stokes to mid-wicket. Stokes sweeping a bit of dust off the track from around about where his footmarks are. Anyway, my mate Ronnie's works on a Saturday, and because this was an extra match, he hadn't asked for the day off, and then by the time he was granted the day off this week, they'd sold out. So he's followed them home and away. He can't go to the game today. I'll have to try and get a ticket off someone outside the ground. Next ball comes in and is played down to the gully of Stokes, and that's a maiden over. They've been quite nomadic until recent years. South Shields, they now play Bede Industrial Estate, which is effectively Jarrah rather than South Shields.
Rivers and ice cream. My story was one of excitement and wonder. And what happens next? Well, that's your chapter. Make Worcestershire part of your story.
Five required. In the air. It's gone all the way. He's done it. Vincent's done it for 3 sixes in the last over. He's finished 30 not out. Punches the air.
This is Mike the Plasterer. He needs a trusted supplier for his materials and tools. Mike needs Profile Store. With an easy-to-use website, you can check stock online, order it, and collect it within the hour. Profile Store offer free delivery over £125 and fast overnight shipping. With over 2,000 products in stock, they're sure to have what you need. So get yourself down to the trade counter in Kidderminster today. Get the job done with profilestore.co.uk.
the shin pads and he's gone in at silly point. So we've got slip and silly point. Man on the drive as well. Jack Home is the new batsman, and he is forward and pushing this back to the bowler.
I'll tell you what it's done, it's hit the keeper's glove on the way through.
Well, I've hit Brooks's glove before that as well, I think. Parkinson again bowls. Home is forward, plays that nicely down on the offside. Bit of pressure being put on. I expect there's a little bit of banter out there as well for the young man. Jack Home, first game of the season, only his third first class game, leaves that one alone outside the off stump.
Yeah, hits his glove, hits the batsman's glove, hits the keeper's glove, and then deflects to
double
Aldridge.
gloves, which makes it an even better catch because he's got to read 2 or 3 different movements, either Brooks's glove or.
We added 33 there.
Anyway, he's gone. 222 for 8.
Well, this is interesting because on an infield play they don't have the batsman listed. They've just got the bowlers. There's obviously some glitch in the system somewhere today involving the computer system. And Luke Robinson into the attack from the Douglas end, replacing Ben Stokes. First ball's gone through to the keeper. So I think Taylor's got 14. And Jack Home is the new man. Robinson coming in and bowls, and Taylor drives. It's gone up to wide mid off, no run there. Picked up by Stokes. Robinson comes in again, bowls. Ooh, play and a miss. Play and a miss.
That was a good one, that.
Robinson up to his mark, turns and starts to run in from the Douglas end. Taylor bat raised, waits and defends. Ball runs up to Lees in the covers. Next wicket will bring Durham their final bowling point. Worcestershire need to get to 250 to get a batting point on the board. 2 for 8 at the moment. Next ball goes up to Stokes at mid, off, no run there. Now the batsmen have appeared on the system, as if by magic. Robinson bowls, Taylor defends, the ball runs to Leeds in the covers. End of the over, a maiden. 222 for 8. A reminder as well, you can follow all the action at all the county championship matches on the BBC's live page. We have working on updating all of the games as they go on, all the events and incidents, wickets and all that kind of stuff. And commentators from the varying grounds also write a bit of that as well, so it's certainly worth looking at. team on there today: Ben Koski, Gideon Brooks, Steve Mather and Thomas Dodd.
Matt Parkinson starts a new over from the New Road end. First ball is left alone outside the off stump by Jack Home. See Tom Taylor's brother James on loan at Kent, picked up 6 for 52 yesterday against Gloucestershire, on loan from Surrey,
isn't he? Yeah.
And Henry Brooks, Ethan Brooks' brother, was on loan for Gloucester, not playing in this game but featured in a record 9-wicket partnership a couple of weeks ago at Derby. This one is pushed out on the onside by Jack Home. So quite a few second division clubs benefiting from first division bowlers on loan, as Worcestershire did when Ollie Hannon-Dolby was here before his loan was cut short. This next one pushed out on the offside by Jack Home, yet to get off the mark. Callum Parkinson, having picked up the 1 wicket fall this morning, is in again, round the wicket, bowls, and Home is off the mark now because he's driven that up to mid-off, where Ben Rain was a little bit deep and allowed the youthful Home to dash through for his first run of the season in first class cricket. But he's not a bad batter. I think he got 100 in the seconds, as I said earlier in the season. Certainly got a lot of runs when he was at Shrewsbury School. Obviously in the side to bowl. Parkinson in, bowls, and that's a lovely shot from Taylor on the back foot. A little bit short and slower from Parkinson, and he just has room and time to steer it out on the offside to the man fielding on the cover boundary and to pick up a comfortable single. Beautiful morning. Durham with the 1 wicket so far, as Parkinson is in again and bowls, and Home is very watchfully forward, plays that back up the pitch to the bowler. End of the over. Robinson already strips off his sweater and his cap, can't wait to bowl from the Diglis end, the youngster. And we've got a scoreboard. 224 for 8 it shows. Home has 1, Taylor has 15, and 75 overs have been completed. Parkinson's figures now are 5 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 8, I think.
Taking 37 minutes to get it on eventually. Well done whoever sorted that problem.
But we haven't got the bowling figures on there like we usually have for some reason.
Start of a new over. Robinson bowling to Taylor. Taylor plays that up to Gay at mid on, no run. We've got the bowlers numbers and overs bowled, but not the bowling figures. No, we don't want those on there, do we? Next ball, pulled down towards, well, it's actually just bouncing very gently down towards long leg. Didn't connect well with that one. 225 for 8. Gets a single. That brings Home on strike. Robinson way up the far end to start his run up. In past the umpire James Middlebrook. Balls and played and missed there by Home. Jack Holmes played in 2 first class matches before. Home draw against Lancashire 2 years ago. And he played at Derby 2 years ago as well. He's played at minor counties cricket with Shropshire. And club cricket with Shifnal, which is over Telford way. In comes the bowler again, fended down into the ground by Home. He's taken 19 wickets in the one-day cup. Best figures 6 for 51 at Derby in 2024. He's played for the England Lion at the England under-19s the last couple of years as well. Comes Robinson, that's left alone, drops his hands there, the batsman, lets it go through. Looking sort of west from my hotel on the top of the hill across Stourport, there's a big hill behind with forest on it, and I had a look on the map today. I hadn't realised the Wyre Forest was where it is. I just thought it was miles away. So does it stretch for a long way, or is it...
It's generally that area around Kidderminster is
right.
Wyre Forest, yeah.
Stourport was built basically because of the canal. The town grew from the existence of the canal.
Worcestershire used to play there, you know, on
Stourport.
first class cricket, yeah.
Bowler comes in again, that's a short one, it's left alone, and that is the end of the over. 1 run from it, 225 for 8. I have to say I haven't seen a cricket ground while I've been there.
No, well, the one they used to play at isn't there anymore.
Right.
Stourport Cricket Club, it's quite a decent cricket club, but Worcestershire used to play at a works ground called the Chain Wire Ground, and yeah, up until the late 70s, early 80s maybe.
Yeah.
Not very far away. Chain Wire Club Ground, there we are, in Stourport 17, used for first class cricket by Worcestershire once, 1980 against Lancashire.
Alright.
Won by an innings and 153 runs. Norman Gifford took 6 for 15, but it had second team cricket there as well. Seems strange, isn't it, that they'd played so close to headquarters, really. But
Yeah.
they used to play at Kidderminster and Dudley and Stourbridge.
I fell in the canal at Dudley.
They're lucky to survive, I reckon. Parkinson bowls this one left alone outside the off stump by Taylor. Taken on the rise, climbed quite sharply that one by Ollie Robinson.
It was bright green at the time, so dread to think what was in there.
Parkinson bowls, Taylor sweeps for 4. Hits it well in front of square. Conventional sweep. Nice shot from Taylor, 229 for 8.
There's nobody on the leg side, is there? There's a massive area for him to aim out there, because Robinson's down at long leg.
Parkinson. Yeah, Robinson at deep backward square, and one man leaves at wideish mid-on, mid-wicket. Parkinson bowls quicker, flatter. Brooks, I beg your pardon, Taylor on the back foot. Plays defensively. Back to the bowler. Parkinson again is in, and this time Taylor plays a little paddle, just flicks it much finer on the leg side. Neatly executed shot, and takes the score on to 231 for 8, and Taylor himself on to 22. And now we have got the bowling figures on the board. Parkinson 1 for 15 now, 2 balls left in his 6th over. He's bowled pretty well, but conceded runs on the leg side twice, and has plugged that gap now at short fine leg with a man saving one. This one left alone outside the off stump though. So last ball of the over coming up. Worcestershire have added 22 runs today, and that remains the case as Parkinson's last ball is played defensively by Taylor. That's the end of the over. 6 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 15 for Matt Parkinson. 231 for 8 it remains. Worcestershire 19 runs short of that first batting point.
Robinson to bowl his 3rd over of the morning. He's bowled 17 in all in this game, taken 1 for 46, 4 maidens. And it's home who's on strike on 1. He's faced 12 balls so far and pulls that one out to deep mid-wicket for 4. No one out there. Robinson just drifting off his line, and Holmes saw that early and sent it on its way. He's on 5, 235 for 8 now.
Yeah, nicely executed shot, wasn't it?
Was just heading up over leg stump bail, wasn't it, when he made contact with it? Robinson turns. There's 3 in the slip cord and a short leg in there as well. He bowls. That is left alone by home beyond the off stump. Talking of Stourport, I hadn't been there for years since I drove up that way after a game here a couple of years ago, and trying to remember what was up the Severn Valley really, and found a nice little pub on the riverbank at one point, which was obviously very popular with fishermen because there was all kinds of medals on the walls and whatnot. So Robinson comes in again, that's another leave. But we did go up there when we were teenagers on a boating holiday, and we came off the Severn at Stourport, and going through the lock into the canal basin, there was some swans on the lock side, and one of them was nesting right on the lock. And as my friend went to try and open the lock, he got chased down the canal bank by this angry swan. It's one of the funniest things I've seen. The swan couldn't half move, but he couldn't half move as well when he saw it coming. You don't want to get attacked by a swan. You can break your arm. Robinson bowls. That's flicked away down the leg side to backward square leg by home. Moves him on to 6 with a single. 236 for 8. So 14 away now from a batting point, Worcestershire. Did you say last year they only got 3 here or something?
Yeah. All in one innings.
Right.
Yeah. And the visitors didn't get many either.
Yeah. Taylor on strike on 22. He turns this off to the leg side. There is a fielder now at deep mid wicket in Parkinson. He comes round and fields it. Throw back to the keeper, 1 run. 237 for 8. What are we? We're in the 78th over. And there's still 93 overs listed today. We're playing 104 over day because of 30 overs lost to the weather yesterday. So they can claim lost time to a maximum of 8 additional overs on days 2 and 3, but not on the final day. In comes the bowler. That's left alone. And that is the end of the over. 6 runs from it. 237 for 8. So 30 overs lost yesterday. Gets 16 back. So that's 14 definitely gone, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, 3 batting points all season. All in one game, 1 innings. And only 12 batting points in the whole season, home and away.
Right.
Worcestershire last year. And it does make you realise when you look at the scores in the games here. As you mentioned, the game against Durham finished in 2 days. Parkinson bowls, and this one is driven by Taylor for a single. It does make you realise how well Jake Libby played to get 1,000 runs last season, playing half of his games here in generally low scoring games. Scored hundreds in both innings against Hampshire here in July, but the only Worcestershire player to reach 3 figures in a home game. Parkinson bowls, home goes big, down the ground. That's what the boy's capable of. He's decided enough's enough of this prodding and pushing, and he lifts it, 1 bounce for 4, straight down the ground. So good aggressive stuff from home. Be interesting to see what Parkinson's response is. And just going back to that, as I say, Libby the only player to get 100 here for Worcestershire, and it wasn't until the last game that a visiting batter managed it either. So it really was tough here last year. Parkinson in again, bowls quicker, flatter, home on the back foot, very sensibly, having hit the boundary. Plays that one out on the offside. 242 for 8 then. Home has gone to double figures. Parkinson into him again, bowls, and he lets it go outside the off stump. Taylor has 24, 1 man out today. Ethan Brooks caught at slip off a reverse sweep, hit his glove and flew to Casey Aldridge for 28. Parkinson again bowls a quickish one outside off stump, and home leaves it alone. Beautiful day, bright sunshine, perfect weather as Parkinson bowls again and home drives back to him, and that is the end of the over. 242 for 8. Parkinson 7 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 20.
Big north-south split in the weather today. There's a big band of rain right across the centre of the country, so if you're below that it's sunny and warm. Above it it's chilly, cold and damp. Bright sunshine here as Robinson comes in and bowls to Taylor, who looks to hook a short one. I think, judging by the way he played that shot there, he'd make a good fly fisherman. Looked like he was casting his rod there. Robinson comes in again. This one played by Taylor down towards deep point. Graham Clark will collect it. Taylor gets a single, moves on to 25. And Worcestershire are 7 away from their first batting point. 243 for 8. What's going on here? There's a bit of a delay, altering the field. Umpires switching sides as well now. They're moving. Players out onto the leg side boundary. So they're going to try and bounce home here. Umpires moved from square leg to point. There's a short one, and he's nearly played it straight into the hands of the fielder who's out there, but he's just got it past him and away for 4. It was Emilio Gay diving to his left. It's a shortish boundary across to the river. He moves on to 14. Can't see how close that was to Gay, to be honest with you. This is played back to him. I think the camera that's tracking from the opposite side of the ground might be an automated camera and didn't quite pick it up. So home on 14 from 24. Worcestershire 247 for 8. Robinson has bowled 18.4 overs, 1 for 57 now. He comes in to bowl to home again from the Diglis end. Home drives at that one. That's through the covers and away. That should go for 4. And it does. And that brings up the batting point. 251 for 8. The batting point after 79.5 overs. Will Robinson respond? It was a nice drive that from home. Last ball of the over. Robinson to home. It's a bouncer. Home leaves it. It's gone through to the keeper and of the over. 2-5-1 for 8 here on the BBC.
Yeah, good shot from home. He's played well, hasn't he, for his 18 so far. Young lad with potential to be a proper all-rounder. Can bowl decent pace, as we'll probably see later on today. Quite inexperienced, but obviously better than a bunny at the bottom of the order, you would say. As I say, quite a lot of runs at junior level. New ball being taken, not surprisingly. 80 overs gone. Worcestershire have got that batting point, which is good news for them. That would have been one of the things, well, I know it was one of the things they were hoping to achieve when they went out there this morning, talking about that last night, about whether they could get up to 250, having started the day on 209 for 7, and they've done pretty well, I think, adding 42 runs this morning for the loss of that 1 wicket of Ethan Brooks. But Ben Rain, with a new cherry in his hand, will possibly pose a few problems as he comes in now from the new road end and bowls, and that's left alone outside the off stump by Taylor, but right on the mark straight away. Rain just outside off stump in that sort of 4th, 5th stump corridor, very nicely bowled. Taylor just pulled his bat out of the way at the last minute, but so yeah, spot on really from Rain. It's bowled really, really nicely. 3 for 51 so far. In again now and bowls, and Taylor is out, taken on the pad. LBW looks a bit nonplussed to be given, so it's taken Ben Rain 2 deliveries to pick up a wicket with the new ball. Tom Taylor looks disappointed, but he's got to go. And just looking at it, well, it nipped in, certainly hit him in line. Taylor might have felt that it was going on to miss leg because it was swinging, but pretty straight, I reckon. And Ben Rain picks up his 4th wicket of the innings, his 28th wicket of the season, and Worcestershire are 251 for 9.
Can you remember yesterday when Rain started bowling and I said how many wickets against Worcestershire he had? Was it 44?
44, yeah.
So 48 now then. Yeah.
Now, I think if Harry Darley can survive the remainder of this over, then we might see Jack Home play a few shots, I think. Darley is a genuine number 11, I think. Home just had a drink brought out to him by the 12th man, and we've got the 2 young flatmates together, Harry Darley and Jack Home. A little punch of the gloves as Darley goes out for his first ever innings in first class cricket, and well, it might be Division 2, but he's faced with a pretty tough challenge here. His first ever innings in first class cricket, and he's facing Ben Rain, one of the top wicket takers in the country, with a brand new ball. Good luck. Takes guard now. Young Harry Darley, right-hander, 21 years old, born in Shrewsbury. Played a couple of white ball games in the past, but this is his county championship debut, and he's got a short leg for company, 2 slips, and he's facing one of the most experienced seamers in county cricket. Another change in the field. There's going to be a 3rd slip brought in, Beddingham. 4 balls then left in this over, the 81st of the innings. Ben Rain in to bowl, and Darley is very nicely forward to that one, playing it out on the offside. Update for BBC Erin Worcester is imminent. It's been a decent morning's cricket, I think. Both sides will be fairly happy with their progress. Certainly if Durham can wrap things up fairly quickly, they will be, and Worcestershire for their part, well, they've got that batting point. So that's something. Rain in again to Darley. Bowls, and Darley is again very solidly forward. Very nicely played by the young man. Back to the bowler. 251 for 9. The two young lads brought into the Worcestershire side, mainly to bowl, finding themselves out there together in an attempt to just nudge this score a little bit higher. Rain again is in, bowls, and Darley is again very solidly forward. Nicely played out on the offside. 1 ball left in the over. Cathedral clock has struck just past midday.
I've got to do an update at quarter past. So I thought you might have been doing one into the build-up to the kick-off. Are you not doing one into the build-up?
Just coming in a minute, yeah. And then one at 12:25 just before kick-off, yeah.
It's 12:30 kick-off, is it?
Yeah. There's Rain again. It turns. Last ball of the over. First one with the new ball. Bowls, and Darley again plays it very nicely up to mid-on. So well negotiated by Harry Darley. The end of that over. Jack Home will be on strike. Worcestershire 251 for 9. And Luke Robinson giving way to guess who at the Diglis end, Ben Stokes. So Stokes, the England captain, will be bowling to Home, the Worcestershire youngster. Great experience for the young man, and may well have a chance to bowl at Stokes in the not too distant future. Here comes that update for BBC Hereford and Worcester. 251 for 9 then. And here is Ben Stokes to bowl first over of his new spell. Well, Worcestershire have just brought up their first batting bonus point. They've managed to get to 250, resumed this morning on 209 for 7. They lost Ethan Brooks for 28, caught at slip, playing a reverse sweep against Matt Parkinson. And they've also lost Tom Taylor, LBW, to Ben Rain for 25, Rain's 4th wicket. But they've got to 250. They're 251 for 9 at the moment. And the rookie pair of seam bowlers, flatmates as well, Jack Home and Harry Darley, out there in the middle. Holmes played nicely so far. He's on 18 not out. Darley yet to get off the mark. Ben Stokes has got the new ball in his hand. It might not be long before the innings is wrapped up. Worcestershire 251 for 9. As Home plays the first ball of that over from Stokes out on the offside.
Comes in again. Turned away off to square leg. There's no one there. It's gone for 4. Easily done by Home. He's on 22. I didn't really make any note of any runs that he'd scored previously in the 2 matches he's played so far. I presume this is his highest score now.
Yeah, I'll check, but I'm not aware of him having done anything startling.
Next ball's gone up to mid-on. Actually, it says here his highest score was 29.
Oh, 29, okay. That was a good shot.
.255 for 9. Home on 22 from 29 balls. Stokes comes in again. He's got 3 slips and a gully and a backward point. That one's left alone. It's quite a cricketing family, the Home family.
Yeah, in Shropshire, yeah.
Brother plays, dad, uncle, sister, cousin. Be a canny game of garden cricket and a summer barbecue. So it's 2 games, Worcestershire against Warwickshire in September 2009. September the 9th, 2024. This is a leave. And then his last match was against Lancashire at Worcester the same month, 2 years ago. So that was the end of the season when both Worcestershire and Durham had come up. Managed to stay up, the two of them, in 2024, and then both came back down last year. So he got his 29 on his debut against Warwickshire in a draw. Stokes comes in and bowls. That's left, it's wide if the stumps and goes through to the keeper. That's the end of the over. 4 runs from it. So that means Darley comes back onto strike to face Rain. He's on none from 4 balls.
Yeah, home maybe disappointed he couldn't get up to the other end. It's a lovely shot for 4 at the start of the over.
Katie's message to say, morning, I'm doing the Surrey Three Peaks today with limited phone signal, so not sure how much of today I'll be able to listen to. I'm not sure that's good enough. But I've also never heard of the Surrey Three Peaks, so there's some Ditchling Beacon. Do you reckon that'll be one of them? That's down in the Surrey Hills on your way over towards Brighton. That's quite a popular cycling route, I think.
Ben Rain to bowl to Harry Darley. 3 slips and a short leg waiting. Bowls and Darley gets a run. Pushes the ball rather tentatively past Graham Clark at short leg, and it dribbles out, and he thinks, oh, I think there might be a run there. And he isn't quite sure, and then eventually calls his partner through. So he's off the mark on his debut. Always a nice feeling. 256 for 9. Graham Clark drops out into the deep for home. The 3 slips stay. Rain is in, bowls, and Hone is on the walk and drives up to mid-on.
Oh, what a throw.
A cheeky single, but Lees, having come in and picked it up, hits the stumps with his throw to the striker's end, but Darley is in. 2 young men scampering through, hit the ball straight to a rather more mature fielder in Lees, and even though his throw was accurate, they got home. So a single taken.
He'd already
57 for 9.
I think he'd already got past the line, but didn't particularly run his bat in, did he? Is this an automated camera or something?
Yeah.
Side-on views.
Well, somebody's been complaining about the quality of the live stream this morning. I must say, I think it's pretty good these days. I know it froze a few times yesterday, but it hasn't today, as this one is bowled by Rain outside the off stump and left alone by Darley.
I think one of the automatic cameras has got tracking on it, and when the batsmen are running there, it doesn't seem to know which one to track.
I think generally speaking, though, the live stream might, it's just my opinion, but I don't think there's much to complain about when you're getting free live coverage from most county cricket in the country. I think it's a fantastic service that is offered by the counties generally. Rain bowls, and that's down the leg side, and gathered by Ollie Robinson diving to his left. And I don't have any vested interest, because I often repeat this, but not everybody is aware that it's nothing to do with us. We're just we're BBC radio commentators, and they just happen to take our commentary and use it for the stream. We don't get any kind of payment for it, and we don't expect any. We're just doing our jobs, and they use our commentary alongside the stream, which is why sometimes what we say might not match the pictures. But I just think generally, if I'm sat at home, Worcestershire aren't playing, Rain bowls, and that's outside the off stump, and Darley plays and misses, and I think, I might just have a look at what's happening in the game between Derbyshire against Kent or something like that, and I put YouTube on, and I'm getting a free coverage of county cricket. I think it's absolutely brilliant. I really do. And I know Lancashire have suspended their decision to put it behind a paywall after the sort of caused a little bit of fuss recently. I don't know how long it'll carry on that we have a free service up and down the country, but I think it's fantastic at the moment as Rain bowls, and Darley turns this off his legs and could have had a single down to long leg, but Jack Home, younger in years but slightly more experienced in terms of first class cricket, says no, stay there, I will take the bowling of the England captain.
If you think
And they don't take a run. 257 for 9.
I mean, the first commentaries I started to do were in 2004, so it was the second year of the T20, and I think all the stations in 2004 decided to commentate on the T20 games, but there were only 5 group matches then. And then when it got to about 2007 and Durham were doing well in the One Day Cup and reached the knockout stages, we commentated on those games, then did the final when they beat Hampshire in the final. As Ben Stokes starts anew over here. That's played back to him. And then also did 2 or 3 county championship matches towards the end of that season, because Durham were in with a chance of winning the title, and similar thing the following year when they did win the title. And gradually we built it up to the point where about 2011, 2012 we were doing all of Durham's home games in all competitions, but not necessarily, I wasn't necessarily going to the away games, we were leaving it to the other stations to do that, but some did cricket and some didn't. So in 2013 the BBC and the ECB came up with a plan to have every match covered. As Stokes bowls and is driven nicely by Home through the covers aggressively for 4, lovely shot. Takes him on to 27, 261 for 9.
Yeah, I think, I mean, you know, coverage of county cricket generally, we've reached a point where people expect it, but they don't remember what it used to be.
No.
Like. I mean, when I started in 1988 with Cricket Call, and it was 35p a minute. We gave the score every ball. We did live commentary all day, and we guaranteed to give the score every ball. But if you got through, you paid 35p a minute. And people thought that was good, you know. And now they can get pictures and commentary for nothing. I think it's amazing, really, by comparison.
Will Stokes respond to that boundary as he comes in here to bowl again? That's left alone by Home. Yeah, I mean, the deal slightly changed last year in that we're not covering the group stages of the One Day Cup, which has cut down an awful lot of travelling in July and August. And I was actually able to have a proper summer holiday with my family last year for the first time in about a decade.
That's what the ECB, that's what's driving them, is it?
That's why I was able to go to Italy, yeah.
When would you like us to organise the One Day Cup, Marty?
Stokes comes in and bowls. This is defended. Well, I asked them could they have it a little bit earlier this year, and so they agreed. So mid-July we're going on holiday this year.
Just fit around the kids' exams, please, if you don't mind. This year.
Yeah, well, because we need to get away and get back for exam results. You see.
Absolutely.
We could have a very happy house at the end of our summer holiday this year. Well, there could be a few tears and handkerchiefs being handed around. We shall see. Stokes comes in and bowls. And Yorker length ball wide of off stump. Home jabs the bat down on it. Gets a bit of an inside edge, bottom corner of the bat. And it goes off down to backward square leg for 1. Darley now on strike on 1. He's faced 9 balls. He is 21 years old. Home's 20. Darley's played 7 One Day Cup matches and 4 T20s. Again, his senior debut in those competitions was 2 years ago. He's played for the varying age groups for Shropshire and in Minor Counties Cricket Club as well, and Worcestershire Cricket Club in the Borders.
That's where Joe Clark played and his brothers.
Here comes Stokes. That's away down towards vacant third man, but they're not going to take a run. It's the end of the over, and Holmes said to stay there. He could have had 2 there. Instead they don't. Where does Trevor live? Does he live out that way?
He lives in Prestine, yeah, very much on the border between England and Wales.
Is Oswald Street English?
He was the mayor of Prestine for 2 years.
Trevor was he?
Yeah, he was indeed. Recently. Yeah.
Really?
Absolutely. Yeah, very important man in the town, Prestine.
He's always had that air about him, hasn't he?
Prestine is further south than Oswestry. Oswestry's in England, but only
on
just
the border.
Yeah. Prestine, I think, is it really is the border. The border might even run through the town. I'm not entirely sure, but that's where Trevor lives. Travels every day from there to Worcester for his work. Although he's up in South Shields today as we speak. Which reminds me, you've got a commentary, you've got a report, and I've got an update coming shortly. Good stuff from these two. 262 for 9. Home on strike. Ben Rain to bowl to him. 3 slips waiting. Rain is in. Bowls. Home is on the walk slightly. And then leaves it alone as it flies past the outside edge. Decent crowd in again. It really is. I cannot stress what a beautiful day it is for cricket here at New Road. Temperature is perfect. Sun's shining. Not too warm. Absolutely glorious. As Rain is in and bowls and Home is beaten this time. He did fend at that one outside the off stump. Ben Rain having taken his 4th wicket. 4 for 53. 24 wickets before today's game at an average of 14.5, so he's pretty much kept up the same rate of economy and strike rate near enough in this game. Bowls. Home is forward, solidly defensively playing up to mid on. 262 for 9 then. Worcestershire with 1 point on the board. Durham of course have taken 3, but Worcestershire have done okay this morning. 209 for 7 overnight. Here comes Ben Rain, turning again, past umpire. And turned on the leg side for a single. Hassan Adnan, the umpire, that's the name I was trying to fetch from my the depths of my brain. Hassan Adnan, who started his first class career with Derbyshire as a batter. Two balls left in the over. Darley on 1. Home has now gone to 29. Rain into Darley, bowls, and he's beaten outside the off stump by another really good one. Ben Rain just bowling exactly within himself, but exactly where he wants it to be. Just bowling the ball about 5th stump, 4th, 5th stump, and just nip it either way. Not taking a great deal out of himself, just probing away around that off stump, just getting a little bit of movement away on that occasion, and Darley just played at it. Parkinson loosening up down at 3rd man now. Might be a decision to bring the spinner on and see if he can tease one of these two to do something reckless. As Rain is in again and bowls, and Darley lets that go outside the off stump. Nicely negotiated then by these two youngsters. That over. It's 263 for 9, and well, it's not going to be Parkinson yet. It's going to be Stokes to continue from the Diglis end, and he'll be bowling to Jack Home. The 2 men out today for Worcestershire. Ethan Brooks caught at slip by Casey Aldridge off Parkinson, reverse sweeping. He hit the previous ball for 4 with a reverse sweep, played the shot again, and I think the ball took his glove and popped up to Aldridge at slip. He was out for 28, and then Tom Taylor out for 25 LBW to Rain when the new ball was taken. Here's Stokes bowling to Home, beats him outside the off stump. Had a little nibble at that one Home, I think tried to pull his bat away, but probably, in all fairness, left it too late, and a play and a miss. I will have a look at the replay to see if that's a correct reading of it. Stokes was, it was a really good delivery actually, and I think he did take his bat away, but not until after the ball had gone. Marty's back.
Have you spoken to Trevor?
Not yet.
Well, our lot are having technical issues there, so Stokes bowling that hits the pad, it's gone off the leg side. Yeah, they were just throwing to me, and then suddenly I was hearing a trail, so the connections dropped from the first Cloud Arena in South Shields. I hope they get back on in time for the kick-off, which is only a matter of 10 minutes away now. Grippo is asking, is this a below par score? 263 for 9. In comes Stokes.
300, I'm saying, is par.
Yeah, that's got a bit of bounce in it, and playing a miss from home.
But it's too early to say, isn't it? But somebody asked me yesterday. I said, well, I'll say 300, but obviously you got to wait until both teams have bowled and batted. It's slightly trickier than the Kent pitch.
Stokes coming in to bowl the fourth ball of his 20th over. Oh, that shoots through sharply. Home took a couple of steps down the track to face him up to him there, and then played and missed at that one. Went through very quickly. Stokes has bowled 19.4 overs, 2 for 54, 6 maidens. And angled in quite sharply towards the end there as well. 2 balls left of this over then. If you want to get in touch, you can email wearcricket@bbc.co.uk, or it's Marty Cricket on Blue Sky. In comes Stokes again. That's defended well by Home. Got right behind the ball there and just played it down into the ground. .263 for 9 then. Last ball of the 86th over. Stokes comes in and bowls, and that is left alone. It is a maiden. So the last wicket fell in the first over of the new ball. Second delivery was Tom Taylor LBW to Ben Rain when he was on 25. Prior to that, Ethan Brooks this morning out for 28, trying to reverse sweep Callum Parkinson after Parkinson had been brought into the attack from the new road end, and he was caught at first slip by Casey Aldridge. So 2-5-1. So these have put on 12 so far.
Ben Rain to continue. 3 slips still there. Graham Clark's gone back from short leg now to mid wicket. Darley on 1. Probably could have had 3 or 4, but they've turned some singles down so that he could Home could take the strike. First ball is outside the off stump, climbs away from Darley as he pushes at it. Rain has just slipped into a lovely rhythm. Not just today, bowled beautifully yesterday, but since he's taken the new ball, he's just bowling within himself, angling the ball into the right handers, just short of a length, hitting the seam, getting a bit of bounce, carry away. Pretty confident it won't be long before he gets an edge to slip and bowls, and that could easily have been it as he goes past Darley's outside edge again. It's just repeat at the moment. In, angles the ball in, little bit of nip off the seam. Darley plays and misses. Holmes just gone down the track and had a word with him, telling him how he might better negotiate this, maybe suggesting that he just uses his feet a little bit. I'd just carry on missing him. I think that's perfect. What you don't want to do is use your feet and get a nick as a result. There's Rain bowls again and he beats him again outside the off stump. 3 on the trot. And that's through to the keeper again. 263 for 9. Home 29, the non-striker has faced 48 deliveries. Good effort from the young man. 48 deliveries for the number 10. Darley also hanging around at the moment.
Changing the fielding positions here. I was watching the David Attenborough 100th birthday.
Well, Worcestershire still hanging in there. 263 for 9. The young pace bowling duo of Jack Home and Harry Darley at the crease. Holmes played very nicely for 29. Darley's on 1. 2 men out today. Brooks 28, Taylor 25. Worcestershire 263 for 9. As that one is played away on the offside by Darley. Field goes back now. 3 slips in, but third man back, deep square leg back, as they want Darley to take a single with 2 balls left in the over. And he won't take a single off that one because he's played and missed at it. 4th out of 5 in the over that he's pushed at and missed. It's been getting a bit frustrating for Ben Rain. Doesn't show it though. I think he knows he'll get his man sooner or later if he just keeps nagging away there. But 1 ball left in the over. They won't take a single if Darley plays it out on the leg side or down to third man. Here comes Rain then for the last ball of the 87th over. He bowls and Darley does get a bat on this one. Plays it down on the onside, but they don't take a run. It's a maiden from Ben Rain. 27 overs, 11 maidens, 4 for 54, keeping up his excellent bowling this season.
Yeah, did you see it last night there from the Royal Albert Hall, the David Attenborough 100th birthday celebrations?
I didn't.
I was watching it and somebody mentioned last night that David Attenborough is responsible for yellow tennis balls.
Really?
Yeah. I thought, how could that be? An old interview that he did years ago in with the Radio Times has resurfaced, and he was working at the BBC and was part of the team who were responsible for bringing colour television in 1968. So we have a change of bowler, and Aldridge comes in to replace Stokes, who replaced Robinson, who'd replaced Stokes. Worcestershire 269 for 3. So apparently, years ago, tennis balls were black or white depending on the colour of the surface that they were playing on. And as they were bringing colour television in, he suggested that they made them a brighter yellowy colour so they were easier to see on TV. So there you go. Aldridge bowls, it's wide of off stump, is left alone by Home.
I did see something the other day about his career at the BBC that basically told me something I didn't know, which was how high he was in the management of the BBC before he went into natural history programmes, and basically the only other job he could have got was Director General.
Right.
And he didn't want that because he wanted to get out of the studio and out of the office and so on.
Yeah.
That's why he did what he did.
Aldridge bowls, this is defended by Home, rolls back to Aldridge.
But the most remarkable thing about him for me is just how well he looks from hundreds. Just amazing. And how, he doesn't seem to have any problems with mobility or in terms of mental capacity. Just amazing. Absolutely amazing. Fantastic.
One of a kind as well, as a broadcasting legend. Obviously his films have gone around the world. There was a who's who of showbiz stars. Aldridge bowls here. This is left alone. At the end of the show they had a birthday messages from very many men. .263 for 9. But 2 balls left of this 88th over. Aldridge bowling to home. I don't think he's had to put bat and ball on this over, has he?
No.
That's another dot ball.
This one I think will be a, well, he wants to bowl a dot, doesn't he? Easiest way to do that probably to bang one in. Capable of high pace, Aldridge. Hasn't really slipped himself yet, has he?
Comes in, bowls. That's played back on the leg side this time, but Aldridge races across and snatches it before the two batsmen can think about a single. It's a maiden.
Yeah, they wanted a single, but not going to happen, was it?
I mean, from Worcestershire's point of view today, they were last night 209 for 7, so from their point of view they'd be more than happy that an hour and a half into the second day they're still out there batting.
Yeah.
Showing a bit of tenacity.
They were talking about 250 last night, and obviously anything over that was a bonus, I think. So yeah, I think so. I think they'll be reasonably happy to still be out there. And if they lose a wicket now, they'll have a nasty little session, won't they, the Durham openers, before lunch, which is scheduled for 1:10 today. Ben Rain is in and bowls, and Harry Darley is forward to his 19th delivery. Plays that out on the offside. So yeah, 40 minutes to go till lunch, which is 1:10. 104 overs in the day today. Tea at 4. Long day for you and me, Marty, with just the two of us.
Yeah, we've got to find a lot of things to talk about, Frank.
Yeah. Rain in bowls, and Darley is forward again to this one, playing it solidly up to mid-on. At least he's got a bat on the first two. Missed at 4 of the last over. Not that that'll bother him. Good effort by these two young lads.
Sunderland are playing Man U at home today. I've had to forward my ticket to a mate because I can't get there, obviously. Hope my daughters turn up because they're not renewing their season tickets at the end of the season.
There's Ben Rain in again, bowls, and Darley again plays forward defensive and pushes it out on the onside. So you got 3 season tickets.
Yeah. My oldest daughter used to come to the games with me when she was about the age of 9, 10, and then middle one joined us a little bit later on. But now older daughter's about to go to uni. Middle daughter says she doesn't want to go unless older daughter's there, so that's a real vote of confidence in their dad. I've seen it as an opportunity to save some money. So.
Ben Rain in, bowls, and he goes past the outside edge with that one. He played at that one all right. So we've had something like, what have we had? We've had at least 16 dots on the trot since the last run was scored. More, actually. Last run was scored in the 85th over. So we've had 1, 2, 8, 14, 20, 22, 24 dot balls. 24 dot balls since a run was scored. Make that 25 as Darley lifts his back clear of that. But they're keeping him out there, which is a good effort.
You'll be able to buy the DVD, 101 dot balls at the end of the season.
Imagine.
Would you like to sit down here? No, I'm not doing that.
Ben Rain. Last ball of his 28th over. 4 for 54 so far.
Inside edge, I think, wasn't it?
And he's hit him in front, big appeal, but no response from Hassan Adnan, the umpire. So either an inside edge or he was judging it to be missing the stumps. Just had a look, and I reckon it must have been an inside edge because he was pretty straight. Anyway, end of another maiden for Ben Rain. 28 overs, 12 maidens, 4 for 54. They're still there, these two. 263 for 9.
How many dot balls have we seen in a row, do you think?
I think that's 27.
27.
I'm not sure. I'll check.
Make that
That's
28.
another one, so I'll just check. It is 1, 2, 8, 14, 22, 28, 29 now.
Right.
29 deliveries since a run was scored. But it won't bother these two. They're doing okay.
Oh, they could have gone for a run there and they haven't. Excitement nearly broke out, but it didn't. 30 dot balls in a row now. Played off to mid-wicket, no run.
Yeah, in fairness, in those 30 dot balls, they probably could have run about 4 times, but have chosen not to. For sensible reasons, I think, to be honest.
Aldridge once more, and they're going to get a run now. So 31 deliveries later, Darley eventually gets a single to take him on to 2. Aldridge once more. 264 for 9 now.
Tim Cormell has been in touch. He says that the sound isn't working on his stream. It must be your equipment, Tim, because it's fine. I've just checked it. So probably your end. Same with somebody who messaged me about his stream freezing because it's not frozen at all for us today. It's been absolutely fine. So again, it might be your equipment or your internet signal.
What did we say? This was Holmes' 3rd game, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Aldrich bowls to. I thought they'd run there, didn't they?
Yeah, Darley's on strike
Sorry.
now.
Right, sorry. Right, so the last run went to home, not Darley.
Yeah.
Last ball of the 90th over. 2-6-4 for 9. Aldrich comes in again, bowls. That's gone through to the keeper, end of the over.
So Home will be on strike. He's on 30, the young man, which is a good effort. He's the 3rd highest scorer in the innings after Adam Hose and Brett D'Oliveira. Brooks made 28, Taylor 25. Waite 18, and the first 4 out yesterday. Latigan 2, Libby 9, Roderick 6, and Kashif 27. Casey Aldridge 16 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 69. But we're going to see some spin from the new road end. Callum Parkinson with his left arm spin, and I think this is a good move because I think Home will take it on. He may not, but the field will be set back. There's a slip in there. They'll then, if Home gets off the strike, and they've set the field back for him to be given a single, really, pretty much, and then they'll crowd Darley, I would have thought. Parkinson bowls, and Home goes down the pitch, and he goes big, first ball all the way for 6. Over extra cover, inside out, didn't quite get all of it, but it's a shortish boundary. It was dropped by a gentleman in the front row of the seats in the stand underneath the hotel, and Jack Home has decided to take it on, and he's hit the first ball for 6. He's gone to 36. Parkinson bowls. This time he pushes defensively back up the pitch to the bowler. So first 6 of the innings, and it's 270 for 9. Parkinson round the wicket again, bowls, and Home is forward, beaten outside the off stump by one that just turned a little bit, taken by Ollie Robinson. So 4th ball of the over. Will he take a single off this one? No, he won't, because he's beaten again outside the off stump. A little bit of turn, nice stuff from Parkinson. Beat the outside edge. So 2 balls left in the over. Single would do now for home, but he can't get one as he's on the back foot playing defensively. So last ball of the over. Field comes in to some extent. Mid wicket's gone in tight. Parkinson bowls. Home can't get a run. Fizzed through by Parkinson, just drops it down in front of him. So Darley will be on strike against Aldridge. 270 for 9. Jack Holmes played well. 36 now to him. Good effort by the young man. Darley's kept him company very doggedly as well. He's faced 27 deliveries. And Worcestershire have added 61 runs today, having started the day on 209 for 7. And I think it's been a pretty good effort.
Paul Wilson's emailed greetings from an overcast and wet Costerdale Hartlepool. Too far north today. Good start this morning by the Durham bowlers. Hopefully they can wrap this innings up fairly quickly. Well, it's not happening like that at the minute. It's Aldridge bowls here to Darley, who defends. Ball goes back to him. It's a steady batting required from Durham later, as the pitch seems to be doing a little bit for the bowlers. Should be with you for the duration, apart from nipping out of the chippy. And he's got a night off band watching tonight. In fact, he's probably listening to this while he's already been to the chippy. In comes Aldridge bowls. Darley plays the ball across to Graham Clark in the covers, no run there. Welsh cricketer Malcolm Nash, born on this day in 1945. Played for Glamorgan and Shropshire. Next ball is defended by Darley once more. Andrew Howard Jones, a New Zealand cricketer. I know Howard Jones, the singer, but on this day in 1914, the English cricketer J.T. Hearn became the first bowler to take 3,000 first-class wickets, doing it for Middlesex. Aldridge bowls, has a little bit of bite in it as it comes up around about chin high. Darley just rocks out the road and lets it go through. Two balls left of the over. Aldridge in. It's a leave. It's gone through to the keeper. If you want to email, you can email weircricket@bbc.co.uk. Always interested what you're up to on a weekend. Where are you? What you're doing? Probably be a north-south split today, where people in the south are in their gardens and enjoying the sunshine, and those in the north are indoors out of the rain. Aldridge bowls, and that's left alone by Darley. And that is the end of the over. It's a maiden. 270 for 9.
Just telling you what's happening elsewhere.
Hang on.
The score is the Conference North Playoff Final. The latest is South Shields 0, Kidderminster Harriers 0.
What was that? 0-0?
Yeah.
Kidderminster Harriers, South Shields. Not sure the crowd are that interested in that.
Oh, well, I tell you what, there'll be a few people
Listen
here.
to the radio though if they are.
Yeah,
Parkinson bowls. This is pushed out on the offside by Home. Elsewhere, Warwickshire, Yorkshire have blown a good position at Edgbaston. They were 110 for 4 overnight and bowled out for 152. So it's almost parity there as Home blocks this one. Warwickshire naught without loss in reply. So very good position Yorkshire were in, and Warwickshire fought their way right back into that this morning. Parkinson again bowls, and there's an appeal for LBW. Not given. runs. I think it was for LBW, it might have been for a call behind, not given anywhere. It wasn't that confident an appeal. Leicestershire Sussex 223 behind with 8 wickets remaining. Gets a single here home, pushing out on the offside, which means Darley will have 2 balls to face in the over, 271 for 9. Leicestershire 328, Sussex 105 for 2. Chelmsford, Hampshire 235, Essex in trouble, 126 for 6, still trailing by 109 runs with 4 wickets remaining. Kent 92 for 3 against Gloucestershire at Bristol. Now, I suppose we have to look and see whether Zach Crawley got any. The answer is no, he got 1 before he was bowled by Bell. Somerset 354 against Glamorgan at Cardiff. Glamorgan 58 for 2 in reply. Parkinson bowls. Darley is immaculately forward, pushes out on the offside. Derbyshire's still going really well at Derby against Northamptonshire. 426 for 5 now. And nobody's got 100, just lots of runs down the card. Parkinson bowls. Darley blocks, end of the over. But yeah, 432 for 5 and nobody's got 100. That's quite remarkable. Notts 403 for 9 against Surrey at Trent Bridge. So a good effort by the Notts batters. 129 for Joe Clark, 82 for Jack Haynes, 41 for O'Neill. Ollie Stone 36 not out. Josh Tongue 28 not out. Josh Tongue, riches indeed for the former Worcestershire man. And that's it, I think. Oh, Lancashire Middlesex, I keep forgetting that one. Lancashire 201, Middlesex 116 for 5.
Aldrich starts a new over bowling here to Home, who's on 37. Dot ball played up to mid on. What was the name of the town you said Trevor was mayor of?
Prestine.
Prestine. So where's that?
Prestigne.
Aldrich bowls, and the ball played up to mid on once more. Right. It's in Herefordshire, I think.
Yeah, just.
Yeah, so yeah. It's the next place along this coed. That's over towards the border. I've never heard of Beggar's Bush. Next ball is driven into the cover area, picked up by Ben Stokes, no run. I used to go on holiday when I was a kid quite a lot into near the Elan Valley in Wales, but we used to come in sort of from the north down Wrexham way and then across towards Newtown and Welshpool.
Birmingham gets its water from.
It is, yes, gravity fed. Beautiful area. That's short, pulled out through mid-wicket by Home for 1 run, picked up by Parkinson at the far corner of the ground. Yeah, there's about 5 or 6 different dams there, isn't there? It's all sent via a huge pipe system down to Birmingham. Does it go to Liverpool as well, or just Birmingham?
I don't know.
It's a fantastic drive around the Cambrian Mountains around there. Bowler comes in, Yorker length ball, just tapped away by Darley. 20 minutes to lunch, can these two get them there? 251 for 9 when they joined forces, 272 for 9 now. We're in the 94th over. This is the last ball of it. Aldrich bowls and Darley plays the ball up to mid on, no run there. It's all niggle value from a Durham point of view, these two young players, keeping them out there as long as they have. What time did the last wicket fall?
About 13 overs anyway.
Nearly an hour then, isn't it?
Parkinson to continue. Bowling to home with one slip, short fine leg, backward point, extra cover, everybody else on the boundary. Home waits and blocks the first one back to the bowler. He might fancy deep mid wicket, straightish, the gap between the man at long on and deep mid wicket. Drives this to long on and takes a single with the second ball of the over, trusting Darley then. Quite sure whether I would have done that this early in the over. Field will change now. 2 slips, backward point, short extra on the drive, 2 saving, 1 in the ring on the offside.
Faced 84 balls, these two.
Parkinson bowls. Darley is forward, blocking out on the offside. 3 left in the over. In again, Parkinson round the wicket, bowls. Darley forward again. Just letting the ball come onto the bat, running it out on the offside. Nicely played. Parkinson says, I'd like a man in close on the offside now. Good decision. I'd have a short leg as well. I'd have 4 or 5 round the bat. Darley's not going to play anything aggressively, I wouldn't have thought. So we've got 2 slips and a silly point now under the helmet. Parkinson bowls. He lets that go. Very late decision. He's negotiated it well so far. Taken by the keeper. 1 ball left in the over, the 95th of the innings, and he's blocking it out on the offside. Good effort. These two, their immediate target will be to get to lunch, which is 15 minutes away, 17 minutes away, 273 for 9, and then if they were still there at lunch they might start thinking about another batting bonus point, which would be a fantastic effort, but 1 step at a time, I suppose.
Please enter by the gate on the cathedral side of the ground or in front of the Graham Hick Pavilion. Please make my over. Thank you.
Spectators allowed to have a wander under the field during the lunch break. Aldridge bowling his 19th over, 1 for 73 maidens. Comes in here from the Diglas end. Home is forward and defends. I wonder how many people will stand and stare at the track during that lunch break.
How about this for nonsense? I don't know what you think about the substitute rule, but taking a new turn this morning.
Here comes Aldridge. Bowls. It's gone through to the keeper.
Harry Duke has signed for Middlesex on a 2-match loan, and he has been used to replace Joe Cracknell mid-game due to an injury to the wicketkeeper.
Right.
It's just bonkers, isn't it? Yeah. Absolutely bonkers.
So where's the second team wiki?
Yeah, mad.
Has he been signed purely for that reason?
I've no idea.
Aldridge bowls again.
That's a great shot.
Dug out from the legs
really
there
shot.
and played up towards long on for 2 by Home. Takes him on to 41.
Equals second top score.
Yeah, Brett D'Oliveira was out yesterday for 41. The top score holds with 59. Did you say there not been any centuries anywhere?
No. In that big score for Derbyshire.
Right. Dot ball defended on off stump by Home.
You know, 90s, 2 90s, I think, 4 40s, a 50. They got a massive score. Nobody's got 100. That's the point I was making. It's quite unusual, isn't it?
Yeah. Who is going to break this partnership? Aldridge to Home. Home drives up to mid-on, no run there.
Annoyed with himself. It's a good shot again, wasn't it? For no runs. One ball left for him to get a single.
What I would say generally is that batting has looked fairly okay today, hasn't it?
Ben Ray was pretty nifty with the new ball.
Sun's dried everything out now. In comes the bowler, and that's played back up towards the bowler's end by home, end of the over. 2 runs from it. Aldridge looks a bit fed up and kicks some dust away as he walks off with his cap in his hand.
Parkinson will be on strike though for the first ball. For the Parkinson will be bowling to home, will be on strike from the first ball. So this will be a little window of opportunity. Durham will think, because Darley, did I say home? I'll get it right in a minute. Darley will be on strike.
Yeah.
Window of opportunities, because he's not really looked to score off Parkinson at all. He's just looked to block it. And there's 2 slips in, silly point, 3 saving, 1 on the offside, 2 saving, 1 on the leg side, 3 saving, 1 now on the leg side. I think he'll be looking to just try and play a maiden out. I can't see where they're going to get a single from. Parkinson bowls, drops it down to the man. Yeah. And the same result here, not Clark, just runs out to Aldridge, not Aldridge, Gay at backward point, sort of short third. Parkinson again, round the wicket, balls, and again Darley is forward. To be fair, playing these nicely, these forward defensive shots are pretty competent. 3 balls left in the over. This time quicker from Parkinson, but Darley on the back foot plays defensively out to Gay. Parkinson, Darley and Emilio Gay having their own little game at the moment. This one is down the leg side, nicely taken by Ollie Robinson. It's quite full and quite quick. Darley went inside it, tried to just tickle it down to fine leg, didn't get anything on it. Neat take by Robinson. Last ball of the over.
Faster.
And he's turned it away, and they've taken a single, which is surprising, I think. I don't think I would have done that. Whether they were just not thinking, not quite sure, but it means that Darley's kept the strike, which is not in the plan, I don't think. And it will be very much to Durham's satisfaction that he's done so. He's on 2. Home is on 41, and Worcestershire are 276 for now.
Luke Robinson's coming on to replace Aldridge, so maybe Aldridge knew that last over was his final over in that spell, and that was why he was kicking the ground in disappointment as he took his cap. We got an email yesterday during a rain break from James O'Donnell in Glasgow. He's been back on today, but I need to tell you what happened yesterday before today comes along. Here's Robinson, comes in and bowls to Darley, who leaves that one. So he says, "Hi Marty and Frank, I'm listening and watching the stream. I'm in a prone position with a torn knee ligament, and I'm in the bad books with my partner because I was supposed to rip the kitchen unit out ahead of the joiners coming this weekend. Unfortunately, I spent bank holiday Sunday pogoing to a band which my 53-year-old knees balked at, throwing in the towel in protest. And now my moral support and encouragement are falling on deaf ears, and I'm not sure she has to make quite as much noise doing it herself," he says. As Robinson bowls, that's off the pad, and must have been an inside edge because he was about to appeal and then gave up. Ball rolled down to gully. So yesterday he thought this one could be done by late doors Sunday, one way or another. Now he's emailed in to correct the email from yesterday, and he said, "Afternoon Marty and Frank. He said, I made what's turned out to be an early bold prediction yesterday, reckoning you'd be on the A1 for about 7 o'clock tomorrow evening. Worcestershire is setting what I think will be a decent first innings score here. 276 for 9 at the minute as Robinson bowls. That one goes to the keeper. He said, notwithstanding Worcestershire's niggly last wicket stand, it looks like there's at least one with your name on it eventually on a sly track. So it'll be interesting to see how Durham approach things. I've run out of codeine for my torn knee ligament, but watching this beautiful ground on the stream is taking the edge off the pain, says Jamie in Glasgow. Well, you're not on it.
Hope you get better soon.
Yeah. In comes a bowler, and again it's a leave. It's gone through to the keeper. So knee ligaments while pogoing.
Yeah,
let that be a warning.
Calm down. But yeah, it's interesting how he's changed his view, Jamie, on the pitch. I'd still reserve judgment and see how it goes. Worcestershire, remember, have a pretty depleted seam attack in this game.
Robinson in. That's a short one. Darley sees it early and just rocks away. Ducks out the line of the ball.
They need to take wickets with the new ball. They rely quite a lot on Tom Taylor and Matthew Waite in this game. Other than that, they've got these two that are out there, both seam bowlers but very, very inexperienced. And Ethan Brooks, very much a fifth seamer. No Swanepoel, no Gibbon, no Finch, no Allison. So it's a tall order.
Robinson bowls again and it's left wide of off stump. Welcome to listeners on Sports Extra. We've got about another 8 minutes to lunch here. We're making up for overs lost yesterday, so we've got 104 overs in our day. And the last pair are in for Worcestershire.
So Callum Parkinson to bowl from the New Road End to the Shrewsbury-born Jack Home. Also Shrewsbury-born is his partner Harry Darley. Parkinson bowls and Home drives nicely through the offside. Takes a single off the first ball of the over, showing confidence in his flatmate. 277 for 9. Home has 42. Darley has 2. Shropshire boys through and through. Worcestershire over the years have benefited greatly from the Shropshire connection. Parkinson bowls, Darley defends and Gay fields.
Did you mention Shrewsbury School yesterday?
Shrewsbury School,
yeah.
That's where Jack Home went, Ed Barnard went, Joe Leach went.
Do Shropshire play at Shrewsbury School?
I don't think so. They play at Shrewsbury Town Cricket Club.
Shrewsbury Town, right.
I'm not sure, they might do. This one outside the off stump, and Darley plays and misses at it. And Joe Hart was here, in the academy when he was a Shrewsbury Cricket Club boy, and he was a left arm seamer, was in the academy, but given the choice between football and cricket, Darley plays this one down.
He decided to become a millionaire.
Yeah, he decided, well, I don't know, I can't for the life of me think what made him choose football.
Strange decision.
Hasn't done too badly, has he? He's a good pundit now as well, I reckon, when he's on Match of the Day. Another Shrewsbury boy, as Parkinson bowls again, and
James Taylor was Shrewsbury.
Darley turns it away on the offside. Indeed he was. Yeah. Ed Barnard's dad was master in charge of cricket for a long time. Parkinson bowls and Darley defends on the offside. Another maiden over is negotiated. Oh, it wasn't a maiden, was there? Run off the first ball. But Darley survived the next 5. And what a good job this young man has done. He's 2 not out, but he's faced 58 deliveries. Tremendous effort. Jack Home is 42 not out off 80, and Worcestershire are 277 for 9, having started the day on 209 for 7. They've lost Ethan Brooks for 28 and Tom Taylor for 25. But this young pair of Shropshire seamers are at the moment holding up the progress of Durham.
Robinson bowling his 21st over, comes in right arm over, and all pushed away by Home across towards point. Home on 42 from 81 balls. Probably get another over in after this one before luncheon. Notice the written press are already tucking into their scran, Frank. 2 tiers scranning going on here. Fewer photographers around today than yesterday.
Pardon?
I think there's fewer photographers here today
Yeah,
than
there are,
yesterday.
yeah.
There's still quite a few written press. We're all here to see Ben Stokes playing for Durham for the first time in nearly 2 years. Robinson heads back to his mark in front of the sight screen at the digless end. Now in past James Middlebrook, the umpire, and bowls. That's turned nicely out through mid-wicket by Home for 1. Fielder out there is Callum Parkinson. Looks a decent bat. Home.
Yeah, absolutely. 100 in the second team, as I said, I think, this season. That's about 7 in the second team games. I think that might be where his future lies. It could easily be if he develops his bowling to the point where he's a first pick, then he could easily be batting at 7 or 8, couldn't he?
Next ball bowled by Robinson to Darley. Luke Robinson playing in his first full game for Durham because he's made his debut at Lord's last weekend as a substitute for Kimar Roach, who's now gone back to the West Indies with an injury. Durham signed Dwayne Olafia, the South African, the other day, but he's not playing in this game. Robinson's 22 years old. He's bowling to Darley, who's 21, and Jack Home is 20. And these two have been together for quite some time now. As Robinson bowls again, it's a short one, and Darley ducks out the road of it. Partnership is now 27 runs from about 116 balls. Last wicket fell ages ago. 251 for 9 when Taylor went LBW to Ben Rain. That was the second delivery with the new ball. So that was 80.2 overs. We're now 99.5 overs. 278 for 9. 2 wickets to fall today. Brooks going earlier for 28. As this is defended by Darley. That is the end of the over. 1 run in it. So the first wicket of the day was Brooks. That was in the... What have I written down there? 73rd over, I think. He's on 28 when he tried to reverse sweep Callum Parkinson in his first over of the day and gloved it to Casey Aldridge at first slip, and then Taylor went for 25. But Durham have drawn a blank since then.
So last over before lunch, Callum Parkinson to bowl it with his left arm spin round the wicket, 1 slip in place. He's bowling to Jack Home, and Home is edging his first ball rather tentatively to Emilio Gay at short third man. Just runs along the ground. Parkinson again in, bowls, and Home is driving nicely, competently up to long on for a single. Fielding done by Ben McKinney, who moves in now into the ring, if there were a ring. Imagine the fielding circle. Just inside that, the mid-on for Darley on strike. All the field in now. Parkinson bowls and Darley defends. Got 2 slips, silly point under the helmet. Man behind square on the leg side saving. 1 short mid-wicket, mid-on, mid-off, extra cover, and a short third. So nobody out at all as Parkinson bowls, and Darley drops this down on the offside. Graham Clark under the lid at short leg does the fielding. 2 balls left in the over, 2 balls till lunch. Can they survive? Parkinson bowls, Darley turns it on the leg side, might have even had a 1, but is told to forget about it as Luke Robinson comes from behind square to do the fielding. Last over, last ball before lunch then, Parkinson to bowl it. Bowls to Darley, and he's forward to it, and that is lunch as he turns it on the leg side. Well, it should be lunch. I'm looking at the scoreboard. They go by the, well, it says 110 on the board. Oh, they're 9 down, aren't they? Oh my goodness,
no.
You'll have to wait. We're hungry here. What's going on? We've had the extra 10 minutes. They're 9 down.
no.
We're going to have another half an hour.
Forgot about
Nonsense. Absolutely. Honestly, I've said.
Lunch will be delayed for 30 minutes.
I said at Northampton last week. This is the most nonsensical rule in the game. It's not a rule, is it? It's a condition. It's absolutely nonsensical, isn't it? We're already late.
Here's Robinson with a bouncer.
We should have realised,
I'm
of
a bit
course.
miffed
I
now,
think
like-
because it had been such a long partnership,
Yeah.
he'd just forgotten all about it,
Yeah.
hadn't he, really? He even considered it. Oh, dear me.
Lunch is going to be
We might have
freezing.
to take it in shifts then, because otherwise our food will be cold.
I've got to do an update for Radio Newcastle in a minute.
I've got to do one in a minute as well. At half time in the
Wednesday.
football.
It must be nearly half time, is it?
Yeah, there'll be a few added minutes, won't there? There always are.
Robinson again, and that's cut by Home out towards the cover boundary. No run is taken though. He's on 44. I don't think he needs to farm out the strike anymore now. I think he could quite easily get himself to 50 here. The 3 peaks of Surrey, which sounds like more than 3 to me. Katie says it starts in Dorking, then they go up Box Hill, which was famous, the famous climb in the Olympic road race.
I thought you were going to say the famous climb in Jane Austen novel then. Which it is.
Is it?
Yeah. Persuasion, I think.
Next ball from Robinson. Dug out by Home. Right off the toe of the bat. No run. It then goes Leith Hill and Holmbury Hill. So Box Hill, Leith Hill and Holmbury Hill, and finishes in Holmbury St Mary. Sounds very nice. The London to Brighton bike ride, that goes up Box Hill. I think it goes over a big hill called Ditchling Beacon as well.
Emma, not Persuasion.
Emma. This next ball driven out into the covers. Stokes picks it up and throws at the stumps at the keeper's end. It misses the target, but it's collected by the keeper. 280 for 9. Home on 45 with a single there. Darley now on strike on 2. Can't say I've read any Jane Austen. I think some of the people who live in the Box Hill area got a bit fed up. It became quite a visitor point for cyclists heading through the Surrey Hills. Robinson heading up to his mark. A couple of fielding alterations being made. One of them is Ben Rain dropping out onto the boundary at long leg. In comes the bowler. That's a short one, and Darley just has to duck out the road of that. Doesn't have to offer a shot, just lets it go through.
"66 deliveries he's faced. Really good effort.
Robinson, another short one, and again Darley just ducks out the road of that. 1 run from the over then, 280 for 9.
Way to score the Association Football and South Shields 0, Kidderminster Harriers 2.
Kidderminster
2-0.
Harriers are winning 2-0 at South Shields. The Kidderminster are the only team who've done the double on South Shields this year.
And they've come. You know, when a team goes into
Yeah.
the playoffs
In
on
form.
a roll, that's what they've been like in the last month or so.
Donnelly and Cooper with the goals.
Callum Parkinson to continue, bowling to Jack Home. Turned on the onside for a single off the first ball, which means Darley will have 5 to face. I'm not entirely. I don't know. I'm not sure about what they've agreed out there, how early in the over they'll take a run. They didn't take one off the second ball of Robinson's over, took one off the fourth ball, but maybe Home is trusting Darley more against the spin. Blocks this next one out on the offside. It might be that Darley is the one dictating it. Might be saying to Home, look, I don't mind facing the spinner, but I don't particularly want to face the quick stuff. I don't know. He's faced 60 odd deliveries now, so he's handling it all pretty well. Parkinson bowls to him. Again, he's blocking this out on the offside. I'm hungry, are you?
Yeah. Jamie's just emailed. He says, I'm just about to tuck into my sausage rolls, lads. I'm feeling for you, he says.
Parkinson round the wicket, bowls again, quicker. Darley back to this, blocks out on the offside, French cricket style. Ball runs out into the covers. 281 for 9. Parkinson is 14th over. Bowls, Darley blocks it again.
What's French cricket?
When you stand with the bat in front of your legs like that. You never heard of that?
I'm trying to remember what it was. Probably played as a kid.
Parkinson again bowls and he pushes out on the offside, where you stand with your feet together and the bat in front of your shins and people throw the ball and try and hit your legs and you just move the bat across like that. End of the over, 281 for 9. Home has 46, Darley has 2, and we're still waiting for our lunch because we've taken the extra half hour and lunch was delayed anyway at 10 past 1, and we were watching all the rest of the media people eating their lunches here and thinking we'll get ours any minute. And at 10 past 1 arrived and we realised that actually that they were 9 down, and of course they take the extra half hour.
Don't cry on air.
It's a daft rule.
Here's Robinson bowling to Home, who slams that up to the boundary for 4 and a 50. His first 50, he's batted really nicely here, 91 balls. And
top effort from the young man.
7 fours and a 6.
Ben Stokes clapping him, nice to see.
In comes the bowler again. Oh, and he's gone after him that time, and he's got an edge. It's gone across towards square leg. Didn't connect with the ball properly there. Be doing an update in about 10 minutes for Radio Newcastle and the half time of that match between South Shields and Kidderminster. Shields finished 8 points ahead of Kidderminster, but have already lost twice to them in the league this year, and they're trailing 2-0 today. This is defended by Home. In the other, the National League South playoff final, that's Hornchurch against Torquay later today. I could not point to Hornchurch on a map, could you? Is it part of London or?
No.
Wonder where it is. Robinson comes in, bowls. Shortish ball pulled out to deep mid wicket for 1 run by Home. Takes him on a 51. 286 for 9. Hornchurch is a town in. That's got a white windmill. It's around Upminster, Romford area. It's Essex then, isn't it? Dagenham. Two balls left of this over. Robinson with another short one. Darley can just deal with these all day. All he just needs to do is doesn't have to offer a shot. He just ducks. It's a waste of energy, really.
They've been very, very composed, haven't they? These two young Salopians.
We're being teased by Kevin Howells here.
Yeah, I know. I've seen it. I wonder what the chat was over breakfast in their flat this morning. These two. We might have to bat together this morning. You know.
Have you seen the milk? Wasn't it your turn to get the milk? 286
Just
for
about
9.
to do our update into the football. End of the over. 286 for 9. 35 added so far for this 10th wicket by this pair. Really good effort by them. Time for that update into BBC Hereford Worcester. Delayed lunch here because Worcestershire are still out there. 286 for 9, and the Salopian pair, the youngsters, Harry Darley 21 years old, Jack Home on 20, holding Durham up. They've so far added 35 for this last wicket, and they've been exceptionally composed in doing so. Jack Holmes reached his first ever 50 for Worcestershire. He's just gone to 52 not out. He's faced 95 deliveries, but equally Sterling has been his partner. Harry Darley on debut, he's faced 74 deliveries, just made 2 runs, but these two proving very irritating to Durham, as Worcestershire are now 13 runs away from a very unlikely second batting point. They're 287 for 9. As that one takes Darley on the pad, drops down on the onside. Very good effort by these two. Parkinson again bowls. Darley is playing this one defensively up to wide mid on. And there's no addition. Slight change in the field. Maybe he's going to change his line, change his pace a little bit. He's brought his silly point to short leg. And he does fire the next one in, but Darley blocks it just the same. Parkinson again stands at the end of his run-up, comes round the wicket and bowls, and Darley is turning this one on the leg side and could have had a run, but they decide against it because there's one ball left in the over. This is where it gets a bit confusing. So they could have had a run there, they've turned it down, so he's going to face the last ball. If Home then takes a single off the first ball of the next over, it's nonsense, isn't it? But I'm not going to quibble too much because they've done a really good job. This one's turned straight to the fielder this time at short fine legs. The end of a maiden from Parkinson, who is a bit frustrated. 15 overs for Parkinson. 1 maiden, 1 for 33. 287 for 9. And still we wait for our lunch.
Somebody's just shouted out into the middle batting point. 13 away it is. I feel faint now, Frank. Kevin Howells is at Trent Bridge, isn't he, this week?
I don't know where he is.
This is bowled by Luke Robinson, played out deep mid-wicket by Home, no run. Doesn't bother taking a run. Bedingham Fields. Yeah, well, they do good lunches at Trent Bridge because you go down to the floor below the commentary box and you can have whatever's on in the restaurant. And he's just absolutely polished off whatever he was having. His plate was completely empty. He sent us a picture as proof. Obviously because he cares about our dilemma. 288 for 9 and hungry. Robinson comes in, bowls, that's up in the air, and that is going to go for 6. Out to the river side of the ground. Parkinson's on the boundary there. So is Bedingham. It's gone over Beddingham's head. It's his second 6.
That's Darley.
Darley
to the board. I don't think it is it?
No, it's not. Yeah, it's Home.
It's Home. Darley board completely mixed up on that one. Never seen Harry Darley play a shot like that.
in again, and that's turned to deep mid-wicket to, I think, Parkinson. Yeah, the scoreboard's the wrong way around now. It was earlier, it confused me earlier when it had Darley on strike and it wasn't. So Holmes on 56, I think. Two 9, 4 for 9. 6 away from a batting point. Bowler comes in. Durham did get their the final bowling point when this pair was the wicket that brought this pair together. Single there from home. Scoreboard's caught up with them now. Yeah. So Darley's gone back to 2. Holmes gone up to 59. Darley on 8 after that 6. Partnership is currently 43. This is defended by Darley. Comes the bowler once more, short one, left alone. Right, the highest 10th wicket stand for Worcestershire against Durham was actually just 4 years ago at Chesley Street. Gareth Roderick and Dylan Pennington put on 69.
Parkinson will continue from the New Road end. It's a glorious day here at New Road. Absolutely perfect cricket weather. I cannot imagine a more perfect scene. The temperature's just about right. None of the fielders were in sweaters. Not too hot though. Most of the spectators in shirt sleeves. It's just absolutely beautiful. Bright sunshine. Callum Parkinson round the wicket to bowl, and first ball of the over is driven by home to extra cover. It gets a bit serious now for these two, because they've done a great job. They've got to the point now where Worcestershire just 6 runs away from another batting point, 5 now, as home takes a single up to long on, and they'd be gutted if they've done really well, and everybody's going to say well batted, great partnership, etc. They'll be applauded off, but they'd be gutted if they don't get that extra batting point now, which looked very, very unlikely when they came together. So Darley is on strike, and now they are doing what I said I would have done quite a while ago, having a short leg and a silly point and 2 slips against Darley, who hasn't really played a shot in anger against Parkinson at all. Darley bowls, and he just lets that come, plays it very late, drops it down in front of him. 295 for 9. Halfway through Parkinson's 16th over, he bowls another defensive block by Darley. Two balls left in the over. Lunch has been delayed. Parkinson bowls, Darley blocks again, and there's no run. So lunch was due at 1:10, half an hour added because they're 9 down. 20 minutes of that half hour has elapsed. Worcestershire 5 runs away from another batting point. Parkinson bowls, Darley blocks, end of the over. 16 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 34. Callum Parkinson's figures. This stand continues. 5 runs required for Worcestershire to get that second batting point. They arrived this morning 209 for 7, but perhaps not expecting it when Ben Rain took a wicket with the first over with the new ball to make them 251 for 9. Ben Rain is now coming back into the attack, and he's going to bowl from the Diglis end for the very first time in the innings. 28 overs, 12 maidens, 4 for 54. Ben Stokes on his return to first class cricket, 20 overs, 7 maidens, 2 for 54. But Rain it is, who is in now, and Home is walking into him and driving out on the offside, but only gets a single. Wanted 2 when he hit it, takes a 1 off the first ball. It's a bit of a worry in terms of exposing Harry Darley to Ben Rain. That said, and let's be honest about this, Harry Darley has faced 85 deliveries for his 2. Absolutely splendid effort by the young man, so can't fault him. But Ben Rain, with a newish ball, 27 overs old, is a pretty tough prospect. He's already taken 28 wickets this season, and he will now be bowling to Darley with 2 slips and a gully and 3 saving one on the offside. He's in, he bowls, and Darley is forward, as he has done so many times, just pushing it out defensively on the offside.
Just put my order in for Christmas dinner.
What are you having?
I've gone for the turkey again. This rate will still be here at Christmas.
Pudding?
Yeah, I'll probably go for treacle sponge or something like that.
Nice. Yeah. You're making it worse now. Rain again bowls, Darley forward, pushes out on the offside. Graham Clark in the gully does the fielding. So we're halfway through the 108th over. I don't think many people expected Worcestershire to still be batting at lunch, to be fair, even before play started, but it appears to have flattened out a little bit, and they've played really well. They've really applied themselves well.
I'm reminded of Matt Hobden and Ollie Robinson for Sussex at Durham a few years ago.
Rain again bowls, and Darley gets a run. Do you know what? He's going to get... Oh no, I said he was going to get 4, but he didn't go all the way. He's got 2 though. Good running to come back for 2, actually. So well done to Harry Darley. The necessity of the runs is because they want that. Yeah. They want that batting point now. They really do. Now 298 for 9.
Hobden and Ollie Robinson put on more than 100 for Sussex's final wicket at Durham. It was a record 10th wicket stand for the club, and Robinson got a century.
Yeah, he's not the worst, is he, Robinson? Rain again bowls, Darley forward, plays defensively out on the offside, and they take a single.
Don't think he was expecting to be called forward there.
In the over, 299 for 9. Darley now has 5, and well, it's going to be interesting to see what Home does on this over, because the first ball of the over, he walked at Rain, drove him into the covers. The field stayed the same. He might chance his arm, try and get a boundary. 1 ball left in the over. Rain is in, bowls, he's on the walk, can't do anything with it, drives it up to mid-off. End of the over. Darley will be on strike. 1 run needed for the extra batting point.
They're going to go off for lunch now.
299 for 9.
Uh-huh. Is it lunch?
No.
Uh-huh. I think a few of the players have asked the umpires, is that not the 8 overs done? The umpires are now having a chat.
I don't know. They don't know whether they're doing the 8 overs or half an hour. I thought it's actually time, isn't it, rather than overs? I think it's half an hour.
1 more over, I think they've said. Colin Smart's emailed. He said, watching you broadcast at Worcester reminded me, when I was 16 in 1955, I was a member of a cycle club and I was a route direction marshal on Box Hill for a Surrey competition. He said, I'm now just enjoyed a sausage sandwich with brown sauce.
Oh no, he hasn't said that. You made that.
No, he has.
Oh,
people teasing us.
Torture.
This is not fair, is it? It's bullying, that's what it is. Parkinson going to bowl here to Darley. 1 run needed then for this unexpected second batting point. It's defended on a length. They'll there'll be no more bonus points if they get this, because we're in the 109th over and the cut-off is 110. Comes in again here, Darley forward. Colin says he's disabled now, so he doesn't get to the cricket matches anymore, but relies on watching them on the YouTube channel. So, thanks for joining us today, Colin. I hope the sausage sandwich doesn't give you indigestion. Next ball just nudged around the square leg, no run. You know, I don't know, it'll be cold, of course, won't it, as Parkinson comes in now and bowls.
Can't believe it.
Pushed off to the covers. We're going to have to go and find a microwave, aren't we?
I think there might be one next door, actually.
Next ball, defended, blocked on a length. I put a photograph on in the dining room of the hotel last night. I was the only person there. Felt very much like Alan Partridge. And somebody suggested I could buy some boil in the bag kippers and cook them in my trouser press in my room. Next ball, played down into the ground and stopped at silly point. Is that it? Are they going off now?
No, one more. It's half hour, it's not.
Right.
Hassan Adnan's having a go at Parkinson about his
Footmarks.
Yeah. So, one more over, 1 run required, home on strike, rain to bowl, 1 over before lunch. Worcestershire need 1 run for this batting point.
I don't think this morning when Durham arrived here they thought they'd still be fielding before lunch.
Especially not when Taylor was out in the 81st over. Harry Dolly has faced 95 deliveries. That's amazing for his 5. Really good. Ben Rain to bowl to Jack Home. He's in, Home is walking, steers it down, can't get a run, straight to Graham Clark in the gully. I think one thing, I've said this a few times about innings like this, but when you look at the stats for Darley, 5 runs off 95 balls, you've actually got to play well to do that. You really have, because you'd nick more than that normally. If you face 95 balls, you'd edge it down to 3rd man or whatever. He's obviously played very, very solidly. Jack Home is now the top scorer in the innings with 61, batting at 10. And there is the 300 for Worcestershire as he turns it on the leg side. Outstanding performance by these two. Jack Home moves on to 62 and Worcestershire bring up the 300 in the 2nd batting bonus point. And it's a very, very good effort indeed.
Well, the 50 partnership will be next then, because they're on 49 now, aren't they?
Last over, we think, before lunch. Lunch for us, not for anybody else. Just the players and us. Everybody else has had theirs. As Rain bowls and beats Darley outside the off stump. Very good delivery, but well done to the Shropshire pair, the young Salopians, Home and Darley, who have added 49 for the 10th wicket and taken Worcestershire to 300 and a very unlikely 2nd batting point, and very, very much what was in the plan, I think, this morning. Graham Clark goes into short leg, dons the helmet. 3 balls left before the break. Rain is in and bowls. Ooh, well, Darley got in a bit of a mess with that one. It was banged in short and he ducked it. YouTube's gone on strike. And then found that it wasn't really as short as he thought. He got into a bit of a pickle. Rayner Ben bowls. Dolly edges this down to third man. They've taken one and they'll come back for two. And that is the 50 partnership between these two. A superb effort by the two young lads. 302 for 9. Applause ringing around the ground. And Harry Darley goes to 7. Doesn't really do him
balls,
justice.
something like that.
Very, very good effort. The stream does seem to have frozen this time.
Maybe it wasn't expecting to still be on at this time.
302 for 9. Rain into bowl to Darley, and he's getting a run here, just fending this one away on the leg side off the glove, which means that he will keep the strike. That is lunch. What a brilliant session that has been for Worcestershire. Lost those 2 wickets. Brooks for 28, Taylor for 25, 251 for 9 at that stage. And at lunch, 303 for 9, with Jack home on 62, a maiden first class 50 for him, and Harry Darley 8. 2 young lads done a brilliant job. Ben Raines bowled well, but his figures now 4 for 62, Parkinson 1 for 34. The other wicket taker this morning, Ben Stokes 2 for 54, 1 each for Robinson and Aldridge. It's lunch eventually here at New Road. We will be back with you at around about 20 past 2 when play resumes. Until then, thank you very much for being with us. in Worcester. Play about to get underway. Day 2, session 2. Worcestershire against Durham, and Worcestershire resuming on their lunchtime position of 303 for 9. Remarkable turnaround really, after they were 251 for 9 when Jack Home and Harry Darley came to the crease, but these two batted beautifully before the break to bring up an unlikely second batting point for Worcestershire and to register a 50 partnership. Harry Darley plays the first ball after the interval out on the offside from Callum Parkinson, and the second one he goes onto the back foot and cuts it away behind square on the offside for 2 runs, so moves into double figures Harry Darley, which is a fantastic effort. He's faced over 100 deliveries and he has played a really big part in this partnership. On the back foot to this one, just drops it down on the offside, on the onside I should say, and there's just 3 balls left in the over, and he's got another couple of runs here as he just eases this one from Parkinson away on the leg side for a single, well for 2 I beg your pardon, and he moves on to 12. Faced 103 deliveries. Jack Home at the other end has faced only 105 deliveries, and he has a top score in the innings of 62 not out. Darley defends this next one on the onside. Great effort from these 2 young lads. Parkinson to complete the over, bowls, and Darley is forward, pushes back to him. End of the first over after lunch, so 4 runs added by Darley. It's 307 for 9. A lovely day here at New Road, and Worcestershire beginning the day on 209 for 7. Lost Ethan Brooks and Tom Taylor to be 251 for 9, but this partnership holding up Durham, probably when they thought that they were going to clean up the Worcestershire innings fairly promptly this morning, I would have thought. Ben Rain, the pick of the bowlers so far, comes in from the Diglis end and bowls to Jack Home. Home clips the first ball of the over away on the leg side for a single, and he moves on to 63. And he may have wanted 2 off the first ball of the over, but equally quite happy to trust Darley now. He's played so well and faced 105 deliveries. Rain into Darley, 2 slips and a gully in place, and Darley is forward, pushing out on the offside. Pitch does appear to have eased slightly since this morning, and certainly since yesterday. We expected batting to be more straightforward on day 2, and that certainly looks to be the case, which is good news from a Durham point of view. Once they can get rid of this stubborn last wicket pair, every likelihood that their strong batting lineup can enjoy the situation out there once they've got through the first few overs with the new ball. Rain in again, bowls, and Darley is again solidly forward, playing this up to mid-on, and fielded there by Lees. Throws into the keeper, and there's no run. 308 for 9 then. Worcestershire pushing on past 300, which is more than they might have really hoped for this morning, especially when that 9th wicket went down. Here's Rain again, comes in to bowl to Darley, and Darley is out LBW, I think there was an appeal. I'm not sure if he's been given caught behind or LBW. The appeal was before the ball was taken by the keeper, so I'm just going to reserve judgment on that. Ben Rain has picked up another 5-foot. Fantastic season he's having. Yeah, it was LBW, I think. Good decision by the umpire. A great partnership is ended. Harry Darley is out for 12. Jack Home is left unbeaten on an outstanding 63, and Worcestershire are all out for 308. Ben Rain finishing with figures of 5 for 63. So there we are, 308 all out. We'll have a quick break and we'll be back with you when Durham begin their response. just all out for 308. Excellent last wicket partnership between Harry Darley and Jack, picking up his 5th wicket of the innings, 5 for 63. Darley out for 12, leaving Jack home unbeaten on 63. Excellent stuff from the young pair. Worcestershire picking up 2 batting bonus points, 308 all out. Durham about to begin their reply.
Opening the batting for Durham, Alex Lees and Ben McKinney. Alex Lees to face the first delivery. Tom Taylor bowling on the Durham.
Good afternoon, welcome back to Visit Worcestershire New Road. Durham about to begin their response to Worcestershire's first innings score of 308. Alex Lees and Ben McKinney, the 2 batters out there, 2 very, very tall opening batsmen, both left-handed, and it's Lees who is on strike against Tom Taylor, coming in round the wicket from the Diglis end in bowls, and his first ball is outside the off stump and taken by Gareth Roderick behind the stumps, having been left alone by the batsman. Umpires have confirmed that that last wicket was LBW, so we were right, Marty, and everybody else was wrong.
It's a bit boring being right all the time though, Frank, isn't it?
It is, yeah. I cope.
Yeah.
I cope. Do you?
Well, I try to bravely cope with it, yeah.
Let's just let the others worry. Taylor round the wicket again, bowls, and Lees is forward, pushes out on the offside, and there's no run.
I thought he hadn't released the ball there. He seemed to sort of stop halfway through his follow-up and was going down the track sideways.
He certainly bowled it. Lees pushed it into the offside. Jack home fielded. 0 without loss. 3 slips in place. Worcestershire have had difficulties with slip catching. Adam Hose is at first. Ethan Brooks is at second, and Jake Libby in at third. As Taylor is in again round the wicket, bowls, and Lees is forward and steers this down behind square on the offside into the gully, really, where Dan Latigan is the fielder. Difficult for you, Marty, because the Worcestershire players, some of them are wearing sweaters and they don't have numbers on the back of their sweaters.
Provincial sloppiness.
Soon get used to it as you recognise who they are. You got Latigan at backward point, home in the covers, Dolivera mid off, and then Waite at mid on, Kashif at mid wicket, Darley down in front of us, and those 3 slips as Taylor bowls again, and Lees gets the first run of the innings, sliding off the outside half of the bat along the ground in front of square on the offside, picks up a single. So Ben Rain finishing with a brilliant 5 for 63, 29 wickets so far for him now this season. Stokes 2, 1 each for Robinson, Aldridge and Parkinson, but Worcestershire indebted to that last wicket partnership of 57 between the two rookies, Darley and Home, which took them to that second batting bonus point.
That was Ben Rain's 18th fifer, his second in a row and his third this season.
As Taylor round the wicket bowls, and McKinney is beaten outside the off stump, pushing forward at that one. Good delivery from Tom Taylor, top wicket taker in the country last season, of course.
Got 5 for 58 in Middlesex's first innings in the last game, and he got a 5 for at Bristol as well earlier in the year.
That's Rain, not Taylor, incidentally. Darley loosening up, suggesting he's going to take the new ball, actually, with Taylor. Interesting choice. In comes Taylor now again and bowls, and McKinney is forward and plays that back up the pitch straight to the bowler end of the over. One without loss earlier today. Worcestershire 308 all out.
Dale Bankenstein, former Durham captain, now back here at the club as a batting coach, just returning from a net session there. He's got one of those dog ball throwers.
Harry Darley.
So, on his debut, Harry Darley, who faced 108 balls for his 12, is now opening the bowling here at New Road. "21 years old, right arm medium. Comes in round the wicket and bowls, and they're appealing for a catch down the leg side. These came a long way forward to try and reach that delivery. Not out is the answer. Harry Darley has played in 7 one-day cup matches and 4 T20s. He made his debuts in those competitions in 2024. He's got 6 wickets in the one-day cup, with his best figures 3 for 45 against Middlesex 2 years ago. Comes in again, bowls short, and Lees gets up on top of that one and defends it into the ground. Darley back to his mark. He's about 30 metres out as he starts his run up from the sign on the pitch from an betting company, an ad for them. And that's 4 through the covers. Kashi Fali dives to try and stop the shot from Alex Lees, but he couldn't get across to it, and it rolls across the boundary rope just in front of us for 4. Nicely timed, had plenty of pace in the shot. Five for none. Darley round the wicket from the New Road end of the ground. Comes in and bowls short, and it's turned by Lees down to fine leg for 1 run. Fielded there by Home. So Lees has 6, Durham have 6. 2 balls left of this over. Beautiful day out there, there's hardly a breath of wind, it's really warm. Just phoned home a few moments ago to be told it's been lashing it down all day. McKinney on strike now. Just defensively pushes the ball out to Brett D'Oliveira, short mid-wicket. So Kidderminster are promoted to the Football League after a 20-year absence of beating South Shields 2-0 today.
Not to the Football League. to National League.
Oh, sorry, to the National,
Yeah.
National League. Yeah. Oh, there's DT.
Yep.
I thought he said he was coming today, and then he hadn't turned up. I thought he's changed his mind.
No, I knew he wasn't coming till after lunch.
He's normally here for his free lunch. Darley again balls, and that's turned down to fine leg for 1 by McKinney. End of the over, 7 for none.
Yes, so it'll be Kidderminster against Forest Green in the National League. That'll be
Big derby match.
fairly, well, not quite a derby, but there's a
The
bit
M5
of,
derby.
bit of intense
Plus a
local
few
rivalry. Yeah. Because Kidderminster, they're like their meat pies at Kidderminster, and of course you get thrown out at Forest Green.
That wasn't true.
Pie.
That wasn't true.
Here comes Tom Taylor round the wicket, bowls, and Alex Leese just steers this down into the gully where Dan Latigan does the fielding, and there's no run. 7 without loss then Durham, who may well have expected to have been out there starting this innings a lot sooner than they were, especially when they picked up that 9th wicket with the first over of the new ball this morning, but held up by the young Worcestershire pair, who added 50 for that last wicket. Took Worcestershire past 300 as Taylor is in again, bowls and beats Lees outside the off stump with a good one. Durham skipper just reaching for that one a little bit. Tall man, plenty of reach, got on the front foot, but just nipped away off the seam past the outside edge.
Had South Shields managed to go up today, they would have had a derby match next year with Gateshead. It's only about 3 stops on the Metro.
But they haven't.
No, they haven't, so don't bother getting your Metro ticket.
Lees on 6, waits now. Taylor again from the Diglis end, round the wicket, bowls, and Lees drives through the covers for 4. Not a full half volley, but over pitched and driven past the diving home in the covers. Second boundary of the innings for Alex Lees. Oh, it's McKinney. I beg your pardon. It's McKinney, not Lees. They are both. I said they're both tall left-handers. McKinney is slightly taller, and that's his first boundary. It's a good shot.
6'7", McKinney.
6'7", Lees 6'4", 6'5", I would think. Tall, both big, imposing characters. But actually, not for the first time. The scoreboard was a bit confused. McKinney's on 5, not 6. Lees is on 6. They're 11 without loss. Just going through the Durham bowling figures early today.
Lees is 6'3".
Ben Ryan 5 for 63. Ben Stokes 2 for 54. 1 for Luke Robinson, who bowled pretty well, youngster. 1 for Casey Aldridge, and 1 for Callum Parkinson, who also bowled pretty well, I thought, albeit he was allowed to. Taylor bowls, and forward comes McKinney and plays this back to Tom Taylor. And there's no addition. So Worcestershire 2 batting bonus points. Durham took their 3 bowling points. So Worcestershire have taken twice as many batting points in 2 innings here this season as they took in the entire season at New Road last season. So there you go. It's the extent to which the pitches so far have been better than they were last time around. Left alone this last ball from McKinney, the end of the over from Tom Taylor, and Durham in response to Worcestershire's 308, 11 without loss.
At Chelmsford, Essex batting against Hampshire. Hampshire 235 all out, Essex 186 for 8. Warwickshire playing Yorkshire in Birmingham. They're into the 3rd innings of that game. That's a low scoring epic. Warwickshire were all out for 147 in their first innings, then bowled Yorkshire out for 152. They're now 73 for none. Here's Darley starting his second over from the New Road end, bowling to Lees. That's played up to Kashifali in the covers, no run there. Notts made 415 in Nottingham against Surrey, who are 54 for 1. Somerset 354 all out in Cardiff. Glamorgan in response 149 for 5. Leicestershire made 328 at Hove. Sussex in response 187 for 2. Derbyshire still batting in the first innings in Derby against Northants as Darley bowls again here. That's blocked by Lees, no run. And they are 573 for 5. 142 overs in there. That's a long innings. Gloucestershire and Bristol 325 all out. Kent in reply 145 for 4. And it's raining in Manchester, where Lancashire were all out for 201 against Middlesex, who are 116 for 5. Bowler comes in again, and that is defended by Lees. Just goes to the offside, no run there. England's women play the first one-day international against New Zealand tomorrow in Chesley Street. 11 o'clock start, that one. Darley coming around the wicket now, bowls. Played to Ali on the floor by Lees. I think my next update's going to be in about an hour's time for Radio Newcastle half-time in the Sunderland-Man U match. Darley bowls. Full length delivery, pushed up to mid-off, no run. Durham 11 for none. One ball left of this fourth over. Worcestershire were 9 down after 80.2 overs. The innings eventually ended in the 112th over. 57 added for the final wicket by Holman Darley. Darley comes in, bowls, and played towards the covers. Ali dives to try and stop it and rolls across the top of the ball, and eventually it's picked up just behind him. Dot ball, end of the over.
Yeah, maiden for Darley. 2 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 6. And solid start made by the Durham openers. No real alarms, a play and a miss for each, but no serious problems. Tom Taylor to continue from the Diglis end. Into ball to McKinney, and McKinney edges down to third man for 4. Went at it quite hard, got an outside edge past Libby at third slip, and down to the boundary. So the first 4 through third man. It won't be the last. It's angled across the left-hander. McKinney get lucky. Goes to 9. Entitled to a bit of luck, of course, any opener against the new ball. Taylor will feel disappointed he didn't get his man. Comes in again now, round the wicket and bowls, and that's better from McKinney, who just leans forward and gets that one in the middle of the bat, pushes it up to mid-off. 4 already through third man, Marty. I'm counting.
How many?
4 runs through third man, but I mean, nothing's come down to long leg. Third man has already produced 4 runs. Taylor again round the wicket. Bowls, and McKinney drives nicely, but straight to D'Oliveira at mid-off. Absolutely glorious afternoon at New Road. Beautiful.
The church
sunshine.
over there doesn't quite look as dirty.
Doesn't look so bad, does it? Beautifully illuminated by the sunshine.
I wonder how many tons of sand you'd have to get through to sandblast that.
Too many. Here comes Taylor again. Bowls and big shout to OW. But umpire says not out. They liked it, the Worcestershire
Looks like it hit him around the thigh pad and he's tall.
players. Let's have a look at the replay.
Did hit him on the thigh
Knee roll. It wasn't a thigh pad, but it is tall. It was probably going over the top. Might have been going down as well. But yeah, he's a tall man. It was straight though. Put one in the bank with the umpire as far as the fielders are concerned. Slightly uncomfortable in this over McKinney, that edge to the boundary. And that one, Taylor again into him, balls, and that's better for the batter. A drive out on the offside, doesn't really time it, but solidly in the middle of the bat, and he gets a single wide of D'Oliveira at mid-off. And moves into double figures. He goes to 10. Lees has 6, and Durham made a good solid start in reply to Worcestershire's first innings score of 308. Taylor again is round the wicket and bowls, and Lees is pushing up to mid-on, fielded there by Waite, who I thought might take the new ball, Matthew Waite, but Harry Darley was entrusted with that, and he will continue. 5 overs gone, 16 without loss.
Nice little spot up on the sun terrace on the far side there, above the boxes. With the greeny awning above them. In comes Darley. Opening to McKinney, that one's a leave. There's lots of fluffy stuff blowing around today, you know, like dandelion head type stuff. I think the pollen might be quite high this afternoon. Darley comes in. McKinney plays the ball up to mid-on, no run. I didn't look at the pollen count this morning. Radar's clear at the moment by the looks of things as well. Darley in again, bowls. Late leave from McKinney there. There might be some weather bubbling up around about 5:30, 4:45, but not going to reach us probably until around about just after 7. So hopefully get a full day in. Darley bowls, McKinney leaves. The keeper takes. Pollen levels lower, according to this. I'm surprised by that. Air pollution is moderate, Frank. But it says you can go and enjoy your usual outdoor activities. You don't need to wear a gas mask today. Darley bowls, McKinney gets thrown in behind that one, plays the ball back to the bowler. Darley in, bowls turned by McKinney and away through mid-wicket for 4. There was an attempted diving stop by Brett D'Oliveira there. He seems to be looking at the end of his finger as if he got near to that. Difficult to see on the camera.
Yeah, it was in the air. I think it was. If he'd have managed to get his hands to it, it would have been a catching opportunity. But he didn't, and it went to the boundary. McKinney goes to 14. Taylor round the wicket. Bowls to Lees, who plays this back to the bowler. 20 without loss then, Durham. 308 all out Worcestershire. Men out today. Brooks for 28, Taylor for 25 and Darley for 12. Home 63 not out. Taylor again round the wicket. Bowls and Lees is forward, pushing into the covers. Amelia Gay, David Bedingham, Graham Clark, Ollie Robinson, Ben Stokes to come. Then Aldridge, Rain, Parkinson and Robinson. It's a pretty formidable lineup from Durham, who, to observers like myself who are outside the Northeast, cannot really believe that a team with that sort of depth is in Division 2 really. Taylor is in again round the wicket, bowls and Lees is beaten outside the off stump. And I suppose it's fair to say, Marty, you saw it all, but the way it went wrong at the end of last season, they shouldn't be in Division 2.
Well, it wasn't the end. It wasn't the end of last season. It was coming for a long, long time. They never won a game after May. They only won 2 matches the whole season. One of them was the 2-day game here, and then, ironically, the only other victory was against the team who went on to become champions. They hammered them in Chesley Street, and then never won another match.
Just bizarre, given the resources. Is Taylor. Lees drives up to mid-on nicely. Waitfield's no run. I say resources, I mean playing resources.
Well, they had too many injuries in the bowling department, and too many key batsmen had poor seasons after having good seasons the year before. And one of the biggest problems was you had David Bedingham, who the year before scored 1,300 runs and was the leading run maker in the country. First home game last season, he got a Yorker on his toe and broke his toe, so he was out for quite a few weeks. Then by the time he was fit and able to come back into the Durham team, he was away with South Africa.
Taylor again bowls and Lees leaves outside the off stump.
But he's had no form really, and the odd occasion when he was able to play for Durham, made about 300 runs. Will Rhodes struggled and was dropped. Colin Ackerman started off brightly, got centuries in both innings in the opening game at Notts, and then he got dropped as the season went on. Ollie Robinson couldn't get runs.
But in a way, that's what I mean. You know, with those players, it's hard to believe they're all out of form at the same time. Taylor bowls, Lees plays and misses at that one. Good delivery, certainly felt for that one. But actually, I think a no ball has been signalled by umpire James Middlebrook. Taylor's many no balls, but I'm pretty sure that no ball has been signalled on that occasion.
It's a sellout at the Stadium of Light today. Tickets like hen's teeth, except they're all digital
yours.
these days. Yeah, I managed to pass by it onto a mate. So. Borough finished 0-0 in their playoff with Southampton up in the Riverside.
Taylor again bowls and Lees drives up to mid-wicket. There's no run. End of the over. 22 without loss. Just the 2 runs from it off the no ball. 4 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 12 Taylor. 3 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 10 Darley.
Have you seen Man U in the flesh this season?
Yep.
Man U Sunday reportings or Saturday reportings?
Yeah, saw them at Wolves.
Did Wolves win that one?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No.
Wolves
Liverpool
beat
and
somebody,
Arsenal.
Liverpool and Arsenal.
Well, drew with Arsenal, beat Liverpool. Yeah. No, they haven't won many. as you know.
Here's Darley, comes around the wicket and bowls. This is defended by McKinney. Well, they got a draw against 10-man Sunderland last week. That sending off for hair pulling is just absolutely farcical. They appealed it, and I think they lost their appeal though.
Well, he pulled his hair. It's whether you should get sent off.
Well, it wasn't
or
intentional, was it? I mean,
not. Well, how can it not be?
Because he's had long dreadlocks hanging down his back. They're both tussling with each other, and the hair got accidentally jammed in the middle of it.
You can't accidentally pull anybody's hair.
Well, he did.
You can't. It's not possible.
That's out.
It's a catch. It's
Good catch. That second slip behind the steel pole. That's the end of McKinney. He's gone for 14, 22 for 1.
Brooks
and Darley gets his first wicket.
Brooks is the most reliable of the Worcestershire slip catchers, which is probably why he's at second slip. And good wicket for Darley, first wicket. We'll never agree about this hair pull. I heard what the Sunderland manager said, and I heard David Moyes say it was accidental when one of his players was sent off for hair pulling. I just don't see how you can pull somebody's hair accidentally.
Because they were tussling for the ball, he got backed into. He's got his arms up on the guy's shoulders, and as he backs in,
he pulled his hair.
He didn't yank his hair. It got jammed under his hand.
No, rubbish.
Well, I'll tell you what, you'll not find anybody in all the callers to Total Sport this week in the North East were absolutely flabbergasted that was a red card.
Well, of course they
and
are,
I think even the Wolverhampton supporters didn't know what was going on. Couldn't believe it.
You can't pull somebody's hair accidentally. Whether it should be a sending off or not is a different issue, but it's not accidental.
Well, if you've got long hair, in women's football they have to have their hair up in a
Well, a woman got sent off for it the other day.
Yeah, but they're meant to have in women's football they have to have a band on, don't they, and the hair up.
I'm not arguing about that. I'm just arguing about the fact that whether you can do it accidentally or not. I don't think you can. Anyway,
well, I think it was an accident.
Good wicket for Brooks. McKinney gone for Darley. I beg your pardon. Brooks the catcher. McKinney gone at 22 for 1. And Emilio Gay. Now, really big. Well, I'm not saying it's a big innings for Emilio Gay. I don't mean that. What I mean is, he's the man, isn't he? That's been tipped. Oh, well, there might be a swarm of bees out there. I think at the moment. What? Everybody's gone down.
What's going on?
Whether it's a swarm of bees or not, I don't know. Everybody has gone down, flat on the ground, including the umpires. Emilio Gay is absolutely unperturbed by it. Yeah, it is a swarm of bees. So everybody lying down. And Emilio Gay's unbothered. What I was going to say about it, there's talk of Zach Crawley being left out of the England side, and there is talk that generally the feeling is that this man Emilio Gay might be the next cab on the rank.
In comes Darley. Gay defends it.
He's been in good nick, Marty. You've seen his innings.
He's the leading run maker in the country. There's only 2 runs between him and Beddingham. They've both got 3 centuries. I've looked through the binoculars for those bees. I can't see anything anywhere. No. Did see a swift though.
Did you? I haven't seen a swift this summer.
Yeah. Well, saw one a couple of weeks ago at the Ramside in Durham.
They come later than the swallows usually, but I haven't seen any. They're in decline, aren't they, of course, swifts. Generally. Sadly. I used to love them when I was a kid. There were loads of them around.
Oh, playing a miss there from Emilio Gay. Durham trailing by 286 when that wicket came down.
I think I've done Adam Hose a disservice. It was him that took the catch, not Brooks. I beg your pardon, Adam, and everybody else, saying Brooks was the most reliable catcher Worcestershire got, which he is, but Adam Hose will be relieved because he dropped 3 in one day in the last game here against Kent at first slip, but he took that one nicely.
Darley in again, balls turned off the legs by Gay, and that's away for 4 to the hotel boundary.
What a beautiful shot that was, wasn't it? Absolutely gorgeous. I mean, it was over pitched on leg stump, but elegance personified. Absolutely super shot from Gay. Darley will be encouraged by that wicket, but he'll also realise that margins for error against really good players are much reduced. Super shot.
Last ball of the 8th over. Gay plays that to D'Oliveira in the covers. No run there. Who took the catch, did you say?
Hose. Definitely. I apologise for misleading people. Well bowled, Harry Darley. His first wicket. 4 overs, 1 made and 1 for 14. And Tom Taylor to continue from the Diglis end of the ground. So we got 16 overs before tea. Darley just gets... why are you showing me that, DT? Because we were just talking about Swifts. Extraordinary aerial specialists, yeah. Fly over 500 miles a day, yeah. Reaching speeds of 70 miles an hour. And they rarely land except to nest. Yeah, I knew that. They sleep on the wing, don't they? Feed on the wing. They sometimes land for a bit of water as well. I've seen them in puddles. Yeah, we've had swifts, we've had hair pulling, all sorts in the last 5 minutes, and a wicket for Harry Darley, for which he was applauded as he came down to final leg. Here's Taylor round the wicket and bowls outside the off stump to Alex Lees, who leaves that alone. It's taken by Gareth Roderick, but they are in decline, I think, aren't they? Generally across the world, I think. Swifts.
Our neighbours ended up with some house martins nesting on their house last year. We've never had any house martins on our estate that I can remember. But when I've been out on the kayak on the river, the swifts and the house martins, they come down really low to the water and they scoop water into their mouths as they're flying.
Yeah. Extraordinary agility. Taylor again round the wicket, bowls, and this one is fended away on the leg side rather uncomfortably by Alex Lees. Emilio Gay, having talked about his grace and elegance, it's interesting, isn't it? You can have, well, we've had 3 left-handers, they're all quite different. McKinney, who I saw get big runs here for the England under-19s a couple of years ago, or maybe it was last year, or England Lions I should say. He's a sort of stand and deliver sort of left-hander, and then Gay is elegance, tall and languid. Taylor round the wicket, bowls, leaves alone. Outside the off stump, Lee's more solid and workmanlike. All 3 left-handers, all quite different in their styles, all extremely effective run scorers.
Alan Higgins has emailed. He says the North East Premier League called a complete washout across all divisions around 11 o'clock today. So it's been very, very wet up home.
Not often you get that, is it? As early as that. Taylor round the wicket, bowls, and Lees is forward, pushing out on the offside. D'Oliveira does the fielding. Well, no danger of that in the Midlands leagues. It'll be all systems go in the Birmingham League and the Staffordshire leagues and the Worcestershire County League, because it's glorious here.
Who would you be watching as a club side if you weren't here today?
Ombersley in the Birmingham Premier League would be my club.
Where do they play? Where's that?
Just outside Worcester. It's the Brett D'Oliveira's club, and Dan Latigan would be playing for them if he wasn't playing here. Taylor in again, bowls, played up to mid-off. D'Oliveira fields. Jack Haynes came through at Ombersley. Gareth Andrew plays there, former Worcestershire seamer. Tom Hinley, who's just finished on the staff here. It's quite a strong side. And it's a Worcester club. It's just on the fringes of the city, just about 2 miles from here. 26 for 1, Durham. Lee's on 6.
I went up
Gay on 4.
That's through some quite leafy little exclusive-looking villages. There's Darley Balls here.
Hallow.
Yeah.
The main one.
Yeah. That was one.
Lovely place. Yeah.
I did some match notes in a pub on the River Severn around there a few years ago.
The camp at Grimley it could have been if it was on this side of the river.
Yeah.
Yeah. Right by the river.
Yeah, and it's had all these loads of charts on the walls for record fish caught and fishing competitions and all this sort of stuff. That one's through to the keeper. I think there was a mooring outside.
Yeah, it'd be the camp at Grimley. It's it's the last pub on this side of the river before you get to that turn for Stourport. I mean, if you turn there and from Stourport and go down on the other side of the river, you come into Umbersley, which is that village that I was just talking about.
I've probably driven through there today then.
Yeah. Well, you come on, if you come on the 449, you bypass the actual village.
All right. Darley bowls again. That's through to the keeper. It's quite a nice drive, that 449. Very rarely ever gone along there that I can recall. Some nice farmland around there, and fields look rich, don't they, with a sort of red clay soil. So, ever since I was a kid, I think the River Severn has always had a little bit of a mystique about it for me. This area in the Severn Valley. 26 for 1. Where's that gone? He's played it straight back the bowler.
Top of the league, Umbersley. Just looking at the Premier Division 1.
Played 1-1-1.
Three played 3, 49 points. Today. Not sure about live scores today. 13 without loss today. Abandoned.
Oh.
No, that
overnight
can't be
rain.
today.
Well, could be overnight rain. Bowler comes in, and that's defended by Gay. Well, there was a lot of rain came down last night. You know, they might have started and realised it was too wet.
No, it can't be, though. How can that be? Match in progress. 13 without loss.
How many balls have been bowled?
Second over. 2 overs, 13 without loss. I'll investigate.
Could be a
further
story
on that
there,
one.
Frank.
Yeah, very strange.
Bowler comes in, and that's a nice shot. A lovely little punch shot. Back up the field for 4 by Gay.
Beautiful.
Straight as a die. End of the over. That run goes on. 30 for 1. Gay has 8, Lee's 6.
It's definitely abandoned. I wonder what happened. There's something strange going on there. I'll see if I can find out. Because the other games are all reaching the end of the first innings.
Right.
In the Premier League, but Umbersley's game, they were 13 without a loss off 2 overs, and the game was abandoned.
Are they on social media?
That was being played, as far as I can see. I'll just check where it was being played. If it was at Umbersley, I don't know. Oh yeah, I'll try and find out. Sorry, first ball of a new over from Taylor is turned down to fine leg by Alex Lees.
Well, if anybody knows and you're listening, email in weirdcricket@bbc.co.uk.
Yeah, I'll
Emilio Gay this season got 129 in the draw at Lords in the last match, 159 the game before that in a win against Lancashire, where he and Beddingham put on 290 for the 3rd wicket, a record run chase for Durham in Chester Street. Got 128 in the home draw against Kent as well. And then last year, Durham's final game at home last season was against Worcestershire, as this is driven by Gay back past the bowler up towards the Diglas end. It's chased by D'Oliveira. They run 2. Last year he got 161 in the home draw against Worcestershire. And there was no play on day 1 of that game from memory, and then they didn't get on quite a way into day 2, and it just fizzled out into a draw.
Gay on strike on 10 already of just 11 deliveries. Waits now as Taylor comes round the wicket and bowls to him, and it's left thrown outside the off stump. I've sent a message to the scorer on Umbersley to find out what's happened. It sounds odd, doesn't it? It sounds like there must have been some problem with the ground, or I don't know, somebody's health. Who knows? Just anyway, very strange. A game to be abandoned after 2 overs. 33 for 1.
Are they not on X?
Yeah, but there's nothing on their feed. Gay on 10, Lee's on 7, the man out McKinney for 14. Harry Darley picking up the wicket. Taylor in, bowls to Gay, lets that go outside the off stump. Taken by Gareth Roderick, one of 4 fielders behind the bat, alongside the 3 slips. Hose at first, Brooks at second, Libby at third, and Ethan Brooks at, I beg your pardon, Dan Latigan at backward point. Home in the covers, D'Oliveira mid off, and then we've got mid on, mid wicket, and long leg. Lovely sunny day. Taylor from the Diglis end, round the wicket to the left-handed Gay, pushing up to mid off, where D'Oliveira fields, and there's no run. If you're just joining us early today, Worcestershire did pretty well really. They resumed on their overnight score of 209 for 7. Lost Brooks and Taylor for 28 and 25 respectively, to be 251 for 9, but then the last wicket pair added 57 before they were all out for 308. Jack Home finished unbeaten on 63, coming in at number 10. Good effort. Taylor round the wicket, bowls. Gay forward, turns this on the leg side, wants a single but is sent back by Lees as Kashif Ali comes around from mid wicket to do the fielding. The end of the over from Taylor. 6 overs, 1 made, no wickets for 15 for him. Emilio Gay on 10, Lees on 7, and Durham a solid start, 33 for 1.
Matthew Wade.
So Darley's first spell comes to a conclusion. 5 overs, 1 for 18. Wade is the new bowler. Stooped action as he starts his run up, comes in and bowls. That's played by Lees out through mid wicket and wide of mid on. He gets 2 runs. Lees has 9, Durham 35 for 1. Worcestershire made 308, the follow on target 159, if you're doing the maths. It comes in again, and Lees defends this one, just pushes it out in the offside to Kashif Ali. So Matthew Waite, previously at Yorkshire. He came to Durham towards the end of the 2018 season. Waite comes in, bowls, and that's played to D'Oliveira by Lees, dot ball. He's got 128 wickets, including 44 last year, Matthew Waite. 6 this year. Best figures were actually in the only win of last year. 6 for 19 at home to Essex. Moved here 4 years ago. Comes in and bowls, edged, gone. That is the end of Lees. He's edged to second or third slip there.
Libby at third.
Libby at third slip.
A reserve judgment until I've seen it properly.
Yeah, I think it was Libby who took the catch.
Yeah.
So Lees departs. Caught for 9 off his former teammate, Durham 35 for 2. They trail by 273.
Yeah, decent catch by Libby, low down to his left, about knee height, and wicket for Waite in his very first over, turning into a decent day for Worcestershire so far, although it does bring David Beddingham out to join Emilio Gay. So you've got the 2 top run scorers in the country before this game out in the middle together. And David Beddingham has a fantastic record against Worcestershire. Many times he has made significant runs against the pairs. But a good start for Worcestershire. Darley and Waite both picking up wickets. 2 slip catches held, which is an improvement on recent games. And Durham 35 for 2. Still trying to find out what's happened in that Ombersley game. I have no clue. I haven't received any response. Oh, dangerous pitch. Here we go. Thank you from Steve, the scorer. Dangerous pitch. I think water got under the covers during the storm last night. There we go. Early call, isn't it? A dangerous pitch, isn't it? 2 overs in, but that won't do them any good at the top of the league, because they'll have fancied getting another win in that, but not to be. So match abandoned. Big call by the umpires that after 2 overs. 35 for 2. There we go.
Waite to Beddingham. Oh, bit of an inside edge there from Beddingham. Goes to mid-wicket.
That was quite loose for a first shot, wasn't it? Unlike him.
Who's that fielding in there?
Latigan.
Oh yes. Just thinking about Lee's totals this year. Waite comes in and bowls. That's through to the keeper. He's struggling for runs this year. He did have a century at Bristol, 129. But in the first game against Kent, he made 29 and 6. In the win against Lancashire, 8 and 10. Middlesex last week 12, and then out today for 9.
35 for 2 then. Tom Taylor to continue. Wish they could get another one before tea. They'll feel they've had a really good session, I think. 12 overs to go before the break. Oh no, it's not. It's a set time, isn't it?
Is it 4 o'clock?
4 o'clock, yeah. 4 o'clock. So it won't be 12. And they might carry on, I suppose. Taylor bowls outside the off stump. Gay
wonder if it's
the bat well clear. I've lost track now.
I wonder if it's moved because of there's such a late lunch.
Yeah, it may be. But it was set at 4 o'clock. But then if there's there'll be
probably be 20 past
more
4
than
now.
32 overs, they'll probably carry on.
McKinney this year got 244 at Bristol, the youngest double centurion for Durham, but made 8 and 38 against Kent, 3 and 19 against Lancashire. Got 58 at Lords last weekend, out today for 12.
Taylor again round the wicket to Gay. Bowls and Gay taken on the pad. Ball drops down in the block hole and he walks away. Might have hit him above the pad. It looks a bit uncomfortable, not sure. It was a sort of strangled appeal. He's very tall. Yeah, just on the inside thigh, I think. But they tend to be well protected there. When I first started playing, you wore a thigh pad, obviously.
Yeah.
And then
had an inner thigh pad as
well, I was going to say, by the time I was sort of been playing for a few years, you used to wear those shorts that had a inner thigh pad went in as well. Taylor bowls and Gay drives sweetly on the onside up to mid-on where Matthew Waite does the fielding. 35 for 2. Halfway through the 13th over. But yeah, protective equipment has improved hugely in terms of its comfort and lightness in the last few years. Gay waits, tall, left-hander, knees slightly flexed, back raised, forward, steers this down on the offside. Good diving stop by Latigan at backward point. Means they only get a single when it might well have gone down to third man for more than that had Latigan missed it. 36 for 2 with that single. Gay goes to 11 and Beddingham to face Taylor for the first time. the right-hander, the first right-hander we've had in the innings. 3 slips transfer across. Taylor will be over the wicket to him. And he's in now and bowls, and Bedingham is not very far forward, just leaning into that one and punching it quite firmly back up the pitch. Such a good player, David Bedingham. Really enjoy watching him. He's one of those players that you just accumulates runs. You look away and you look back and you think, oh, he's got 20, and it's just appeared as if by magic. Not saying he doesn't play good shots, because he does, but he scores at a good rate generally, doesn't he? Scores at a good tempo as well. Taylor is in, bowls, and there is a lovely shot off the back foot through the covers, half stopped. Well, not half stopped, Kashif might have got half a hand on it, but he's timed it well. But no great flourish, just beautifully played, timed through the covers for 4. Bedingham is away, and Durham are 40 for 2. Taylor 7 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 20. And Bedingham off to a good start. Actually looking at the 2 most productive batsmen in the country prior to this round of games, Bedingham and Gay. They've batted together quite a bit as well in compiling those runs. Clearly a good understanding developing between the 2 of them, you would think.
Their partnership at Lord's the other day was 195, which was Durham's highest 3rd wicket stand against Middlesex. Broke the record for the highest 3rd wicket stand against Lancashire as well. Wade bowling here to Gay. Gay up on his toes, plays the ball across towards point. No run. Fourteenth over, Durham 40 for 2. Wade bowls to Gay. Gay defends this one and just plays it up to the point area to Kashif Ali. Noise. Sounds like an old. What was it? It's like a fax machine. The way they used to beep and squeal. And
how did transfer deadline day ever happen?
yeah. Ooh,
bold.
Playing a miss there from Gay to Wade. Remember a few years ago when I was doing the morning sports bulletins, and I got a complaint from a colleague that I hadn't been reading out the non-league results, and I said, well, I haven't been given any. And so he rang the guy at the non-league and said, Martin says he hasn't received any, and the bloke said, well, I've been faxing them in all season. And I was like, we've got a fax machine. Where's that? And I found it in a cupboard round near the stairs, and they were there. They were all the football results for the entire season. Gay defends this one. They're in a long ream all the way across the floor. I mean, we were years into email by then. I thought, who on earth would print all that out and fax it over?
Yeah, they were cumbersome machines, weren't they? Goodness me.
Remember dial-up internet as well. If you wanted to download a song, it used to take about 20 minutes, didn't it? You'd try and use the internet when you were thinking nobody was going to ring you at home. White balls to Gay. Good tight over this one. Another dot there.
Well, when it first started, we used to log on. It was always at work because you didn't have necessary equipment and everything. But it took ages. At certain times of the day, it was slower than others because America was waking up or whatever, and the World Wide Web was affected. And now we get frustrated if it takes more than 20 seconds.
Yeah. Well, we recently changed my contract It's off the pads from here, and we're away across at long off. It looked like that was going down the leg side. It's going to be signalled as a leg bye. Yeah, well, we've just signed a deal the other day for 1 gigabyte a second or something like that. What do you reckon?
That wasn't a bad shout. Bit of shape. It was closer than I thought. Actually, yeah.
You can download a whole album in about 10 seconds these days.
Oh, you can't have a look at it. But yeah, that was a better shout than it might have appeared. Waite really liked it, didn't he? But anyway, umpire said not out. Hassan Adnan. And now we're going to watch Jack Home from the Diglis end for his first ball of the season, and only his third first-class game, and his first ball is a wide, or very wide, outside the off stump and gathered diving to his left by Gareth Roderick. But this is where I'll be interested to see whether anybody else shares my view, and it might be been a bit early, but Luke Robinson in the Durham side, a bit heftier than Home, who's very slightly built but very similar attacking nature, and bowls with good pace, as does Robinson. Home,
He's got nice highlights in his
is
hair.
growing it out, I think.
He's a bit Lamal like.
Turned, pushed out on the offside, and throw from cover misses the stumps at the non-striker's end as Gay sends Beddingham back. A little bit of a misunderstanding, but yeah, he could
get himself a gig with Kajagoogoo.
He's a raw youth, but he's got some pace. That's Jack Home coming round the wicket now to Gay. He's in and bowls, and that's down the leg side, and again gathered by Roderick. Quickish, but wayward at the moment. It hasn't settled, and as I say, that was a bit like Luke Robinson, but he bowled some really quick deliveries. Some of the Worcester boys said last night that they thought Robinson had really hurried them up a bit. Quite impressed with the youngster's start, and I think Home will be hoping to take a leaf out of his book. Turns now again into Gay round the wicket from the Diglis end, bowls, and Gay drives up to mid-on. Waite fields. There's no run, 42 for 2. It's the 1 run so far, the wide. Gay on 11, Beddingham on 4. And Home deciding to come over the wicket to the left-hander, who remarks his guard as a result. Home in, bowls, Gay on his toes, steers this down on the offside into the ground. Libby dives to his left, makes the save. And we have a guest coming in alongside. Could have had a free lunch today as well. There was plenty to go around. Lunch was so delayed that by the time we got it was freezing cold. So David Townsend, who joins me, formerly of Middlesex Cricket Corps. Home bowls down the leg side, diving away to his right. Roderick takes. He's had to go both ways, Roderick, all over the place this over. Good pace, but absolutely lacking in any kind of direction at the moment, Jack Home. David Townsend, good afternoon. Very nice to see you here. David is regular voice on BBC cricket commentaries, mainly with Yorkshire these days.
Yorkshire, yeah. Only with Yorkshire these days.
But nice to have you here. Here's Home again. Last ball of the over, unless it's a wide, he bowls, and that is 4 runs. It's into Gay's pads, and he makes no mistake, flicks it away down to fine leg for a boundary. So not a great over for Jack Home to start with. 46 for 2 at the end of it, but he did have a very good day with the bat, making top score in the innings, batting at 10. He made 63 not out, and along with Harry Darley, his flatmate and fellow Salopian, He got Worcestershire to a very unlikely second batting point with that last wicket partnership, which you missed because you came after Wednesday.
I was coming down on the train from Cholbury and saw the 9th wicket had fallen, and then got in the ground, and quite a while later, I know that Durham were only 5 for no wicket. What had gone on?
Matthew Waite bowls and Beddingham pushes out on the offside. Feel free to commentate if you'd like to. But
thank you.
I'll do Waite's over because he's a familiar figure. Although you'll have seen him at Yorkshire maybe a little bit before he moved.
Yes, quite a bit. He was one of those group of young players that came through the same sort of generation as George Hill and Bean and Wharton.
Brooke, I suppose, as well.
He'd be same,
same age, I think, as or maybe a little bit older than Harry Brooke. This one's fuller, and Beddingham drives. There's a good tumbling stop at mid-off by Tom Taylor, and there's no run.
Brooke very quickly disappeared, though.
Of course, as you do. Although maybe not as you will in the next year or two if things are to change slightly, but we'll see. I was just saying before about Emilio Gay, who may well get his opportunity with England, or so the word goes at the moment. As Waite bowls, and Beddingham on the back foot plays a beautiful shot straight down the ground. Very characteristic Beddingham shot. It's not going to go all the way. The outfield's been quite slow actually. Worcestershire's 308 probably worth a bit more like 330, 340 given how slow the outfield was throughout their innings, and that one holding up produces only 2 when on another day it might well have gone all the way for 4. 48 for 2.
Wonderful sight here as ever at New Road on a sunny afternoon today. You could beat it. There's very few cricket grounds as beautiful as this.
Waite bowls, Beddingham drives. Again, he's not really timed it. He's squeezed it off a sort of inside half of the bat between mid-on and mid-wicket. Picks up another couple. Well, I'm glad you said that because Martin upset many of our listeners yesterday of Worcestershire Persuasion by actually being disrespectful towards the cathedral, David, saying that he thought it needed a clean. Extraordinary heresy. I've never heard anything like it. We had several messages of absolute ire from Worcestershire listeners, as you can imagine. Matthew Waite over the wicket bowls, and Beddingham in behind this works it very nicely to mid-wicket. No run as it's fielded there by Harry Darley.
I can see Marty's point. It is a little weather worn, but then again, that's probably because it's been standing there for about
500 years.
500 years, is it? So it's probably
maybe more.
Probably 400 when I first saw it.
It took about 100 to build it, I think. So. Genuinely, I think it did.
Well, that's.
I'll have to get some dates sorted out. Waite bowls. Beddingham is beaten outside the off stump. Good one from Matthew Waite, who's hit a nice little rhythm here from the New Road end. Picked up that wicket of Alex Lees and almost got Beddingham with that one. End of the over. 50's up for Durham. Replying to Worcestershire's 308, they're 50 for 2.
Talk about time it takes to build churches and cathedrals. The St Peter's, which I'm sure you've been to, Frank, is I think that took 130 years, 140 years. Yeah. Imagine starting to build that; it'd be nowhere near finished.
And you spent your whole working life on it.
Yeah, it's a bit like an extension I had at our house a few years back. Yeah.
Well, I've often thought there must have been families where successive generations of the family spent their entire working lives on one building and never saw it finished. Emilio Gay takes a single off the first ball of this next over.
I'll just sort of build up slowly to my over of commentary.
I'll do your over. If you want a piece of cake. Single taken by Gay off the first ball of the over from home.
St Peter's is just the most wonderful wonderful place. I mean, I'm not a religious person, but you just go in there and you just sort
Atmosphere.
of overwhelms you, doesn't it, in a way?
Yeah. Well, the Worcester Cathedral was founded, believe it or not, we're talking about how long ago. Oh, that's a quick one from home, and a swivelling pull shot from Beddingham. Takes a top edge and goes over the keeper down to fine leg for 4. This boy can generate some pace, there's no doubt about that, and he isn't always the most accurate of bowlers, but that one was on Beddingham pretty quickly. It goes to 55 for 2. The Cathedral was founded in 680. The chapter house dates from 1120. The nave was extended in the 1170s, and it was gradually being built until the exquisite central tower was completed in 1374. Home again, bowls full this time. Beddingham drives out on the offside, and there's no run on this occasion. So it's older than we gave it credit. Apologies, because there'll be lots of people listening who say, how can you possibly not know that? And I did use
It's older than you and me put together, Fred.
It's only just. Yeah.
That's a heck of a long time ago.
It's amazing, isn't it? And it is a wonderful, wonderful edifice, and I love the fact that it stands over this ground, and I don't think it needs a clean. Home in, bowls, and another good one there outside the off stump. One of the problems, David, as you well know, and we've watched enough cricket to know this, is that when you get a bowler like this, and you're batting against him, your mindset is fairly positive because you think I'm going to get plenty to put away here, and every now and again you get an absolute ripper, and it can take you by surprise. And that was a really good one. I think he might just have taken his bat away, to give him credit, and he's an experienced player, played a lot of quicks over the years, but some good exciting cricket being played in this game. That one squeezed down to third man for a single, because Luke Robinson, I don't know if you've seen him in the Durham setup, one of Ashthorpe's boys from the Parkview Cricket Academy, and he is very similar. He charges in and he bowled with some real fire, bowled some really quick deliveries yesterday. Only picked up the 1 wicket, still quite young, made his debut at Lord's last week I think, but really exciting. It's home again. Slip of a lad, really. And he's in, bowls, and gets right past Emilio Gay's outside edge and through to Gareth Roderick. End of a good over, 56 for 2. I think he reminds me, I said this 2 years ago when he came into the One Day Cup side, DT. Reminds me of Simon Hughes when he first started, you know, in terms of his build and his pace.
Yeah.
And I've mentioned it on air already. Last weekend we were at Northampton, and the old signal box there has been turned into a little second-hand cricket bookshop by the Supporters Association.
Lovely.
And it's really nice. And I went in, and I've read it 5 times before, and I've owned about 3 different versions of it and loaned them out, and goodness knows what else. But
and obviously
I found a £1 copy. There's Mate Bowls, and this is played by Beddingham out on the offside.
Am I allowed to guess what it is? A lot of hard yak over there, Simon.
And I've read it again this week, and honestly,
I
gave
him a lot of those.
Yeah,
ones,
I'm sure.
Cool.
I knew that.
It was after the cricket call was. It was after the cricket call days.
I know. He mentions cricket call actually, but I remember it. I remember it well. A couple of games that we did together between Worcestershire and Middlesex are recorded in the book, or stories about them. But it's just so funny, isn't it? You'd never get away with it now, as Simon freely admits. Couldn't write some of the stuff he got in that book, but absolutely tremendous. This one is worked away on the onside by Beddingham for a single. Brett D'Oliveira fields, and they take the 1 run, which takes them up to 57 for 2. Beddingham has 14. And I was talking about the story last week when I was at Northampton about Mike Brearley telling the boys in the dressing room that he wanted them to concentrate more on the cricket and stop watching telly and playing cards and that kind of thing, and
perusing magazines
and all sorts. And he gave him a right telling off and said, so I want focus, I want you while we're batting on the balcony watching the cricket, none of this messing around in the dressing room. Wait in bowls, and Gay is beaten outside the off stump. Good one from Matthew Way, angled across the left-hander, and there was silence in the room, broken by John Embry saying, "Right, whose deal is it?" He also said that one about you, and you will know well because you ghosted Mike Gatting's column for years, didn't you? But when he was, I think it was Nottingham, where the Sun tried to set them up with some young waitress going up to the bedrooms and whatever, and they tried to get Gatting implicated in the trouble. Waite bowls, and Gay is beaten again outside just some really good stuff from Matthew Waite. This 57 for 2 it remains, and Simon said that both of them said it couldn't possibly have been Mike Gatting because anything that he takes up to his bedroom after 9 p.m. he eats.
Yes, yeah, legendary scoff again.
Absolutely tremendous. 57 for 2, Beddingham on 14, Gay on 16. Apologies for the digression. The 2 men out, McKinney for 14 and Lees for 9. A wicket each for Darley and this man Waite, who bowls and isn't going to get a wicket with that one because it's a wide half volley and driven square of the wicket on the offside by Emilio Gay for a boundary. He goes to 20. Beddingham has 14.
He's that much more consistent. Much more consistent, doesn't he, Waite? You know, you were talking about home from the other end being.
Just going to do an update for BBC Earth and Worcester, if you excuse me. Just coming to us now. Durham are 61 for 2 in response to Worcestershire's first innings 308. A wicket for Harry Darley on debut following his excellent performance with the bat. He shared in a partnership of 57 for the last wicket with Jack Home, and he picked up the first wicket. Ben McKinney caught at first slip by Adam Hose for 14. Matthew Waite picked one up in his first over, having Alex Lees caught at third slip by Jake Libby for 9. Beddingham is 14, Gay is 20, and T is approaching. Durham are 61 for 2.
That's told them, Frank.
Back to you. What you were?
I can't remember now.
No,
My memory doesn't go back that far.
We've got one ball later, and we can't remember what we were talking about. Oh dear. Apologies, listener. 61 for 2. Do you want to do an over?
Yes.
Jack Home, 19 years old. 20 years old, just last week.
He's got a sort of a straight approach, doesn't he? He said he's not the biggest of men, and that's driven backward a point by Beddingham. That's the first ball of the over, so another run to that total, so 62 for 2. It's the comparison with Simon Hughes certainly not the worst. He's got that little being a shorter man. What would he be? 5'9", 5'10", comes in and bowls again, and Gay's covering up, pushing that one up to mid on. No run. He has to get a lot of his body into the deliveries, doesn't he? And you always worry about smaller fast bowlers and the strain on their body, but then again, Malcolm Marshall, possibly the best of the lot, was certainly not going to be the tallest of men either. He'd have been about 5'9", 5'10", Macca. Next delivery from Hull, it's a drive, expansive drive by Gay, and that's not going to impress Ben Stokes, his future captain in the dressing room, is it? 62 for 2 if possible. England call up. You know, these days, Franco, everything seems to, all the sort of reports on county cricket, it's always related to who's going to get in the England team, and not very rarely about the actual situation in the table and who's going well.
Yeah, absolutely.
Home bowls again and covered up. Again, just hurried Gay a little bit there, didn't he? He's got that. Got that little bit of.
Yesterday reminded some of us here of the days when all the journalists would turn up because Ian Botham was in the side, or there was a story breaking because the great and the good were here yesterday, as you can imagine. Stokes' first game of cricket since the Ashes. He didn't disappoint. Got a wicket in his second over. But there was certainly there was a queue for lunch yesterday, which is very unusual in the New Road press box.
Home again bowls, and that's played nicely. Just glanced away down to fine leg for a single by Gay, who's very stylish.
Yeah,
number 3, isn't he? He's
lovely,
very,
isn't he?
very classy.
Elegant player.
Yeah.
Very good player.
Good to look at.
Yeah.
As left-handers often are, Frank.
Yeah, but it's interesting, wasn't it? The first 3, you probably heard me say, McKinney, Lees and Gay, all quite different in the way they play their game. All big, tall left-handers, but all quite different in style.
Home to Beddington bowls, and that's again eased through the onside, this time out to deep mid-wicket, was it?
Taylor at mid-on, a single.
It was a Taylor at mid-on, just the one run.
64 for 2. What was that one gone on? Yeah, I think it's gone on. Beddingham's gone up to 60. Yeah, Jack Home, the bowler, he's bowled 3 overs for 14. Waite 4 overs, 1 for 11. Taylor, probably the sort of kingpin of the Worcestershire bowling attack, 7 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 20. And Darley, the debutant, 5 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 18. Jack Home, from a strong cricketing family, the Homes of Shropshire. Waite bowls outside the off stump to Beddingham, he plays defensively up to mid-off. Virtually every member of the family, certainly on the male side, I think brothers, uncles, etc., dad, have all played Shropshire cricket and cricket for Shrewsbury and other clubs in Shropshire, so a strong cricketing tradition. Shrewsbury School as well, but looking as though, he batted really well today. I was just saying earlier, I'll just break off as Waite bowls this one, and Beddingham drives through mid-wicket. Again, he's not really timed it, but he'll pick up a couple as D'Oliveira moves round from mid-on to field. One of those that you think, if the bowling develops and he becomes a key member of the side, he could be a bowler who bats at 7, I would say, or something like that. Proper all-rounder, rather than he's batted at 10 today. He's got top score and actually sort of farmed the bowling for the last 20 overs of the innings. Very mature against Ben Stokes and Ben Rain, and the new ball. It was a really good innings, really good. Durham were frustrated, I think. They played so well yesterday, and they would have hoped to wrap that Worcestershire innings up this morning. Waite bowls again. Beddingham is forward, pushes this back up the pitch.
It's nice to see the skipper protecting him a little bit in that last over as well, with the deep mid-wicket out there to make sure he's not going to go for
and
too
also,
many runs to that shorter boundary.
Hoping that if he gets the ball to hurry up, as he did with that one, Beddingham edged over the keeper, might just get one high up on the bat if they take it on, pick up a catch in the deep. His Waite again past the umpire at the New Road end, bowls, and Beddingham is again pushing this out on the offside. Waite is a nagging sort of bowler, particularly bowls well at right-handers, just gets that ball to angle in and just leave the right-hander from time to time. Bowled really well this season, actually. He's been a very important member of the attack, and since leaving Yorkshire he's had one serious injury that kept him out for a couple of months, but other than that he's stayed fit, and that was his problem, I think, when he was at Yorkshire, is that he never really put a series of games together without getting injured. He bowls again, and this is pushed into the offside by Beddingham and fielded by Home at extra cover.
Yeah, without being meaning it at all negatively, he's a good old-fashioned county cricketer, isn't he, Matthew Waite?
You wouldn't be surprised if you faced a bowler like him in the league either. No. Having said that, he's a very, very good batter as well. Played some key innings for Worcestershire in white and red ball cricket in the last few seasons. Bowls again, slightly errant in line on this occasion, worked away to mid-wicket by Beddingham, but no run. End of the over, 66 for 2. Beddingham has 18, Emilio Gay has 21, and this is all in reply to Worcestershire's 308, in which fair play to Ben Rain, 24 wickets at 14.5 before this game, and in the Worcestershire innings 30.4 overs, 12 maidens, 5 for 63, almost exactly the same strike rate as he was, it's the same average as he was taking his earlier wickets this season. A really seasoned pro who's knows his game inside out and bowled beautifully.
Jack Holm starts a new over, and it's an expansive looking drive from Gay, but he didn't time that one. It was one of his more elegant shots. Now, I haven't been here for a couple of years, Frank, which is really poor on my behalf, I must say. And I can't help noticing, I think that structure next to the tree, to the left of the tree as we're looking at it.
Well, there were two more trees, weren't there? But I think one of them at least had gone when you were last here, and then there was a horrible gap for a year.
Home bowls and that's played away down backward a square for a single.
And that structure was put in last year. It's got a sort of bar underneath and a little terrace on the top, and it's very popular.
It looks very nice,
and
doesn't it?
There's a very good view from there as well, particularly if the players are a little bit further over this side. So yeah, it's very good, but it won't please you because it's cashless.
Beddingham 18, Gay 22. Well, actually, I'm coming round to.
Oh, are you? Oh, right.
Well, only because I always pay by cash, and other people have to pay if it's a cashless place. Home bowls, and that's a nice shot by Beddingham. He's found the gap past mid wicket, and that's why he had the deep mid wicket out in the last over. That would have only been probably a couple of runs, but a mid wicket in there. And that races away to the boundary, struck towards that dirty old cathedral on the far side. Frank chuckling away. 71 for 2, and that takes Beddingham level with Gay on 22.
I was just saying before you came on, Beddingham's the sort of player that comes to the wicket and you look at 20 minutes later and he's got 15 and you think, where's he got those from? He just a lovely player, done damage to Worcestershire on many occasions.
Home bowls to him again and looks to drive that, plays it up to mid-off, and you also feel obviously the experience he's got. He seems to be just getting a feel for Jack Holmes bowling now, doesn't he? The first couple of overs it was, what do we got here? Obviously I can play it, but now there's more of a rhythm to how he's lining him up.
They've very nearly got 1,000 first-class runs this season between them, these two. They're both in the 490s at the moment. Scary, isn't it?
Next delivery, that's wide outside the off stump, and a tumbling take, and the score remains 71 for 2. We are what's the
we're 5 rounds in, I think.
5 rounds in, and it's only May the 10th or something like that.
We do start very early now, don't we? So
ridiculously early. Yes.
Yeah.
Well, you do.
No.
I can't come back in April. It's too cold for me. It's somewhere sunny. Home bowls again, and again just clips that one away, and he's going to pick up 4. Another 4. That's through mid wicket. So that over was expensive by Jack Holmes. Probably just having bowled those 4 overs now. Maybe concentration just wandering a little bit. That's what Marty came in to signal was the.
Tea was set for 4 o'clock. We didn't know whether that would change with the extended morning session because they were 9 down when it was supposed to be lunch, and we carried on. But anyway, tea 75 for 2 Durham in response to Worcestershire's 308. David Beddingham has made a very pleasant 26 not out. Emilio Gay is 22 not out, and he has also played very nicely indeed. Worcestershire will be fairly satisfied with that start, although the home has been a little bit expensive. His 4 overs have gone for 23. We've had 21 overs, and tea is being taken. We will be back at around about 4:20 when play resumes. Until then, a very big thank you to our guest David Townsend, who we might hear a little bit more from later on. And thank you.
It's
for
a
being,
long day for you
being
two.
with
It's
us.
a long day. I like to help out, friend.
Against Essex. It's Worcestershire David Bellingham and Emilio Gay resuming the Durham innings.
Back to visit Worcestershire New Road. Play about to resume after tea. Day 2 of this Rothesay County Championship Division 2 game between Worcestershire and Durham. The situation is that Durham are 75 for 2 in response to Worcestershire's first innings, 308. We've had 21 overs. The two men out are Ben McKinney and Alex Lees, the openers. A wicket each for Matthew Waite and for this man Harry Darley, who starts after tea from the New Road end with a ball which is played out on the left hand, on the offside by the left-handed Emilio Gay. He's 22 not out. Bedingham is 26 not out. And I'd say honours are fairly even at this stage. Worcestershire fighting back after losing 2 early wickets this morning, getting to 308 all out with a last wicket partnership of 57 by Home and Darley, the two young pace bowlers. There's Darley again round the wicket in and bowls, and Emilio Gay is on the back foot playing that defensively out on the offside, and there's no run. Good afternoon to Martin Emerson from BBC Radio Newcastle. Marty, what's the score in the Sunderland game?
0-0. Looks like Sunderland have had quite a good lot of possession there. It looks like a hoying it down in the northeast today by all accounts.
So these two top 2 run scorers in the country coming into this game. Beddingham's just edged ahead in this innings as that one from Darley is down the leg side and missed by Gay, taken low down to his right by Gareth Roderick.
Yeah, Gay came into the match with 473 runs at 94.6 and Bedingham 471 at 94.2. Ben McKinney was ranked 4 with 370 at 69, but he was out earlier for 12.
Darley again round the wicket, bowls, and Gay down the leg side again tries to flick it away, doesn't make contact. Gathered by Gareth Roderick.
I think Benningham's 2 ahead at the minute, isn't he? 26
he's just
versus
nipped
22.
ahead, isn't he? Yeah, just nipped ahead. No surprise to anybody who's used to watching Worcestershire that Bedingham is making runs against them. He's done it so many times before. 75 for 2 then.
Put on 153 these two against Middlesex the other day.
And that's again down the leg side from Darley, who's not located, well, hasn't got his radar right at all so far in this innings. This spell, I should say. Not innings, he bowled pretty well earlier on. Picked up that first wicket. 5.5 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 18 for the youngster on debut. I suspect that he's pretty nervous. He's coming in again now around the wicket. Bowls, and Gay drives off the back foot, doesn't really time it. into the covers, fielded by D'Oliveira. Maiden over, 75 for 2. I suspect he's nervous, but what I was going to say is he will have been less nervous having batted pretty well. I would think, that he's, you know, he would have gone out there thinking, well, maybe I do belong at this level. Yeah.
Well, he faced 108 balls. He was out there for quite some time, and I'm sure he would have really enjoyed it as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
So 34 overs left.
Tom Taylor.
So it's just over 2 hours, about 2 hours and 6 minutes, something like 2 hours, 7 minutes of play. So it's going to be 6:30ish easy. Tom Taylor opened the bowling earlier. Back into the attack. Bowled 7 overs, none for 20, 1 maiden. Comes in, right arm over. Beddingham carves to Kashif Ali at gully, no run there. Beddingham now has he's got 28 centuries and 35 half centuries. His highest score came against Lancashire when he made 279 against them in a win in Chester Street in 2024. He leaves this one. It's the Durham's highest score by any batsman. Also the first Durham player to score 104 consecutive innings. He got 144 at Hampshire away, then 101 and 103 at Blackpool, and then 101 in a home game against Somerset, all in 2024, as he finished the season with 1,331 runs, top scorer in the country. But a toe injury, a broken toe, derailed his season last year. Taylor comes in and bowls. That's left, goes through to the keeper. Gareth Roderick with the gloves on. 3 in the slip cordon. First slip, we've got Adam Hose, took a catch earlier. And then next to him, Ethan Brooks. And then Jake Libby at third slip. Taylor up to the stumps, bowls. Another leave from Beddingham. Happy just to leave and watch these balls go through to the keeper. Hassan Adnan's changing sides, he says the sun's in his eyes. So he's heading from square leg to point to officiate. What can you see, Frank?
Nothing in particular, just having a scan round,
See who's out there.
See who's out there. Good crowd, actually. I think pretty decent crowd. Spread fairly round the ground.
Bowler comes in again. Beddingham plays this to Dan Latt again in the covers, no run.
Quite well populated on the 7 side because the square is the pitch is over
across
on
that
part of the square. It's quite a good view. I stood up on the steps up this morning by the offices looking out, and several
busy
people
around
getting there early
Yeah.
and getting their seats because that's absolutely superb view from there.
Quite hot there this morning, I thought. Quite a bit of a sun trap on that balcony. Taylor in. Beddingham plays that ball into the ground and it runs down to gully, end of the over. A maiden. See if there's anybody emailed recently. Doesn't look like it.
75 for 2 then. Taylor 8 overs 2 maidens, no wicket for 20. Darley 6 overs 2 maidens, 1 wicket for 18.
Coventry 36, Worcester 21, latest score.
Darley round the wicket from the New Road end then to the left-handed Gay. Bowls, and Gay just jams down on that at the last minute. Bottom edge, just runs out on the offside. Bowled well, Darley's on debut, bowling the 2 top batters in the country at the moment, and he's acquitted himself pretty well. Not at great pace, can't afford to err too much in line and length. doing okay, the young man.
Are Worcester in the National League now in terms of rugby?
Yes,
Yeah.
I say yes. I'm not an expert. Gay gets his first run since tea, clipping this one down to long leg for a single. And they're playing today.
Yeah, Coventry.
Yeah,
Coventry did play at the football ground, didn't they?
They did for a while.
They're not there now.
No, they're playing at. I heard the intro when I was on the radio saying where they were playing. I'm not exactly sure. I might be able to. Well, they're losing 33-21. English Championship.
Yeah,
yeah.
English Championship.
Yeah. And they're losing 33-21 at Butts Park Arena, but it's named after somebody, I think. As this one is clipped away on the leg side by the right-handed Beddingham, but straight to D'Oliveira at mid-wicket.
In that division, you've got Nottingham. So Nottingham Rugby Club is where we park when we go to Trent Bridge, isn't it?
Yeah, it
Was
is.
it called Maze Bounty?
No, Maze Bounty is
No, that's Basingstoke, isn't it? What's it called?
No, it's called
Lady Bay.
Lady Bay, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, played at Basingstoke once. A very important game. It was a really good game of cricket, but also saw Worcestershire play Hampshire there in the 80s, but they don't play there anymore. Darley bowls on the back foot. Beddingham drives up to mid-on Wakefields, and there's no run.
Durham played Hampshire there about 2012, I think.
Yeah, I don't think Hampshire have played there for quite a while now. I think they still might play second team games there. It's a lovely ground.
Well, I noticed one of the teams in that division, Caldy.
Yeah, Worcester's played them recently.
That's Half Man Half Biscuit have got a song called The Announcement, and it's about a turnstile operator at a football ground who appears to have been stealing money.
Darley in, bowls, Beddingham on the back foot, drives nicely through the throwback in to Roderick.
So I think it must be on the Wirral somewhere.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
And about how he's he used to buy his clothes at Trespass, but now he's going to the top stores in Liverpool, and he's suddenly become the joker in the clubhouse at Caldy.
Yeah.
His summer holiday used to be a fortnight in a friend's two-berth in Kinmel Bay.
Darley bowls, Gay drives, half volley, wide outside the off stump, through the covers for 4. Last ball of the over, letting Darley down. Gay goes to 27, where he joins Beddingham, and it's 81 for 2. Yeah, it says Thurstaston, Merseyside.
Where?
Thurstaston. I've never heard of that. I don't know where that is, but
Be round near Hoylake or somewhere, I would imagine.
yeah.
Cracking song.
Village on the
that.
Wirral Peninsula, Merseyside. There you are.
It's only about 2 minutes long, the song.
There we are. It's near West Kirby. Yeah.
A colleague of mine came from West Kirby. Here's Taylor to start his next over from the Diglas end, running into ball to Beddingham, who's on 27. Beddingham plays the ball defensively out into the covers to Latigan, no run there. Went to Hoylake. What have you been about? Ooh. England won the Ashes at home, didn't they? About 2007?
2005.
2005. So when would the away Ashes have been then? Winter 2006, 2007?
Yeah, could have been, yeah. Should know, shouldn't we?
Yeah. Well, the BBC decided to... This is drilled at the bowler, who stops it with his instep, and he's gone down and picks himself back up again. I think he's alright. That looked a bit painful. Yeah, the BBC decided they were going to send a reporter out to the Ashes series in Australia, basically to report for all of the regional radio stations as part of GNS, the General News Service. So they asked for applications, and the interview was on a Monday in Birmingham. So went down to Hoylake on the way down and watched the Open Golf. That was the year when Tiger Woods won.
06, 07.
Yeah. So I didn't get the gig, unfortunately. I went to a lad who worked for Radio Manchester, but it did benefit me in retrospect as bowler comes in here and Beddingham plays us up to mid-on, because while he was in Australia, Radio Manchester needed somebody to cover a number of Man United matches, so I ended up doing them instead. And I also got a gig where I saw Hartlepool play Bury, so there you go. It was red hot at Hoylake. All the grass had turned to straw, and then it all just sort of broke up and turned into this fine dust. But a lovely location. In comes Taylor off the back foot from Beddingham. That's a lovely shot, and this is heading towards the cover boundary. There's a chase on. The ball is going to get there. Latigan just couldn't stop it. It's gone off over the rope in front of the marquee. It kicks one of the covers in anger there.
Beautiful shot by Beddingham.
Really nicely timed, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, the course is right on the Wirral, and you're looking across sort of the D estuary towards North Wales and Snowdonia. It was very good to watch the golf because there was quite a lot of big sand dunes there, which give you quite a lot of natural vantage points to see everything. Next ball is played by Beddingham to D'Oliveira at mid-on, no run there, and that is the end of the over. 4 runs from it, so Beddingham has 31. Gay has 27, Durham at 85 for 2.
And it's still 0-0 in the football. You're watching it here. Anyway, Lee's out for 9, McKinney 14, Gay 27, Beddingham 31 not out, Gay not out as well. Worcestershire need a wicket. These two are just settling in rather nicely. They haven't got away. Beddingham, as I said earlier, just accumulates 31 now. He's played 2 or 3 lovely shots off the back foot. Just a lovely player to watch, and just makes runs without you really noticing. Super player. 3 slips in place. That's Tom Taylor, wicketless so far. Gone past the bat a few times. Prepares to come in from the Diglis end of the ground. 3 slips, as I say. Rest of the field fairly well spread. 3 saving, 1 on the offside, 2 on the leg. Beddingham drives nicely, but straight to wait at mid-off. What's the end of the over? Taylor, 9
thought the
overs.
over had finished.
Yeah, 9 overs, 2 made and an over 24. Yes, it doesn't matter.
There's no ball in it. I thought they'd count. I thought that was the 6th delivery. Where do Hartpury Rugby Club play? Where's that?
Hartpury is Gloucestershire.
Right.
Quite not far away from me.
British Pirates.
Darley round the wicket, balls, and steered down on the offside by Gay.
The Facebook page, Angry People in Local Newspapers. Do you ever see that?
No.
It's quite funny, and it was the anniversary the other day of a local newspaper report where a guy went to give a talk to a women's institute group about piracy, so they all dressed up as pirates.
And he was talking about a different kind of pirate.
Well, he'd been held by Somali
Somali
pirates and had been on an oil tanker, but
Darley round the wicket again, bowls. Gay on the back foot, drives to D'Oliveira. An extra cover. No run.
He seemed to have taken it in good stead because he was on the photograph with all these women dressed as pirates from this WI.
We had Jack Brooks this winter to the Cricket Society, Worcestershire Cricket Society. And we meet every month in the pavilion, and Bradders and I do the interview of whichever guests we have. We had a good lineup this winter. Darley bowls, Gay turns it on the leg side, no run, and we had Alex Stewart and Graham Gooch, first 2 this winter. We had Andy Moles, Gladson Small. We had various ones, but we had Jack Brooks around, I think it was January, and Bradders and I decided, or I suggested, and Bradders liked the idea, that we might have a bit of costume. So we did. I'll try and find the picture. Dolly again in bowls. Gay works this nicely away on the onside for a single.
Oh, clever.
We were just about to start the interview and I said, hang on a minute, we've forgotten something. We both pulled out our white headbands and wore them for the entire evening.
I bet he's never seen that before.
He thought it, well, he hadn't. He said he hadn't, and he thought it was great. He really enjoyed it. It was a very good speaker, actually. Very interesting take on county cricket and how he got into it and how hard it was and why he didn't take it too seriously. It was really good, actually. Most unusual. Good old Jack Brooks. Harry Darley over the wicket, bowls, and this is driven beautifully down the ground by Beddingham. There's going to be 4 runs. Hasn't hit it too hard, just reached the rope, but timed it nicely. Just, again, maximum efficiency, minimum effort. 35 to Beddingham, and it's 90 for 2. And it's looking ominous for Worcestershire with these 2 huge run scorers at the crease. Not really offering much by way of encouragement to the bowlers, as Dolly is in once more, past umpire Hassan Adnan bowls, and Beddingham just works this one up to mid-on, and there's no run. End of the over, 90 for 2.
Still 218 behind, aren't they?
Yeah, but it looks quite flat today.
Yeah, it does.
Yesterday, doesn't it?
We said that this morning, didn't we? Batting looked a lot easier today. The talking of the piracy thing, I remember it was indirectly led to me working for the BBC. One of the first cases of modern piracy I'd ever heard of was sort of Christmas 1997. A ship had been captured off the coast of Africa, and the crew were then released, and I think the captain lived in Northumberland and was flying back into Newcastle airport, and I'd gone to the airport to try and see if I could interview him. It was Christmas Eve. As Taylor starts anew over here from the Diglas end, coming round the wicket to Gay. Gay plays it up to D'Oliveira at mid-off, no run there. And the only other reporter who was there was a lady who worked for the BBC, for Radio Newcastle, and we got chatting and talking about careers and all that, and she said, why don't you try and apply for a job at the BBC? And I did. So we never got to see the ship's captain. We got the airport to put out an announcement for him, and then somebody came over and said, are you looking for so-and-so, so-and-so? It's Taylor Bowles. Is that an edge? It is. I thought he'd left that. I didn't think he'd touched it. Gay's out for 28. I'm sure he was trying to leave this. I think it's come off the bottom of the bat.
He knew he'd hit it because he looked back, didn't he? Well, just when you think they're not going to get a wicket, they get the breakthrough. And Amelia Gay has gone. Tom Taylor gets his first wicket, rewarded for his perseverance. He's been pretty tidy, to be fair. 90 for 3, so that partnership was worth 55. Good wicket as far as Worcestershire are concerned. Good low catch by Roderick. And guess who's coming?
Oh, I forgot about him. I was trying to think who'd be next.
The England captain makes his way out to the middle.
Well, I think it was May 2022 when he smashed the ball to all corners here. Made 161, broke the record for the most sixes in an innings in a county championship match, which was 17. Lewis Kimber then broke it a couple of years ago. He used 5 different bats that day, and poor Josh Baker in the infancy of his career got hit for 5 sixes and a 4 in 1 over. And he put on the most runs by any player in a morning session in a championship match, and he wasn't even out there at the start of the day. He came out at about 11:15.
I've just had a message from Joe Leach, who was playing in that game, and he's just put PTSD here. Brilliant. Bedingham / Stokes, he put PTSD here.
And I think Sean Dixon got 100 in that game as well, didn't he?
Probably. Anyway.
But
if you're Harry Darley, you just think, well, what an opportunity I've got here.
Yeah. Stokes facing Taylor. Around the wicket he comes. Stokes defends. So his last game for Durham, Ben Stokes, was against Worcestershire in Chesley Street, a match which started on June the 30th 2 years ago. And I remember the date because of my birthday, and Worcestershire won in Chesley Street. The only time they've won there.
I've got a question for you. You like a stat? Which cricketer has the all-time highest first-class batting average for Worcestershire? Thanks to Clive O'Donnell for this.
That's forward defensive there from Stokes.
The all-time
is it
highest
from one innings or
first-class
something?
batting average for Worcestershire.
No.
It's Jack Home.
Really?
Yeah. After his 60 odd not out today, he averages 108 for Worcestershire. It's not bad, is it? And I stick by what I said earlier. I reckon if he can get the bowling sorted, he could be a bowler that's at 7 rather than an 8, a 9 or a 10.
Taylor around the wicket. Stokes plays this to Kashif short in mid-wicket, no run.
Going to be an update for BBC over Worcester soon, because I gather the rugby is finished.
What was the rugby score?
I'm not sure. I think
33-21, I think.
Yeah.
Oh no, it went horribly wrong.
Oh, did it?
Coventry 64, Worcester 28.
Goodness me.
That escalated quickly.
Yeah.
Taylor bowls. Played by Stokes up to D'Oliveira at mid-off, dot ball. Being very watchful, very methodical here, Ben Stokes. He'll play for Durham at Kent next week when they play in Beckenham, and then the Test series starts in a few weeks' time against New Zealand at the beginning of June, so he'll be away for that. And he plans to play for Durham in the One Day Cup. Last ball of the over. Taylor comes in. And that is the end of the over. It's a wicket maiden. Or is it? Hang on. Well, it was a no ball. It's not a wicket maiden.
So that update coming shortly.
The what? Coventry played their joker at half time.
92 for 3 then. 1 for Taylor, 1 for Darley, 1 for Waite. And now it is Darley to carry on from the New Road end, bowling to the right-handed Bedingham. In comes Darley, bowls, and Bedingham is working this one away on the onside for a single. So Harry Darley will now get his chance to have a bowl at the England skipper. What a tremendous opportunity for him. He will remember this day for a long time, Harry Darley. First class debut. Got onto the field, shared in a last wicket partnership of 57 with Jack Home, and then picked up his first wicket. Ben McKinney caught it slip by Hose for 14, and now about to bowl round the wicket to the England skipper Ben Stokes. In he comes and bowls, and Stokes is covering up, playing off the back foot up to mid on Tom Taylor, the fielder. 93 for 3.
Who sent you that message about Peter?
Joe Leach.
Right. He watched Durham's demise at Yorkshire last year because
He's working for the PCA now.
Yeah. Well, he was. I remember having breakfast in the hotel the first morning, and I was looking at him, and he was looking at me. And you know when you recognise somebody, but you couldn't work out where to put them, and then we bumped into each other in the press box.
Here's Darley again, round the wicket bowls, and a run for Stokes. He's off the mark, just turns this down to long leg for a single. 94 for 3. Here comes that update for Hereford and Worcester. Durham are currently 94 for 3. David Beddingham is 36 not out. He's just been joined by the England captain Ben Stokes, who's just got off the mark with a single. Emilio Gay is the man out since tea. He was caught behind by Gareth Roderick off the bowling of Tom Taylor for 28. The two men out in the Durham innings before tea. Ben McKinney caught at slip by Adam Hose off Darley for 14, and Alex Lees caught at third slip by Jake Libby off Matthew Waite for 9. All of this after Worcestershire this morning went from their overnight 209 for 7 to 308 all out. Ethan Brooks was out for 28, Tom Taylor for 25, and then a brilliant last wicket partnership of 57 between the two rookie pacemen Harry Darley and Jack Home. Home finished on 63 not out. Darley made 12, but played a really significant part in an excellent partnership which took Worcestershire to a second batting bonus point, and he's also bowled pretty well with the new ball. Darley has 1 wicket, Waite has Taylor has 1 wicket, Taylor has 1 wicket, and Durham, as I say, with 28 overs left in the day after this, are 94 for 3, which means they trail Worcestershire by 213 runs. That was edged by
Libby's just dropped.
Brooks at second slip. I'm not sure it carried. It might have done. If it did, it was very, very low. But good effort from Darley. Comes in again now and bowls, and Beddingham is driving this one up to mid-on. I don't think we're going to see another replay. It'd be nice to see another replay of that. I don't know if anybody is able to fix that up for us, but it's the end of the over anyway. Good from Darley. 94 for 3. Beddingham has, as I say, 36, and Stokes has 1.
Sun and Man U 0-0. Stokes on 1, on strike as Taylor comes round the wicket to bowl to him in bright sunshine. Oh, he gets an inside edge. They didn't know where the ball had gone. He's looking round in sheer panic there at his stumps, but it had gone between his legs and went off down towards sort of short, fine leg. Gets a single. Dave Townsend back alongside us, back in the commentary box. When did you leave your private island, Dave?
Earlier this week, Marty. My first look at the county championship this season, well, obviously live. And you can't get a better spot than this, can you? I don't think.
Could do without one of these poles being in the way, I suppose. But in comes Taylor again. That's driven by Beddingham. And stopped by D'Oliveira at mid-on.
I hear you've been upsetting the locals by complaining that the...
Well, it could do with a clean, couldn't it, really?
Bit of sandblasting, you reckon?
Yeah. It just looked, the brickwork, the stonework just looked very dark the other day.
That possible chance, don't think it carried.
You don't think it carried?
No.
Next ball drilled by Beddingham up the field and away past the bowler. D'Oliveira's chasing after it. He's not going to get it. That goes for 4 to the Diglas end. Nice shot. I'm just gonna dial. I've got to dial into Newcastle. So DT, you just.
Am I? You're leaving me on the bridge on my own, Marty. So, Taylor just over pitching a little bit there, just straying slightly. He's been very economical. This is his 11th over, 1 for 31. Durham progressing smoothly. Taylor in, bowls, and Bellingham covers up, pushes back down the pitch. No run there. All eyes, of course, on the other end, the man leaning on his bat, England's skipper, returned to county championship cricket. He's been a good supporter over the years when he can be. Ben Stokes, I remember watching him against Lancashire. Great game up at Southbourne, going back quite a long time now, probably best part of 10 years. Next delivery is again covered up by Bellingham and pushed defensively, and no run there. Durham won that game and then had a fantastic little impromptu game on the outfield with a few kids. I think maybe a couple of pint pots for stumps and some 9-year-old bouncing Stokes, much to Paul Collingwood's amusement. Collie's still around in those days. Taylor on his way, bowls, and that's wide and smacked away backward of the square. That's 4 more runs, so just a little bit loose in that over. The one that was slightly over pitch, driven past mid off for 4, and that one crashed away backward of square. Too wide, bit of width, but and wasn't going to miss out on that, and he didn't. And Frank is
just
you can't leave me on my own.
No, I don't trust you.
Don't
I don't trust you. My responsibility.
Just talking about Stokes and how he's supported county cricket over the years.
Yeah, I agree.
He's always had a and of course he probably be one of the last county games he played was here a few years ago when he
4 years ago.
It was 4 years
ago.
Yeah,
you miss. I was saying that as he walked out to bat, I received a very amusing text message from Joe Leach, who was bowling in that game.
Right.
And he just put PTSD here.
So Stokes is timed that one nicely wide of mid-off. He's going to pick up probably 3 runs. No, they'll settle for 2. That's good diving stop by Matthew Waite, just down in front of us at long off. He was a bit brutal on
Josh Baker.
Poor young Josh Baker, wasn't he?
He was.
But then, to be fair to him, said to him afterwards.
He sent him a message. I think.
He pointed out that it was Stokes, of course, who was hit for 4 consecutive sixes to lose a World Cup final, which is probably worse than being hit for 5 sixes at New Road on a Monday afternoon. Next delivery is pushed into back to the bowl, in fact, and no run to be had there.
Yes, I agree with you about Stokes being a supporter of county cricket. I think it's good that he's always tried to play whenever he can. Apparently he said he's going to play in the One Day Cup this year, if other commitments allow, which is great.
Again, good for Durham, good for
cricket,
good for the whoever they're playing. The opposition get the chance to see him. The Worcestershire fans here. He drives nicely. Again, he really just leant on that one back past the bowler, and it's raced away. Darley didn't do a lot wrong there, but Stokes striking that one cleanly up to a very straight long off for his for a boundary there, which shows him in a bit of touch. 8 runs he's got. As I say, his second boundary there. It wasn't, of course, Waite cut off that shot through long off, and Marty's back now. It's his musical chairs. I turn around to have a word with Frank, and you're back yourself, Marty. Darley bowls and defended this time.
Did you get a shock to look up and see me rather than Frank?
No, it was just a sort of a larger shape there. I saw out to the side of my.
Well, Frank is an athlete, isn't he?
He is, yes.
But I'll ask you this though.
Well,
I'll ask you this, DT. I've actually lost quite a bit of weight. Have you ever seen a happy runner?
A happy runner?
Yeah.
Good question. Running.
I'll leave that one there.
And certainly, if you're looking to be, looking for a bit of fitness at an advancing age like you and me, Martin. As Farley bowls, and that's swung away by Stokes down to wide. Long leg, fine leg moving around, and he's quickly back for a second.
Did well there. I would say you're more advanced with a capital A than I am.
Yeah, definitely.
I am 55 yet this year, though. That does seem really middle-aged, doesn't it? 55.
I'll give you a bit of advance warning. 60's not good.
Is it not?
Not mentally.
Oh, right.
Nothing wrong with being 60.
Yeah.
But you're thinking to yourself, the edge of the cliff's getting closer.
Hope you're all happy out there.
Here's Farley round the wicket to the left, and it's Stokes who defends that square of the wicket. No run to be had there. So that's the end of the over. Durham moving along nicely, 111 for 3. They'd be reasonably happy with that, wouldn't they? Held up a bit earlier with that last wicket stand, but probably you'd say they've just about shaded the match so far on points, if we were measuring it in that way. That's in it. Talking to Frank about the new addition next to the tree over there. Looks quite nice, doesn't it? With the little
bar area, sort of VIP rooms.
What do you call those sort of sail type things on top?
They are sails, yeah. Awnings.
Awnings on top of the stand. Look very good.
Yeah. New over from Taylor here. Bowling to. Is it the new over or not? Yeah. Bowling to Bedingham is on 44. If you come back to our house in the near future, you won't recognise the place. We had an extension put on last year.
Did it?
The garden's completely different now. In fact, there isn't a garden anymore. But I think, the beloved is eyeing a sail to put across the back patio.
A nice bit of.
Our neighbours have got one.
You've not got a bit of awning on the back.
No,
keep the sun off. You go inside, don't you? So
yeah,
the sun comes out.
Yeah,
you're a 20s plenty man.
Yeah, even then it's pushing things. Next ball to Bedingham is played to Ladigan down at Gully No Run there.
Well, my dear old dad always used to say, better to sweat than shiver, Marty.
Well, true, very true. Is that why you moved to Thailand?
Can't be doing with these winters. I think
it's a bit miserable.
That's another thing you see. You get a bit older. You feel that cold in your bones a bit more. Don't you? Yeah. But no, as far as the running goes, walking's the way to go when you get older.
Yeah.
Walking.
Taylor to Bedingham, and it's defended.
You see these old blokes shuffling along, sort of in their 70s, trying to do a bit of jogging or something. They're not doing. They're just all they're doing is sort of
trying to keep warm.
Well, they're just bringing forward by a few years their hip replacements, aren't they?
Yeah.
So knee replacements and all that sort of thing. A bit of brisk walking, get the old heart rate up.
Bedingham this season got 147 in the last match at Middlesex, got 129 not out against Lancashire the match before that, 118 in the game before that against Gloucestershire. This one's a dot ball played up to Dollavera at mid-on.
He's just well organised, isn't he? He's
12 and 48 against Kent. So he's really in good nick. In terms of scores for Durham, he was the first to score 300 in a match. He got 257 and 53 against Derbyshire in 2021. The first to score 4 centuries in 4 innings in a row. That's the highest total by any Durham player, 279 against Lancashire a couple of years ago. Ball played out into the covers this time. Won by Bedingham.
Can you go through that again? I missed that. You were saying a bit quickly. I couldn't write the second one down.
He's got 19 hundreds for Durham, which include 3 200s. and 14 50s.
So that's a good conversion rate as well,
He was
isn't it?
biding his time
Very
to try
good
and see if England would come knocking, and then South Africa called him up, and he decided to go to South Africa because you never know when your form might dip, and so he won the World Test Championship with South Africa, didn't he? Was it last year? Round the wicket comes Taylor. Oh, that's an inside edge there from Stokes. It's gone for 4, down to leg side, down to fine leg.
Yeah, just look to get a bit more bat on that. And
was that a leg glance or was that an inside edge? Let's see this again. Well, the camera changes angle just as he's hitting again.
I think he was looking to
leg
play
glance.
that up to mid on, wasn't he? So I think we'd give that an inside edge. Give that one to the bowler. The all count though, as far as Stokes' total is concerned, he's on 14.
Taylor again. Peeling for LBW. Not given by James Middlebrook.
That's the England captain. I can't give him out.
There's something about Taylor's follow through that. So he seems to freeze his legs as he bowls. And I just get the impression when I'm watching him is that he's pulling out of the delivery.
Conserving energy, Marty.
Well, that's a sensible thing to do.
That is, it's very nice. There's that new structure here at Worcester. It's changed a bit over the years, hasn't it? With obviously the hotel going up in one corner and the new pavilion, the Graham Hick Pavilion. Ladies' tea room still.
Have you been in?
You had a piece of cake?
No, I haven't. I don't think I've been in there before. A friend of mine went in one day and went to get some cake before it was officially on sale, and he was told in no uncertain terms.
Start a new over, and that's eased away down to fine leg for a single by Bedingham. It's Jack Home into the attack. Bowled quite well earlier, didn't he? Not youngster. He's obviously not as grooved and as consistent, but
Do you like his hair?
one or two nipped through. And
Do you like the tips in his hair? Very sort of early 80s look about it. I'm thinking Catch a Goo Goo, maybe a bit of Duran Duran.
well, it catches the eye, doesn't it? As long as it's not a mullet, we don't want to see mullets. That next delivery, and he's got Ben Stokes has gone edge to second slip, diving catch, and what a scalp that is for Jack Home. Stokes there not looking happy. That delivery wasn't the best of shots. He just sort of flicked at it outside the off stump, fast edge to second slip, shoulder height, and comfortable enough catch there for Brooks. So that's the end of Stokes. Crowd, I think, would have liked to have seen a little bit more of him. He survived a very confident appeal at the end of the previous over for LBW. But there a little, just a little twitch shot really, wasn't it? You'll be disappointed with that. Would have liked Frank's come in to update his notebook.
Durham 119 for 4, trail by 189.
Yeah, no, that's just, we're talking maybe Durham just ahead on points a couple of overs ago, but that's sort of swung the balance back a little bit. Could be a very good game of cricket, this one, Marty.
Yeah.
Very good game of
In the
cricket.
32nd over, the England skipper has gone.
It was a good catch. It went quickly to him, didn't it? Sort of caught it somewhere around his left shoulder. But, well, 4 wickets down. Bedingham is the big scalper. the one that.
Bedingham needs somebody to partner with him, though, doesn't he? That's the thing.
True. So Clark is arrived at the crease and taking guard. Oh, this is, you've got two right-handers in now, Marty. It makes it more difficult, doesn't it, to know which is which. So home again bowls, and that's driven. No run, firmly back to the bowl. So a big scalp that. Imagine being we've all been young players coming into a team, whether it's a school team or a village team or whatever. First couple of games, finding your way, and you managed to knock over the England skipper.
Well, what a day he's had. He made 63 not out earlier.
Graham Clark on his toes, plays that one square of the wicket. No run to be had there. Must have been an annoying little stand this morning from your point of view, wasn't it?
It didn't annoy me particularly, other than we got very, very hungry as winter approached and lunch went very cold.
Those last wicket stands are always frustrating for the fielding side. Nice looking drive there, and again the bowler stops it. And again there's no room. So Clark doing the classic playing through the V early in the innings. A couple of deliveries. He'll be telling some people about... What would you be telling them tonight? Stokes would have to be the one that you told them first before the 61 not out, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Jack Home bowls, and that's slashed away by Clark. He's got one. He's coming back for a second. He's going to have to hurry, but he's home comfortably enough. And he's underway with that couple. 121 now. 4-4. Bedingham moving to what Marty will probably tell us is his 15th 50 for Durham, right? He's on 46, score 121 for 4. It's clouding over a little bit.
I read it out earlier, didn't I?
Let's see if I remembered that.
What did you say?
I said it'll be his 15th 50. You said he's got 1900s and 14 50s, is that
Did
right?
I did.
There you go.
I also, but that was punctuated by including 3 double hundreds, if you remember. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
So
he's reached
29, 33. This will be his 34th time and getting to 50 for Durham.
If he gets there.
It's weight bowling now. Comes into the attack to replace Taylor, and Bedingham first ball is played back to him.
How are you finding it being back in Division 2?
All the grounds are in exactly the same place they were 2 years ago. It's dead easy. Bowler comes back in and bowls. Bedingham plays that off to the covers. No run there. I mean,
friendly a lot in Division 2.
I mean, from a personal point of view, being able to spend time with Scott Reed a couple of weeks ago, and then Kevin Hand last week, who are among my closer mates in the commentary circuit. See Dave Fletcher in a few weeks' time. Next ball is bowled by Waiton, defended by Bedingham. It rolls up to Brett D'Oliveira at mid-off, no run there. Bedingham goes for a little wander towards square leg. 63 deliveries is faced with 46, Durham 121 for 4.
Durham have to be one of the favourites to go back up.
I don't know, you'd have to ask the bookies that. They've had a good start. Next ball is played towards mid-wicket. I mean, Frank was saying earlier that he couldn't understand how Durham went down last year, given the resources they have and the players at their disposal, but it wasn't a good season. They won here in 2 days and then beat Notts in May, and then that was it. And you know, if I'm on air in July and they're losing in 2 days on a difficult pitch at Somerset, and I said on air I didn't think they'd win another game and they'd get relegated, if I can work that out in July, then how's nobody else seen it coming? Next ball is pushed away by Beddingham up towards long on for 2.
Well, Marty, you know what they say about a stop clock, don't you?
Yeah, it's right 3 times a day, is that right?
Is that 1, 2, 3, 4, 4? Is it, you often see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Have you noticed that?
Yeah.
On your travels.
I think the early part of the season last year they got a lot of draws and they weren't losing games, but they weren't racking up the wins either. And then as the summer wore on, Beddingham plays at this one quite late there, goes up to short mid-wicket, dot ball, slightly mistimed I think, end of the over. Libby takes the ball.
And then the last day of the season they just had to bat out for a draw.
Yeah,
and,
I mean they were absolute gift horse when Hampshire lost, and Durham knew as they came out the bat at 11 o'clock in the morning on the last day of the season they were safe as long as they saw the day out, and they never even made tea.
Yes, you were
Match referee at Bristol a few weeks ago, Mike Smith, reminded me, he said he was listening to that game. It's a stop clock scenario, I suppose, but when they lost their second wicket at Headingley that day, I said they were going to lose by an innings.
And you were right, Marty.
And I'd suggested the night before that it wasn't all done and dusted, and Durham still had to do their bit to make sure.
There you go.
You know, there was no peril, and everybody just dismissed the idea that Durham would lose in the press box. Everybody just dismissed it out of hand. So.
Anyway, there's a run off the first ball of that over. Now home to Beddingham.
Oh, it's a wide.
Well, it was an attempted bounce, but he just sort of dismissively ducked under, swayed under, moved slightly away from, and it was wide enough for the umpire to unfurl his arms. One more to the total, one more ball to be bowled. They're off that dreaded 1, 2, 3 for 4. Here's home again. Bowls and down the leg side.
No ball.
Flick through the onside, a no ball. So a wide followed by a no ball, and
maybe getting Stokes out. Who was the Ipswich Town player who scored in the FA Cup final, and then what was his name? Roger Osborne. Can you remember that?
I can remember.
But he scored in the FA Cup final, and then the moment just suddenly overwhelmed him, and they ended up substituting him, didn't they? Because he went into a daze.
Next delivery from home is played down to wide third man for a single. So the runs coming in different parts of the field at the moment and in different ways. Wides, no balls, shots through the offside, shots through the on.
There's footage of him. He's wandering around absolutely in a state of shock at Wembley, and the camera pans on the Ipswich bench, and they suddenly realise
he'd gone.
Yes, and they had to take him off.
Yes, home runs in and a drive. That's a thickish inside edge, so he's going to get a couple of runs. Is Clark, but small victory for the bowler. He was looking to hit that one again through the B, hit it through mid-wicket. Reading a very good book at the moment about the 1966 World Cup, written by Duncan Hamilton.
Oh, don't tell me who wins.
You would know.
Hamilton.
Who's written some really good books. He's written the biography of Harold Larwood, which any cricket fan listening who hasn't read that wonderful book, Home Bowls Again, and that's pushed into the offside. And
was Larwood
just
the bowler from Nottingham who worked down the pitch?
He was tiny as well. There's a picture of him in there when he went for his trial. When he first went for his trial.
Who was the captain? Douglas Jardine.
Jardine was captain, yeah. But
So
Arthur.
Can you remember the Bodyline series that was on TV in the 80s?
Arthur Carr was Arthur Carr, Derbyshire, or whatever. Can't remember. Around that time, there's a whole lot of the county scene of that time. He talks about its delivery flicked that outside the off stump. And he's a great book. But when Larwood first went for a trial, he was quick. But apparently one of the committee members said the racetrack's down that way, lad. It was rather unfair. Possibly England's greatest bowler, I don't know.
I remember in Bodyline scenes of him running round the streets in his cricket boots, cobbled back lanes of
certainly very quick.
Wherever.
Next delivery strikes Bedingham on the just on the thigh pad somewhere as he tries to turn it into the onside. There's no run there, that's the end of the over. But the Duncan Hamilton's book, it's called Prayers Answered, about the winning the 1966 World Cup, and I'd recommend it to anybody. It's excellent. It sort of features sort of homes in on Alf Ramsey, but obviously all the other stuff going around it as well. And the reason I mentioned that, Marty, was back in the 60s when the game was, shall we say, a little bit more physical than it is these days.
Mm-hmm.
They were at that stage had no substitutes. You didn't
there was
have a
nobody
substitute
getting sent off for pulling hair then.
Well, nobody had long hair.
No.
I mean,
there was law. You had to have a short back and sides. It was law.
A brill cream back.
Here's Waite in the sunshine, the afternoon sunshine here at New Road. Clark plays this to Olivier, a short mid-wicket.
Short back and sides of brill cream. I mean, no player should ever have his hair pulled back. Really, I mean, if I was referee and anybody who got hair that long, I'd book them when they walked on the field. The yellow card would come out, so that would.
Anyway, Roger Osborne scored the winning goal for Ipswich against Arsenal at Wembley in 1978.
And on that note, I'll hand you back to Frank.
Okay. White bowling to Clark. Clark drives the ball along the floor to Kashifali in the covers. No run there. It's an interesting sky. There's some really high, murky stuff, but we've got bright sunshine here at the moment. And the radar suggested some showers might bubble up and come down towards us from the Birmingham area later on today. A beautiful sunny afternoon here at the moment. As Waite bowls again, and Clark plays that out towards square leg and goes for a single. Takes him on to 7. Bedingham on 49. So looking to get to 50 for the 4th time this season.
Yeah, he's played really well, hasn't he?
Be the 4th match in a row.
Quality player. Simple as that.
Away comes in and bowls. That is driven back up to the bowler's end. No run there.
And I maintain what I said earlier about Bedingham. He's played. I mean, I can remember 2 or 3 really crisp back foot drives through the covers, which is a shot I always admire. But he just accumulates. He scored pretty quickly, but it's just efficiency. Puts the bad ball away. Ticks along at 2 or 3 and over most of the time.
Leans into this one and just plays it back to the bowler. Derek Allen says Durham were 11-4 favourites to win Division 2, were they?
I'd say Durham and Lancashire are the two strongest sides on paper.
Wait to Beddingham. Beddingham drives. There's his 50. Fourth match in a row that he's got there this season. That's gone for 4 through the covers. So he moves on to 53 from 73 balls. 9 fours. It's the 34th time he's got there for Durham.
Yeah, really good stuff. 73 balls, 9 fours, just top class stuff from a top class player. As Jack Holmes starts a new over from the new road end, bowling to Graham Clark. Bowls and Clark drives straight down the ground for 4. Absolutely no problem. Full of length, half volley, straight down the ground. It was quickish, but it doesn't matter if it's there in the slot for a top class professional batsman. Be disappointed if he didn't hit that back down the ground for 4. And this is Holmes' difficulty, isn't it, as a bowler? He bowls as quick as he can, puts a lot into it. It's just lacking consistency at this stage in his career. He's in and he bowls, that's much better. And Clark pushes out on the offside. And this is the coach's challenge, isn't it, with a bowler like Jack Holmes, and I guess like Luke Robinson. Be interesting to talk to Ash Thorpe about it. You want to keep the pace, you want to keep the aggression, you want to keep that intent, but at the same time you want to reduce the number of loose deliveries that come along. It's a real challenge. Here's Home once more, in, bowls, and this one is right in the block hole, and Clark just gets a toe end on it and squeezes it out on the offside. So McKinney 14, Lees 9, Gay 28 and Stokes 14. The men out. Update for BBC Haven Worcester on its way. 140 for 4. Well, young Jack Holmes is having a day out here at New Road. He's made the top score in Worcestershire's first innings, got 63 not out, added 57 for the last wicket with his flatmate Harry Darley. Worcestershire 308 all out, and guess what, about 15 minutes ago he got the England captain out, Ben Stokes, caught at slip by Ethan Brooks off the bowling of Home, right arm round the wicket, quick one short outside the off stump. Stokes looking to steer it down on the offside, edged it to Brooks, and he was out for 14. So Durham are currently 142 for 4. David Beddingham, who has many times been a thorn in Worcestershire's side, is going along very nicely, but they trail still by 166 runs. It's been a decent day for the pairs. Honours fairly even in the game as a whole. 21 overs left in the day. Durham 142 for 4. As Home bowls, steers this down to third man for 2 off the bat of Graham Clark. Clark goes to 15. Beddingham has 53 and it's 144 for 4. 20 overs left in the day, 36 gone in the innings. And I think we're going to see Matthew Wake carry on from the Diglis end.
How many overs left? 20?
20 left,
what
yeah. I know. Going to be a 7 o'clock job again, isn't it, at this rate?
Yeah, it always is these days, isn't it?
unless that light closes in. I'll get that cue cut in a minute.
It's quite busy on the way into Worcester this morning. I was surprised for a Saturday morning just how slow it was coming into town. As Wade comes in and bowls, that's pushed away by Beddingham, back up to the bowler's end. I was wondering with the traffic if maybe the races were going to be on, but they're not. So whether it was people trying to get through Worcester to go to the flower show.
Yeah, could have been, partly, yeah. Get that cue cut in a minute, hopefully. And we'll stop listening to Kidderminster fans cheering in the background.
They'll be dancing on the streets of Kinver tonight. In comes the bowler. This is played by Beddingham up to mid-off, no run there, picked up by Libby. And Wolverley.
Dancing on the carpets.
Yeah.
I've sent a message.
$144 for 4. Worcestershire out earlier today for 308. Beddingham is on 53. As Waite comes into bowl to him. That's gone up to mid-off, no run there. Just start altering the field here. D'Oliveira has come out of mid-off and gone into a short mid-wicket position. They brought his slip out and put him into short extra cover. As Waite comes in his 8th over and bowls. Beddingham plays the ball across towards backward point to Harry Darley, the debutant.
I'm trying to get this removed.
I can't hear it.
Oh, can't you? Oh,
No,
right.
because
I beg your pardon.
Because
Oh, well
my
done.
headphones in this setup are just
okay.
one-legged, so I've pulled them out so I can hear everything in stereo, but I don't hear the cue when it's coming.
Well, lucky you.
Can you not turn the cue down?
I've turned it down as much as I can.
Ooh, playing a miss from Beddingham.
Oh, it's gone. Here we are.
One of our engineers
Thank you, Malcolm.
rejigged my machine a couple of years ago so I can turn the cue completely off.
It's
if I
clever,
need it.
that.
Yeah.
How do you do? I wonder how you do that. I'll have to see if I can get that done.
It was something to do with the circuit board.
Oh, beyond me already.
Yeah. What's that stuff they use? Where they melt it?
Solder.
Yeah, something. I think you probably need a soldering iron. Next ball from Waite, played to Darley by Beddingham, but he picks up a single on the way there. That is the end of the over. 37 overs of this innings gone, 19 remaining today. I think I said earlier in the day when they're calculating how many overs were left when they came out after tea that it was going to be easily a 6:30 job.
19.
Yeah, so that's an hour.
Well, of course, we
and-
added. It was 104 over day, wasn't it?
Yeah.
So I suppose you could say under normal circumstances it'd be 11, and that would be okay.
Maybe about
wouldn't
an hour and 10 minutes worth of play from here, isn't it? 6:45, something like that.
There's home carrying on from the New Road end, tearing in as ever. Bowls. Beddingham turns this on the leg side for a single. Libby the fielder, one of 3 deep on the leg side. Comes in actually now as Clark is on strike. It's just 2 in the deep. Clark, Beddingham having a chat with Waite at mid-on.
Beddingham's now gone past 500 runs for the season as well. So he into this game with 471.
Clark clips this one away for 4 behind square on the leg side. So Home is leaking runs now. Having got that wicket, he's gone for 47 so far in 7.2 overs. So that's over 6 and over. Has got the wicket of Stokes, but
looks a little bit crestfallen now, doesn't it?
Needs to just he needs to bowl some more dot balls, basically. Comes in again now. Balls and driven down the ground. 4 more. Another half volley, basically. Hit straight down the ground. Tumbling effort by Taylor at mid-off, but 4 more. And this is the problem. As I say, he tries to bowl quickly and does bowl quickly, but his control is lacking at the moment.
Beddingham's,
it could well come.
Beddingham's got 526 runs at the minute this season, and Emilio Gay is second with 501. Ben Rain the top run wicket taker with 29.
Home bowls short outside the off stump and mistimed by Clark. Looks to cut it away on the offside, but hits it into the ground. It trickles out into the covers where Brett D'Oliveira does the fielding.
Durham's Callum Parkinson has the 3rd best economy in bowling, 2.29 and over. Ajit Singh Dale, Lancashire, has an economy rate of 2, but he was injured against Durham, didn't play.
Home again, he's in. Bowls outside the off stump, left alone by Graham Clark this time. 154 for 4 it remains. Both teams have 3 points at the moment. Worcestershire 2 for batting, 1 for bowling. Durham 3 for bowling. And that is fair enough. Probably reflects the balance of power in the game at the moment. Can't help feeling that if Durham get a really big partnership together, they can catch that 308 Worcestershire total on a decent pitch. Home drives, Clark drives another half volley from Home through the covers for 4. So a pretty ordinary over that from Jack Holmes. 3 boundaries, 158 for 4, and Jack Holmes figures 8 overs, no maidens, 1 for 56. 55, I beg
13 runs from that over. $18 overs to go then. If you want to get in touch, you can email weircricket@bbc.co.uk. Elizabeth Cruikshank has emailed DT. She says, I heartily agree, read Duncan Hamilton. I have read all of his books on cricket, but I doubt I will read his latest on England's exploits in 1966 as Wade bowls here to Beddingham. Beddingham plays this out through mid-wicket. Should get 2. Being chased by Home out on that river side of the ground. Hoping the weather improves greatly and the Women's International goes ahead tomorrow. As ever, enjoying your commentary and the comments and the observations. Thank you, Elizabeth. I know the writer's called Duncan Hamilton, but I think Elizabeth is in Hamilton, in Scotland, from memory. Next ball is bowled to Beddingham. He plays it short on the leg side. It's stopped by D'Oliveira, dot ball. In comes Wait, that's played to backward point to Darley, no run. Johnny Esland has messaged on Blue Sky. It was after Stokes was out, and then the score was Durham were 119 for 4, and he said the lad's not quite on it today, is his observation in terms of Durham, but 160 for 4 now. In comes the bowler again. Oh, that's moved late on Beddingham. He's had a right waft at it. Didn't particularly move his feet here. Swung away. I was talking about the half man half biscuit song earlier, the announcement about the turnstile operator at Tranmere. Impeccable half man half biscuit reference, says Benj, who also sung about Fred Titmus. Indeed they did. Beddingham a bit late to this one, and Brett D'Oliveira's appealing from mid-wicket for LBW. Was it strangled a noise, wasn't it? Beddingham walks a single. There was no leg by signal there, was there? I think he's played that under his pad, hasn't he? Yeah.
Not sure it even hit the pad actually. It quite a long way off the bat, didn't it? Bournemouth are now unbeaten in 16 Premier League games. Only AC Milan and Bayern Munich have come on longer runs.
Well, as we returned from Bidford-on-Avon at the end of February half term, they got a late equaliser against Sunderland that afternoon. In comes Waite and bowls. Ball goes up to mid-on from Clark's bat, no run. End of the over. My wife drove from Sheffield so I could watch the game on the TV because it was on TNT Sport. So that's they're right in the reckoning then, aren't they, up the top there?
They've had a really good season, haven't they?
Who's their manager? Is he leaving?
Iraola
is he
is
leaving?
going, isn't he? Yeah. Andoni Iraola.
Tricky Trees playing Newcastle tomorrow afternoon.
Brett D'Oliveira's going to have a bowl at the New Road End. The only bowler in the Worcestershire side that isn't a seamer. We haven't seen Ethan Brooks yet. He has been the 5th seamer for quite a few games.
Does he not bowl so much these days, Brett D'Oliveira?
No, well, two reasons. First, when he became captain, captains never bowl themselves as much as they should, do they? And I knew he wouldn't. And then he had a really serious shoulder injury for a couple of years. But he's bowling again this year.
Because his wickets column hasn't moved that much in the last 2 years.
He doesn't take many wickets. He bowls in white ball sometimes, can be quite economical. First ball lands, Beddingham drives it straight back to him. 161 for 4. Beddingham on 58. D'Oliveira bowls again. Beddingham turns this on the leg side gently. Libby fields at mid wicket. And there's no run. D'Oliveira again bowls. Again, Beddingham plays very respectfully back up the pitch to him. And he comes once more. And Beddingham is on the back foot and just steering this one up to long on, where Matthew Waite does fielding and rather overdoes it with his throw, which goes over the head of D'Oliveira. Gets a quizzical look for his pains. No extras, no overthrows. Home was backing up. 162 for 4. Beddingham's gone to 59. Clark is 27. Clark is forward to this one, pushing it to Jack Home at short extra. D'Oliveira again completes the over, and Clark drives straight to home again. End of a tidy over, just one run coming from it. Durham 162 for 4. If you're just joining us, it's been an interesting day's cricket. Worcestershire resuming this morning on 209 for 7. Lost Ethan Brooks for 28, reverse sweeping at Callum Parkinson, gloving it to slip. And then Tom Taylor LBW to Ben Rain for 25. At that point 251 for 9. But the two young pace bowlers, Jack Home and Harry Darley, adding 57 for the last wicket. Before, just after lunch, Darley was LBW to Ben Rain for 12 to give Rain 5 for 63 and leave home unbeaten on 63. Matthew Waite starts a new over with a wideish ball outside the off stump, which is left alone by Beddingham. And Worcestershire totalling then 308 in their first innings after being put into bat. And then before tea, Ben McKinney and Alex Lees both dismissed. McKinney for 14, Lees for 9, wicket each for Darley and Waite. And then since tea, Emilio Gay caught behind for 28 and Ben Stokes caught at slip for 14. Waite bowls again. This is pushed up to mid-on by Beddingham. And a wicket each for Taylor and Home there. So 4 seamers used for Worcestershire and each has taken 1 wicket. Taylor 1 for 42 from 12. Darley 1 for 39 from 10. Waite, who is currently bowling, 1 for 24. He's in his 10th. Home, rather more expensive, 1 for 55 in 8. Waite is in again and bowls, and Beddingham off the back foot drives square of the wicket, just behind square, and Harry Darley at backward point does the fielding. 162 for 4. 3 balls left in this over, the 41st of the innings. 15 left in the day after this. Going to be another long one. Matthew Waite in again. Just the one slip now. Is he in? He bowls and Beddingham is forward, pushes out on the offside. Fielded in the covers by Libby. Still a decent crowd in. It's been a very pleasant day to watch cricket. Just cooling down a little bit now. Never really too warm. Just pleasantly warm in the sunshine mid-afternoon. Quite a pleasant evening. There's Waite. Turns again. And is in. And Beddingham drives nicely, but well fielded by Libby. Short extra cover, moving across to his right. In fact, he let it go. Pretended he picked it up and it went through to the man behind him, Latigan, at mid-off. So 1 ball left in, Waite's over. He's been the most economical, the Worcestershire bowlers. Just the 1 wicket he picked up, Alex Lees, for 9 just before tea. He's in again now and bowls, and that's Beddingham on the back foot, driving sweetly out into the covers. Fielded by Kashif Ali on the boundary. There's the end of the over from Matthew Waite. Beddingham has 60, Clark has 27. Waite 10 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 25. Durham 163 for 4. And there's a man walking onto the field, the 12th man for Worcestershire, Ben Allison, who would definitely know who scored the winning goal for Ipswich in the FA Cup final, even if it was long before he was born, because I've rarely met a keener Ipswich Town fan than him. A regular attender at home games and away games.
They signed Jack Clark from Sunderland, didn't they?
Yeah,
when they went up.
Good player, really good.
Where
player.
is he now? Is he on loan at Millwall or somewhere?
I think he's still at Ipswich.
Still at Ipswich. Here's Brett D'Oliveira being skied. That has gone for 6. Beddingham launching him over the covers. It's ended up at the steps at the new scoreboard. next to the hotel. So Beddingham on 66 from 96, Durham 169 for 4. And the lady pushing the trolley past a few minutes ago, it's one of those big trolleys you might have a load of towels in for a hotel or something. It did not look the easiest thing to steer down this very narrow little passageway in front of our commentary position. Oliveira in again, flights that one right up. It's played back to him by Beddingham.
Just got an update coming for BBC Heaven Worcester. Sorry to interrupt, Marty. Just coming up now. Yeah, Durham recovering nicely after losing Ben Stokes, fourth man out with the score on 119. They've added 50 since then for the fifth wicket. Graham Clark is on 27, and David Beddingham, the top run scorer in the country at the moment in the county championship this season, has got 66. He's going along very, very nicely indeed. Many times he has done this to Worcestershire. So honours fairly even overall. Durham trail by 142 runs. They are 166 for 4. Had to try and do a bit of quick maths while an extra boundary was scored there. Anyway, Beddingham has moved on to 67 with 2 boundaries in this over, and it's 174 for 4 now. D'Oliveira has gone for 12 in his 11 deliveries so far. It's Clark actually, isn't it, who's taking toll of him.
Yeah.
And he cuts him again here out into the deep where Latigan fields.
Beddingham hit the 6.
They pick a single, yeah. So there we are, end of D'Oliveira's over. 2 overs for 13, so 12 off that over. Beddingham 67, Clark 32, Durham 175 for 4. So my update's finished for the day.
Yeah, I've just done my last one as well.
Be interesting to have a look what's happening elsewhere. Ethan Brooks, the 5th seamer, 6th bowler used, is coming on. Worcestershire just trying to share the workload around. Very much the slowest of the 5 Worcestershire seamers, Brooks, but doing okay this year. He's produced some tidy spells at various times. 1 slip in place and a gully as he comes in from the Diglis end and bowls, steered out on the offside by Clark for a single. Cashy Valley Fields. So let's have a look, shall we, at what's happening elsewhere in the county championship. Warwickshire and Yorkshire. Well, Warwickshire have really got themselves back into this game. At the end of day 1 they were very much on the back foot, but they bowled Yorkshire out in fairly short order this morning, and in their second innings they're 226 for 2, with Beddingham taking a single off Brooks here. Rob Yates made 81, Alex Davis 38, Dan Mousley 69 not out, Sam Hain, the ever reliable Sam Hain, is 25 not out. Warwickshire lead by 220 runs with 8 wickets remaining. Leicestershire 328, Sussex 364 for 8. Sussex lead by 36 with 2 wickets remaining. Hampshire Essex at Chelmsford. Brooks bowls, Clark drives up to mid-on, there's no run. Hampshire Essex at Chelmsford. That game's moved on a pace. Hampshire 235, Essex 273, Hampshire 39 for 2 in their second innings. Gloucestershire Kent at Bristol. Gloucestershire 325, Kent 293 for 8. So that one's fairly even, Stephen, isn't it? Saw Mikey Cohen opened the batting for Kent in that game, as this one's played up to mid-off by Clark. Dawkins made 65.
Who opened the
90
batting?
for Miyehi, yeah.
Who?
Mikey Cohen, left-arm seam bowler. Chris Benjamin, who's been in the runs recently, got 100 the other day, 69 not out, going along very well. Might have been a night watchman thing, I think. And Derbyshire, what a score they piled up. Clark steers this one behind square on the offside for a single, takes him on to 34, 178 for 4. Derbyshire 604 for 7 against Northants. Northants 96 for 4 in reply at Derby. Notts Surrey is fairly even. Notts 415 Surrey 189 for 3 at Trent Bridge, and finally Lancashire Middlesex. Lancashire building a position of strength, 201, bowled Middlesex out for 169, Lancashire 7 without loss in the second innings. As Brooks bowls again, Bedingham cuts, diving stop by Libby at backward point prevents any addition. But Bedingham looks pretty untroubled, I must say, in this innings. He's played really well. 68 not out off 100 balls. Clark 33 not out. Good partnership developing. D'Oliveira will continue. It's 178 for 4.
Bournemouth, you were mentioning earlier, beat Fulham 1-0. They were down to 10 men in the first half when they had Ryan Christie sent off after 41 minutes following a VAR check, but then Fulham had a player sent off in the first half as well, Joachim Andersen. D'Oliveira bowls here. That's played by Clark to short mid-wicket, no run there. Both sent off after VAR checks. Christie for a studs-up challenge on Timothy Castagna. There's the next ball from D'Oliveira to Clark, goes out into the covers, dot ball, and then Anderson got sent off for a similar tackle on Adrien Truffert. Next ball is bowled by D'Oliveira and played back to him by Clark. D'Oliveira comes in again. Clark drives long up to the long on boundary, where it's fielded by Hose, 1 run. Clark 35, Bedingham 68. 179 for 4. This partnership now worth 60 runs. And that is played by Bedingham down to Hose, long on. Goes for a quick single. Next ball is played away safely on the offside by Clark. Dot ball, end of the over. 2 singles from it, 180 for 4. The 50 partnership for these two. 60 balls.
Effortless.
That came when they hit that 6, I think.
Effortless, really, hasn't it? They haven't really put a foot wrong. Ball's hardly past the bat. Nobody's offered a chance. Haven't been any LBW shouts. It's been very, very plain sailing for these two. That's how Bedingham tends to make batting look. Brooks into him, bowls and just cuts beautifully away on the offside. Only one as Harry Darley comes across to do the fielding down in front of us. Bedingham moves on to 70. I think Worcestershire will feel that they really need to get another wicket tonight if they're going to maintain some sort of parity. We've got 12 overs left. Brooks is in, bowls outside the off stump, left alone by Clark. And if Durham, for example, are, let's say, 210, something like that for 4, maybe even a bit more, then I think with 308 on the board, that's a pretty good position for the visitors. It's not dominance, but it's strength. Lose another wicket, then slightly different, I think. As Brooks bowls and Clark is forward, pushing out on the onside home fields, and there's no run. Still a fair bit of batting to come. Ollie Robinson, Casey Aldridge, Ben Rain, all quite capable. Robinson with a 1-day double 100 on this ground for Kent 3 years ago. Brooks bowls short, Clark swivels, pulls it round to Rattigan at deep mid-wicket. Single taken. All very, very untroubled at the moment. When you're batting in a situation like this, you just want to make sure you stay focused. It's not difficult to keep accumulating the runs. What you don't want to do is just take it a bit too easy, get a bit complacent and give it away against the sort of change bowlers. Brooks in, bowls. Bedingham, who rarely, I suspect, gives his wicket away, pushes this one out on the offside. Kashif Ali comes in from extra covers of field. Worcestershire, they've bowled pretty well. Home's been expensive, but he has got Stokes out. The rest of the seamers fairly tidy, particularly Waite. As Brooks bowls, Bedingham all the time in the world just to nurdle this one away on the leg side for a single and keep the strike. End of the over, 183 for 4.
Elizabeth's been back on. She says, well remembered, I used to live in Hamilton but relocated to County Durham 4 years ago. Enjoying the milder climate and easier access to first class cricket. Yes. Not handy if you want to go to Hamilton Racecourse though. Oliveira bowling to Bedingham. Bedingham plays the ball along the floor up to long off, 1 run, takes him on to 72, 184 for 4. Scoreboard tells us the last week it was Ben Stokes caught Brooks in the slips off the bowling of home for 14. Next ball played by Clark out into the covers, no run there. Jack Home fielding in that area as Clark looks to cut this ball from D'Oliveira. It's gone to Kashif Ali around towards point, no run. Clark's on 36, D'Oliveira in. Clark plays the ball back to the bowler along the floor. Comes in again. Forward comes Clark and just nudges it into the offside. Home comes and retrieves it. Get through these overs a bit quicker with the spinner on, right? D'Oliveira in again, and that's turned round the leg side by Clark. It was too full and it was leg side-ish. He just helped it on its way. It's been chased all the way down the field by Libby, who stops it going for 4. He'll get 2 instead. So at the end of the over, Clark has 38, Bedingham 72, Durham 186 for 4. Worcestershire all out after lunch for 308. And Jack Home, the top scorer at his 3rd game, a career best 63 not out. And then he got the wicket of Ben Stokes a little later in the day as well. 10 overs to go here on BBC Hereford and Worcester, BBC Radio Newcastle. Around the world on the website, we're on the YouTube channel here at Worcester as well, and get us on the sports app, the BBC Sports app, BBC Sounds. An email, wearecricket@bbc.co.uk if you want to get in touch with us.
Ethan Brooks with the keeper standing up from the Diglis end, bowls, and Bedingham just turns him away on the leg, so it's like a net for Bedingham at the moment. Piece of cake out there.
Sun's gone, hasn't it? It's just got a bit grey out there now. Think they'll get these 10 overs in, Frank?
Yeah, probably, just about, I think. Fairly quickly if D'Oliveira bowls 3 or 4 of them, but whether he will or not, I'm not sure. Brooks bowls again, and Clark he gets one that maybe keeps a little bit low. Just gets an inside edge onto his pad and it drops down in front of him. First scare of any kind for about half an hour, I would say. Just got to stay focused, these two. Yeah, just inside edged it onto his pad.
Their 50 partnership came in 41 minutes.
Yeah, very easy as well. Brooks again in bowls and short. Clark cuts, but straight to Libby at backward point. Cuts it into the ground. It bounced up nicely for Libby. Can hear the encouragement from 1 or 2 fielders clapping their hands, encouraging Brooks. In he comes now. bowls, and Clark is forward. Nicely bowled by Ethan Brooks. Has to watch that carefully. Clark pushes it out on the offside. I should have had a bet on Beddingham this morning. I wonder what odds I would have got.
You wouldn't have got much.
I was very confident he'd get runs. Brooks bowls on the back foot. Clark drives back to him. .73 to Beddingham, 107 balls. Easily the most impressive of the batters we've seen. McKinney and Lees never really got in. Gay was fluent for his 28. Stokes in his first innings for a while made just 14. Played a couple of good shots before edging home to slip. Brooks bowls, blocked by Clark. End of a tidy over from Ethan Brooks. 3 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 7. 187 for 4. 9 left in the day.
Oliveira bowls to Beddingham. Beddingham plays the ball back to him. If anybody's seen the Ben Stokes documentary, there's a bit where they take him to this rather rugged looking beach in County Durham at Blackwall. Lots of views of him running up and down the beach and training and staring out the sea and whatnot. And that beach has been in the news this today. There's Oliveira bowls. This has gone up to long on for 1 run to Beddingham, who moves on to 74. 188 for 4. A smoking glass bottle which set fire to a dog lead on that beach. As Clark looks to cut this one out into the covers. Good tumbling stop by Kashifali. Stops certainly a run, could have been a boundary. Ministry of Defence has now confirmed it was a World War II era grenade found on the beach at Blackwall Colliery near Hartlepool. Next ball bowled by Oliveira to Clark. Plays it up to Adam Hose at long on, 1 run. So Clark moves on to 39 from 50. Beddingham 74 from 110 balls. Durham 189 for 4. Last ball of the over. And this is another single to Hose from Beddingham this time up at long on. 3 from the over. 190 for 4. 8 overs to go. So that's about half an hour, isn't it?
I would say so. So this is the 5th round, isn't it? Yeah, 5th. It's certainly the 5th game that Worcestershire have played. I think everybody's had a week off.
Yeah, so yeah, everybody's played at least 4 now.
So you play how many altogether? 11. 1, 2, 3, 4.
14,
7, 14. Yeah, it's got to be 14,
yeah.
Isn't it? Steered down into the gully by Libby, this one. Just working out where I've missed some fixtures here. But I'd say, yeah, we're not quite halfway, are we? But
no.
The table's shaping up, isn't it? Runners and riders jostling for position. Brooks bowls nicely. Beddingham plays up to mid-on. No run. So, just have a look at the fixture programme at some point, as next over or two. 190 for 4. It's been a good contest so far, but I feel that Worcestershire need a wicket tonight. Brooks bowls, Beddingham steers down into the gully. Libby fields. It's tidy at the moment, but not particularly threatening. Here we go. Brooks turns again, bowls, and turned away on the leg side by Beddingham. So Worcestershire's next game after this is Lancashire away, then they've got Middlesex at home, and then Gloucestershire away, Lancashire at home, Northampton at home. It's actually better programme, isn't it, in terms of bulking the games together this year, I think. As Beddingham drives this one up to mid-off. You get kind of chunks of championship cricket.
Durham are in the middle of 3 away games in a row. I can't remember that happening before.
No, that is difficult. It's better than it used to be in that sense, because there used to be away, home, away, somewhere else on a Sunday, back for a...
Yeah.
And you just daft, isn't it, the way it used to be. Brooks bowls, Beddingham plays very watchfully up to mid-on. That's a really good over from Ethan Brooks. A maiden, 4 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 7.
I was asking why Durham are away for 3 weeks, and this last week the New Zealand women's team have been at Chesley Street preparing for their one-day series, so they were away for that. But Kent away next week as well after Lords last week. Next ball bowled by D'Oliveira to Graham Clark. He defends. Be doing battle with the East Coast main line again next Thursday. D'Oliveira in, bowls, and driven by Clark up to long off for 1 run. Couldn't get home on Monday from London because of all the engineering work. The East Coast main line was closed, and then there was unfortunately an incident on Tuesday morning, and things came to a halt because of that. And then train reached Doncaster as D'Oliveira bowls to Beddingham, who goes for a quick single, plays it up to Hose it long on. At Doncaster, we sort of rolled into Doncaster, and then they told us all to get off our train because it was broken. So everyone's then carrying suitcases across to another platform and trying to squeeze onto the trains that were coming up the line. It was all good fun and rather a challenge. Next ball is played by Clark through to the covers for 1. Clark on 41, Beddingham on 76. 119 it was when these two came together, so it's now 193 for 4. D'Oliveira bowls again, Beddingham defends on off stump. D'Oliveira bowls. Ball played by Beddingham up to mid-on. 1 run. And over the over, 4 singles from it. Durham approaching 200. They're 194 for 4. Beddingham 77, Clark 41. Partnership now worth 75.
And what have we got? 6 overs left in the day. Tom Taylor can have a little burst. This is a definite effort by Worcestershire to pick up another wicket before the end of the day, because Taylor is the man to whom they usually turn when they really need a wicket. He will bowl from the Diglis end. David Townsend is back alongside me. Taylor coming in to bowl to Beddingham. Ooh, Ooh, and he nearly gets through him. Bedingham, not much footwork, played at that outside the off stump, didn't bounce perhaps as much as he might have expected.
Keep a
And
bit
through
low.
it goes to Roderick, yeah. But I was just saying, David, before, the ease with which they batted in the last hour is a worry for Worcestershire, I think. It's looked flat and it looked unthreatening, hasn't it, really, the bowling, since Stokes was out.
That went through sort of 2/3 stump height.
Yeah. But they have turned to their main strike bowler. And if they get a wicket, I think it'll make honours fairly even. If they don't get a wicket before the end of the day, I think Durham will feel that they're on top. That's a lovely shot from Bedingham, straight down the ground, off the back foot. D'Oliveira's chased it back from mid-off and flicked it back inside the rope. And they only get 2, but it's a lovely shot. There are a few more difficult shots to play than the back foot punch straight back past the bowler. I think any player that plays that has reached a technical level that is superior to most of the people that play the game. Not necessarily at this level, but generally speaking, you don't see many club players punch it off the back foot back past the bowler with a straight bat.
Was that in your repertoire at the height?
It was at my best, maybe, yeah. But you know, I think a lot of coaches would say that if you see a kid play that shot off the back foot with a straight bat, keeping his sort of shoulders sideways on and his feet parallel, I think you think, yeah, this kid's got something. Lovely shot. Taylor bowls. Oh, and Bedingham, well, goodness me, I think Taylor can't believe he hasn't bowled him with that one. He's just, well, it's almost as though it hit the bat without him really knowing exactly what he was doing. He's gone down to third man for 4. It's a bit gloomy, maybe he lost it, I don't know. He just flicked at it, really, looking to flick it away on the leg side, outside edge, all on the ground. Third man, again, 4 runs. So many runs leaked through third man. 200 is up, 200 for 4 in the 51st over.
Lucky that he got some bat on that, Frank, because I think
it was going to be a big shout, wouldn't it? Yeah, I think so. You'd have been going up in here, wouldn't you? Here's Taylor again, he's in, he bowls, and that time he has got him. Nipped it back. That is exactly the wicket that Worcestershire wanted when they turned to Tom Taylor, and David Bedingham has played beautifully for his 83. Fortunate the ball before, undone by that one, which again might have kept a little bit low, just nipped back, and Tom Taylor has picked up a very important wicket.
Yeah, that was very similar to the previous delivery, and it's just, as you say, I don't know, you can't think that somebody as experienced as David Bedingham would have just lost a little bit of concentration, or I mean, he played that lovely punch back past the umpire previously in the over, but then it was a sort of a lazy flick, wasn't it, through the leg side that ran
previous
way down
ball,
to third man. Then that ball on the back foot when he should have been forward, maybe.
Yeah, maybe. It just nipped. I haven't seen a replay, but yeah, it was. It wasn't his footwork after that beautiful shot off the back foot wasn't as good as it might have been in the last 2 deliveries. But you know, he might be a bit tired. He's been out there for a long time, fielded for a long time. Anyway, they've sent in a night watchman in Callum Parkinson. Not the worst of night watchman, but I don't think Worcester will be too bothered about that, because I think they might fancy nicking another one out now with 5 overs left after this, and Tom Taylor having picked up his second, and if they do, then they'll feel they've had a really good day. I think it's about honours about even now, I would say, with Durham 5 down, 108 behind.
A little bit gloomy.
Getting a bit gloomy. Taylor with his tail up.
You wouldn't really want to be coming in at this stage, would you?
No, I don't think so. It's but then it's a thankless job being a night watchman. I know. I think Marty's one of the people that thinks the whole night watchman thing is silly.
Well, Marty and Steve Waugh, it's about the only thing that they agree on.
I think when if you're a top order batter, you probably don't think it's silly, because
the Australians don't do it, do they? The Australians.
No, I don't think they don't. As routine, they don't do it, do they?
No.
I don't know. 2 schools of thought. Anyway, 3 slips. They're at first, second, and fourth as Callum Parkinson faces Tom Taylor, who is in from the dig descend and bowls, and that's a good start for any night watchman. He's very solidly forward, good footwork from the stocky, chirpy right-hander. Played one game on loan for Worcestershire last year and fitted in very well. But they'll be giving him a bit of chirp out there, I should think, in a nice way. Pretty friendly generally. One ball left in the over, 200 for 5. Good partnership of 81 that for the 5th wicket. Taylor bowls and Parkinson is on the walk. Plays that back to the bowler. End of the over, 200 for 5 then. Parkinson has yet to get off the mark. Clark has 41. And the men out since tea, which seems a heck of a long time ago. Gay for 28, Stokes for 14 and Beddingham for 83. We've got 5 overs left in the day.
Prior to that over, you couldn't see Beddingham really being removed tonight.
Absolutely. Or Clark, I just thought they looked, against, to be fair, the backup bowlers really, they look very comfortable. This is a good bowling change now, I think. Matthew Waite and Tom Taylor are Worcestershire's most accurate pair and probably the most likely to pick up a wicket. And they won't mind giving Clark a single and having a go at Parkinson. 2 slips in though for Waite, bowling to Clark over the wicket.
Bowls, and that's pushed into the onside. They're giving him a single. So it's just pushed up towards mid-on and now be able to have a go at Callum Parkinson. Night watchman taking his guard. Extra slip coming in, so there'll be 3 slips. Backward point, extra cover mid-off, and then the as I always say, Frank, you can do the other 3 yourself because they're always in the same positions. Mid-on, mid-wicket and a long leg. Waite bowls again and allows that through. There's oohs and ahs. I'm sure they're telling him that was very close to his off stump when in actual fact it probably was just clipping a 5th. What's that one on the replay? Yeah, it's nowhere near really. Through to the keeper, but it is shaping into a good game, this, isn't it?
Yeah, I think so.
Worcestershire mind their work tomorrow in the 2nd innings, and maybe Durham start chasing around hour into the 4th day, something like that, weather holds. Next delivery from Waite, forward and looking to get off the mark there, which is not really his job to get off the mark. He's come in as a night watchman. He just needs to see out this over, doesn't he?
Well, faces many. He might get a single on the last ball if he's the perfect night watchman, I suppose. Faces many of the remaining 23 deliveries as possible. Brett Oliver's going into short leg and have a helmet on.
Great night watchman efforts, of course. Our dear old friend Dizzy, Jason Gillespie, is a
double hundred
in Test matches. Eddie Hemmings very nearly got a century in Sydney back in 82-83. I think he was out for 95 or something like that. Batted most of the.
I think Richard Illingworth got 100 for Worcestershire as a night watchman. Always used to stick his hand up. Was this the only way I can get up the order?
Next delivery from Waite, forward, defensive, no run. Who was that?
Richard Illingworth.
Who's the lad who's become an umpire? He had a tremendous game.
Jack Chantry.
Jack Chantry.
Yeah.
Didn't he get 100 in one game and took about 12 wickets as well? Something ridiculous.
Chantry's match.
Yeah, well,
as it's known. Yeah, absolutely. Phenomenal turnaround against Surrey here. Absolutely amazing reversal. It rivaled the both and won at Headingley.
Next delivery again, Prince.
I'll give you a brief resume.
Yes.
Extraordinary turnaround in fortunes, and for one player to play such a big part.
I would think that was probably the most famous Worcestershire night watchman effort. He was presumably a night watchman. Or did he just come in late?
No, he just came in late.
Next ball pushed back. He doesn't get the single off the last ball. He's not the perfect night watchman.
I keep, whenever so I've googled Chantry's match and I get the perfect website to read about it, and it's ruined by an advert for a company that I won't advertise. Right, this is a match that will go down in the annals of Worcestershire cricket, said Mike Selvey. Shortly after lunch on the first day, Worcestershire were 133 for 6, but deep in the afternoon on the final day they won the game by 27 runs. What happened in between,
that's all you need to
is
know.
extremely interesting, as Taylor bowls the first ball of the new over. I mean, just the actual scores in the game were remarkable. I wrote about it in my Darryl Mitchell autobiography, or our Darryl Mitchell autobiography, because he was obviously playing. It was just an incredible turnaround, and what makes cricket so interesting. Taylor bowls to Graham Clark, who drives into the covers. Harry Darley fields. Darley's had a good day, hasn't he? He's shared in that partnership for the last wicket for Worcestershire with Jack Home. He only made 12, but he faced 108 deliveries. He actually faced more deliveries than Home faced to get his 63 not out. He then bowled pretty tidily with the new ball. 10 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 39. I think he'll remember his debut quite fondly. Taylor bowls and Clark turns this on the onside for a single, which won't worry Worcestershire too much because it gives them 3 balls at Parkinson, the night watchman. 202 for 5, so the deficit 106 at the moment, as Parkinson checks his guard with umpire James Middlebrook before looking up to see Tom Taylor turn at the end of his mark at the Diglis end and power in to bowl to him, and he's very, very nicely forward, proper, getting the front foot out and proper old-fashioned lunge onto the front foot, pushed out into the offside.
It's sort of like a little audition really for him, isn't it, to get up the order a bit, come in and show the coach that you've got the shots.
Yeah, I think he's a bit long in the tooth for that, isn't he? Waits, bat raised. Taylor is in, bowls to him, bouncer, ducks underneath it. That's quite a nice idea from Taylor, because you're just sort of saying to Parkinson, well, I'm not going to have you keep sticking your leg out like that time and again against me. Just let you know that I have got this bumper in my locker. And Parkinson might just be a bit discouraged from pushing onto the front foot.
Keeping him honest, I think, Frank.
That's what they say, isn't it? Just reminding him. In he comes. I was the top wicket taker in the country last year, mate. He bowls, and Parkinson is forward, pushing out on the onside. It's the end of the over, 202 for 5, and his brother on loan yesterday for Gloucestershire. For Kent, against Gloucestershire, got 6 for, I think. Tom Taylor's brother, James, at Surrey. Can't get into the Surrey side at the moment. So, pretty good day for him.
What about your young protege who's coming through? It's another Taylor.
Yeah, just got a 2.5-year contract with Warwickshire, signed it about 2-3 weeks ago. 16 years old, not bad, but he's injured at the moment. Got a knee injury, but he's taken some good wickets in second team cricket.
You didn't get him to sign on here.
Tried. There's still time.
Wait, starts a new over and one off the first ball.
He's only 16, so there's still time. But no, he's signed a rookie contract with Warwickshire, which is for 2 years, and then an extra 6 months as a full-time pro. He's doing his GCSEs this week.
Is it Jack Taylor?
Charlie
Taylor, that's right. Yep.
Yeah. So he was at 16 in the England under-19 squad last summer. Pretty impressive.
I should have remembered that, because there was a Chaz Taylor who played for Middlesex in their championship season. Wait to the night watchman bowls and pushed back down the pitch. The other Oxfordshire lad in that squad,
Played in the
but you've had him
Warwickshire under-18s against Worcestershire in a couple of T20s last week. He was 2 years up at that age, and made a big impact with bat and ball. Actually, he's a good batter as well.
You've been impressed with him for some time, haven't you?
Yeah, very, very impressed. He's got a great deal of potential. Obviously, still very early days.
Wait. Bowles, short delivery, and that one. Okay, he's
played that well, didn't he? I think
really that's really reared up, and he's played it down into the slip cord. We've seen a couple just keep low, sort of mid stump height, and this one,
yeah, 2 or 3 did that yesterday. David Parkinson himself bowled one round the wicket, which slow left arm, and it bounced and hit the keeper on the helmet. From nowhere, just before lunch. Extraordinary. But yeah, it was a bit up and down yesterday, been less so today.
Next ball brings Parkinson forward defensively. No run. Yeah, it's nicely poised, this game.
Yeah, I would say so. In fact, looking around the country, there's quite a few games that are nicely poised. Warwickshire were on the back foot overnight against Yorkshire, but they've really got way back into the game with bowled Yorkshire out, nicked out the last 5 or 6 wickets for very few, and then they've surged ahead in the second innings. 230 odd for 2. Wait in again, sorry, your ball. Left alone by Parkinson. Yeah, they've gone right ahead, runs for Yates, Davis, Mousley and Hayne.
Well,
and after they were bowled out cheaply in the first innings, so batting's obviously got easier at Edgbaston on day 2.
Well, interesting. I was talking to Doidge about that, and I was thinking of popping up to Edgbaston on Monday, catching a lift to Leeds, and he was saying the pitch there does turn Edgbaston does tend to flatten out.
Well, interesting you say that. Parkinson's gone, caught behind, Waite's got his man, pushed at it, lunged at it as he has been, and Waite just gets that one to nip away from the right-hander, and that is a big wicket. Worcestershire have got the 6th wicket. I'd say they're probably now, they would say it's been their day. It's not massively different from 5, but perhaps it's just nudged them ahead on points in the 54th over.
It's just got a bit gloomy in this last half hour or so, hasn't it?
But yeah, I was going to say about Edgbaston, the word is, I say the word is, that sounds like I know something. What I mean is that the feeling amongst the journalists that I've spoken to has been that this season it's been a bit more, there's been more in it for the bowler than there was last season. They felt that last season it was a bit too flat at times, but this season a bit more in it, and it certainly looked that way in the first innings of this game, as both teams were bowled out for about 150, but Warwickshire have knuckled down considerably more effectively in the second innings.
Yeah, 255 for 3 now, so leading by 250, so Yorkshire are going to be chasing about.
So Parkinson, the night watchman, is out for naught, and those that don't believe in night watchmen probably got more evidence to support their argument. It brings to the crease Ollie Robinson, only 2 overs to go, so you could argue that it's done something to help him, but nonetheless a nasty little period for him to negotiate. A man who has a 1-day double 100 on this ground, Ollie Robinson, for Kent 3 years ago, played absolutely magnificently, but has, I understand from Marty, not been in the best of form this season. I'm not sure about that, I'll check. Taylor bowls to Graham Clark, who pushes out on the offside, and there's no run, so 11 balls left in the day.
Very important 11 balls, because if Durham were to go in 7 down,
then it would really make a difference, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think he's got a big score this year that that I can see. Casey Aldridge has, so they've still got a bit to come. But I think you're right, 7 down. Worcestershire would feel it had been very much their day. As Taylor comes into Clark and bowls, and Clark cuts, and he's probably... No, he's not going to get 4. Kashif Ali, good bit of fielding down in front of us, running across the ground quickly and tumbling to his left, flicking it back. They get 2. I've said this before, I'll say it again. Kashif Ali, a late comer to the first class game, from having come in from the South Asian Cricket Academy, about 25 years old when he started. Could bat, played some great white ball innings, struggling a little bit in red ball at the moment, having started the season a couple of years ago with 2 centuries in the same game, in the opening game at Edgbaston. This one's blocked by Clark. But when he came into the game, as is often the case with people that are late entrants to the game, his fielding wasn't good enough. His batting was good enough. He'd be the first to admit that his fielding had to improve, and it did, and it's gradually got better, and now you wouldn't know that he was a late entrant to the game, if you like. And fielding like that, he's been very good today in the covers generally, but struggling a bit for runs at the moment. Here's Taylor into Clark, who is leaving that one outside the off stump, and Roderick takes. There's a real buzz out there for Worcestershire. 9 balls left, smelling another wicket.
Oohs and ahs.
And Graham Clark, experienced man, seen it all before. 46 off 62. He's played pretty well, hasn't offered any chances, and knows that if he just stays focused, there's no reason to be overly concerned. Taylor bowls to him, and he does stay focused, just pushes this very solidly up to mid-on. So, quick story of the day. Worcestershire resuming on their overnight 209 for 7. Lost a couple of quick wickets, Brooks out for 28 and Taylor for 25. Well, not that quick, but it was 251 for 9 at that point. New ball just taken. Every likelihood they were going to get rolled over fairly quickly, but the 2 young seamers, Darley and Home, had different ideas. Last wicket partnership of 57 between those 2. Mainly the runs coming from Home. Taylor bowls, and Clark is dropped at third slip by Libby. Just the one that Taylor was looking for. He can't believe it. Sharp edge, and Libby placed it about 4th slip, diving to his left, got his hands to it, couldn't hold on. That really would have made a difference. A real blow for Tom Taylor. They got a single, 206 for 6. Just going back to the story of the day, Darley only made 12 in that last wicket partnership, but he did face 108 balls, and it was a sterling effort by him. Home made 63 not out, which means that at the moment, as things stand, he is the all-time highest average. He has the all-time highest first-class average in Worcestershire history, because he averages 108. He's only played 3 games. So there's 308 all out, 5 wickets for Ben Rain. And since then, Durham have lost McKinney for 14 and Lees for 9. And then since tea, Gay 28, Stokes 14, Beddingham 83, Parkinson 0, and it should have been Clark out for 47, but he lives to face the last over.
46 even.
Yeah.
As Waite comes in and bowls to him, he got a single for that effort, and he's crashed this one away backward of square. He's got 1. He's thinking of a second. No, that means Ollie Robinson will be on the strike. It was a difficult one.
It was. Yeah.
It came fast. It's a little bit gloomy.
It came down as well, didn't it?
Coming out of the sort of dark hedge inside
absolutely.
there.
Yeah.
Which.
But it would have been a nice one to hold on to. Worcestershire catching hasn't been a couple of sessions in the previous game here against
It was just
Kent.
that tricky width where he didn't know whether to dive or sort of just take it.
Yeah. He'd be gutted.
Probably been better if he's standing at 3rd slip, taking it to his right.
To his right, yeah.
Waite bowls, and that's pushed solidly back past him. Mid-on comes round, does the fielding. Just the 2 slips in? No, 3 slips in. 3 slips in. Backward point, deep gully. Call it what you will. Shortish extra cover and mid-off. Mid-on square leg. And I presume, a man out in the deep side, although I can't see him. They dispensed with the...
Yeah, they have. That's where they've got.
He's got the short mid wicket.
Yeah.
Got short mid wicket in. So no fine leg at the moment as Waite bowls, and that's pushed to short extra cover. So man in shortish on the onside and the offside. Just needs to it's very easy, isn't it, in the final over, just keep that concentration. You know, it's difficult when it's a little bit further away.
Yeah,
you just know 3 balls, 2 balls, 1 ball, and bat under the arm, off for a shower, and which Coe House we visited later. Here's Waite again bowls, and again solidly in defence, pushing it up to mid-on. No run there, so Worcestershire just come back in this last little session. Beddingham, who looked as though he was going to be batting
Next
through to
week.
tomorrow afternoon. No, Frank, the game ends on Mondays.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
He looked very, very solid, and then survived. He played a loose shot, and then LBW next ball. Waite bowls, and a little bit of a tentative push at that one. No run to be had there for Ollie Robinson. 207 for 6. A good proper day of county cricket this.
Yeah. Very good.
9 wickets have fallen.
Yeah. It's about right, isn't it?
All of them had to be worked for. Waite bends forward, comes bouncing in, bowls, and that's pushed back. And that gentleman is the close of play.
207 for 6. Then Worcestershire lead by 101. Graham Clark is 48 not out, and Ollie Robinson is yet to get off the mark. We have had 56 overs in this innings. I think most of us think that the game is pretty evenly poised. I'll just give you the Worcestershire bowling figures before we go. And they are as follows. Tom Taylor, 15 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 52. Harry Darley, 10 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 39. Matthew Waite, 13 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 28. Sorry, 1 maiden, 2 for 28. Jack Home, 8 overs, 1 maiden, no maidens, 1 for 55. Quite expensive. Brett D'Oliveira, 6 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 25. And Ethan Brooks, 4 tidy overs, 1 maiden, no wickets for 7. Worcestershire then lead by 101 runs. Durham have 4 wickets remaining in their first innings. I hope you've enjoyed our coverage here from New Road. It's been a pleasure to bring it to you. I'd like to say thank you to Martin Emerson from BBC Radio Newcastle, and to our guest David Townsend, who you might catch on Yorkshire live stream next week for the game at Headingley. Maybe. He'll be there anyway. They'd be mad not to use him. Thanks, David. It's great to have you. And you're back with us tomorrow, perhaps, for a few overs. On behalf of the 3 of us, this is Frank Watson from BBC Hereford and Worcester saying a very good evening to you, and we'll be back in the morning.